Hello, welcome back one and all. It's the summer split finally here. I am so excited to be able to bring you the first day of Academy. Myself, Mad Magical, joined in by the one and only, the beautiful man himself. It's Alberto Crumbs. Crumbs, how are you doing today?
Thank you, Mad. We were only looking this way because of your style suggestions, both with the jacket celebrating the return of Academy, the first of the LCS games to be actually shown because the LCS hasn't started. So here is where you'll actually get to see what the meta for North America is brewing, what kind of spicy picks we got, because 11.11 is finally here.
It is, and a lot has changed. We also have Gwen and Viego, from what I have heard through the pipelines. That should definitely add a little bit of spice and some variety, since we know Viego, for a long time, has been not welcomed here on the competitive stage.
Yeah, I think that by now the bugs for Viego should have been resolved, and he's been flexed a bunch, but I think the Gwen has been the one that has been taking the world by storm because she is so powerful in 3 roles. We've seen the Gwen top, Gwen mid, Gwen in the jungle as well, and in Academy, you gotta experiment. These are where the teams feel like they have the opportunity to shine a little bit more, less constrained by the fact that they have to take these wins, that they have to go to Worlds. They can experiment, they can play to their strengths, and that's where the adaptation of new champions comes into play.
Especially with the new format we have here for the summer as we jump into the schedule of what we have in store for you today. It is going to be best of 2s. We're not having any more best of 1 shenanigans. Now you can actually change how you want to be able to play. There's going to be more points up for grabs, as well as more of a chance to be able to see if you can experiment like you were talking about, Alberto.
Throwback. What a throwback to the best of 2 days so long ago. But yeah, we actually get to experiment more. That's been the criticism levied so many times. Oh, in the best of 1s, you feel like you got to put everything on the line, not that much room to experiment. But now, I mean, it's not a best of 3 that you can still win, but you can still at least tie the score. It feels like you can experiment a little bit more, so I'm all for it. I think the more we can try to experiment with the formats, the more variety we'll see in our play, and we're going to see that today.
Especially with our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Team Liquid Academy and TSM Academy. And for Team Liquid, they haven't changed anything. They've kept the roster the exact same. While TSM have actually changed up a little bit, if I recall. I do believe instead of Thubbit that it's Hyper stepping in. But I do want to make sure I double check that on our document that we got sent over about the team rosters.
Yeah, I think for TLA, it was a disappointing run that they had for Proving Grounds. They just didn't win the game there. So I like that you're not changing anything. There's obviously the approach of, all right, it failed entirely, scrap it all together, start again. Clearly it didn't work. But there's also the approach of, we know what our mistakes were and we trust in our ability to address them and improve this time around. And there is something to be said for maintaining a roster longer together over an entire year and seeing what dividends you can get from that. So I want to see if Team Liquid actually took the offseason to practice fairly well because of how drastic the patch changes have happened. So I look forward to seeing them back with the same lineup.
Well, especially because they did so well in the spring split. They finished second place just behind Cloud9 Academy. It was when it came to the Proving Grounds that it all seemed to fall apart for them. They didn't get a single win at Proving Grounds, while TSM Academy, a team that finished 9th, had to play in a lot of the Proving Grounds tournaments prior to that, had to prove themselves to be able to get back there, were able to do so, and then were able to have this crazy run in the lower bracket where it almost seemed like they were going to somehow make this miracle run Neon getting knocked immediately out by Zeus, and then barely falling short against Evil Genius's Academy, finally when it became best of fives.
Yeah, and it's that extra ability to play more games that really helped them out. You can't deny it. In so many tournaments, you'd rather see the team that wins make the lower bracket run where they just play so much more. You get used to it. They warm up and suddenly they've got a story behind them, the narrative buff that's scaring all the other teams. Whereas Team Liquid just had to sit in the sidelines watching, waiting, didn't get to play that much. And I think that is what ultimately hurt them. But you live and you learn. I think they're here. They're here to fight. These are two of the premier organizations in the LCS, so they are not about to give up on any of these squads. They want to make sure that these teams are the very best of the best, considering the development and extra interest that teams have taken in their academy teams this year.
And yeah, we just got the proper graphic down there. You saw that Hyper is in for the jungle position as opposed to Bobbit before. Hyper coming in from Illinois State University. This player has been this hyper-aggressive jungler that we have seen throughout Proving Grounds, throughout the amateur and the collegiate scene. Now getting his chance here in Academy is going to be really interesting to see how he fits in with this TSM Academy roster, because as you had talked about, Team Liquid, keeping it the same, keeping it consistent, maybe getting a little bit more practice. Now with TSM bringing in a new jungler, I wonder how that changes things.
I think that in the new patch, it's going to help them out a lot because the name says it all. He's aggressive, right? You want to imagine that he's hyper aggressive. That's why you name yourself that way. So many times players name themselves after the playstyle they want to embody. And so if he's playing this way, we're already past 11.10, which was the addition of the extra timers on the jungle camp. So you can have more opportunity to gank. Now, sorry to disappoint you all. Udyr is still very relevant, right? The same champions we still knew from MSI and then all year long are still being massively played, but now they're getting target banned, right? Now they're getting banned. Right. Now there are other opportunities to play the jungle role, and so that is giving us more creativity and perhaps the chance for these hyper-aggressive junglers to prowl upon the junglers that have been too complacent with the just farm-to-win playstyle.
Well, see, and when I think Hyper, too, I always think his Lee Sin, one of the strongest things I've seen out of him. His Graves, too, he loves to fall back onto that, even if it's a slightly different style from how you'd normally expect a hyper-aggressive jungler. He plays it very aggressively. I've seen at level 2, even on Graves, going for an invade just because he can, and says, all right, I'm going to skill check this person. I'm going to see how they're going to be able to handle themselves against me. And going against Armao on the other side, Armao, it's really curious to see how these two are going to be. You have one of the newer players going up against a player that is a lot more veteran status here in Academy.
The experience Armao got this year was just unrivaled. Nobody in the LCS Academy circuit matched that when he got to sub in for Santorin in the LCS finals and go to best of 5 all the way to the very end against Cloud9, right? That was huge. I think you learned so much from that. So he has been in positions in playoffs before under TSM and other teams, but I think this time around going that distance on a team as decorated as Team Liquid has to have helped a lot. I think that it's going to revitalize Team Liquid, and they already finished second in the regular season last split, so I think that they're going to be even better this time around.
And I am curious, going back into how we're changing things up with the format. Before, you know, it was just the best of ones. And so a lot of different crazy things could happen. In fact, we saw in the spring split how narrow and how tight things were between third place all the way down to seventh place, where I think it was within 2 games for all those positions. Well, now with the best of 2s and being able to get more points based off how you're able to perform, if you can get a 2-0, getting the 3, getting just a 1-1, 1 point each piece. If people don't remember how best of 2 format generally works, just kind of giving them a little bit of a refresher since, God, what was the last time we saw best of 2s there, Crumbs? Wasn't that 2017?
I remember it in the LEC. What was the EU LCS? I thought that was the last time that we had the best of 2s, but in the LCS, I don't even remember. It's been a long time. We've messed with formats for a while, but that's what changes up, right? You're not ready. League of Legends is a game about adaptation. You gotta go with it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And if you're not able to prepare and how you're going to be able to change, it's going to make it difficult. And I feel like TSM Academy are a squad that have been accustomed to change. Yurson in the bot lane for their support was a player who joined in only in March of last split. He joined in very late. Fizzy had been playing for him before that. So you have a team that's already kind of been used to swapping things out, and we already mentioned Hyper stepping in. I'm really curious to see how Peter Zhang, the coach, is going to be able to change things up with them, how he's going to be able to make them all mesh immediately. Otherwise, I feel like that's where the advantage lies with Team Liquid Academy. The fact that this roster has been together now for going on to their second split.
That is an advantage. It can also play against you, right? So many times teams get like, oh, tired of playing with you. We want to go somewhere else, but I don't think we're there yet for Team Liquid. But you're talking about Yursan and Peter Zhang. I think that Peter Zhang's strength, from what I have seen in his experience in Proving Grounds, is bringing up new players. That's why he's now in the academy role, right? He's very good at bringing somebody up to speed from what it means to be a solo queue player or an individual player into fitting as a greater part of a team. And so this is where you bring somebody new and you can quickly integrate them into the lineup, and suddenly you click faster than other teams that don't have that kind of specialty.
Right, and sadly, that's just where a lot of these strengths in the earlier season can kind of lie, when you're a little bit more practiced with one another and you have that strength together as a unit, opposed to a team that might be working together more recently, trying to be able to figure out how they want to slot in Hyper compared to how Bip had played before. But I feel like even though, you know, it's a new player, it's a similar style. But Bip was a pretty aggressive jungle prior. Hyper, I feel like it's going to be a little bit more aggressive. And I'm curious with how the changes to jungle, you had mentioned the increased jungle timers on when things respawn. So decreased clear speed might be able to impact things for TSM Academy when we jump into Champion Select and what they might want to draft.
Well, Bip really liked his Nidalee, which paired very well with aggressive physical damage laner. So I think right now we might be a little bit past the Nidalee phase, but there's still plenty of other champions to combo with. So I'm curious to see what Hyper will actually prioritize, just because on red side, you now have the added bonus of presenting flexibility to your solo lanes and the jungle pool as well. There's so many champions that can be flexed three ways that have been so meta. The Nocturnes, the Rumbles, now the Gwen, which was banned, and maybe even the Nautilus makes a return in the jungle. You know, it got buffed in 11.11. People are trying it. We don't know how good it's going to be, but when it comes to finding a gank, you can't get better than that.
That is true, and I love Nautilus. He's one of my favorite champions, so seeing him in more than just the supportive role would be a lot of fun to be able to see. But as we jump into Champion Select, we actually see a pretty decent hit on the flexibility coming in from Team Liquid Academy, taking away Renekton and Lucian, while TSM Academy feeling like they have to ban what is powerful. Gwen and Lulu taken away, since Lulu has that flexibility, kind of talked about that before, but also Gwen, you had mentioned it, the 3 different roles that she can play.
Yeah, and on red side, I think we can start to expect this is a pretty much guarantee ban on red side teams. You just can't let the Gwen go first picked. It's so difficult. And Diego banned. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, this is kind of what we expected. I know they're new. Everyone's been practicing them, so they're understanding how strong these picks are. Newsflash, giga broken. Both are giga broken. So it's going to be unlikely that we see them unless somebody has a specific rehearsed strategy against them. By now, these players should be well acclimated with both to know that it's very difficult to counter either.
Exactly, and so with that ban, we see Udyr getting onto the bench himself by TSM Academy, but this leaves Rumble, this leaves Morgana. These are Morgana, I'd say, is one of the premier junglers at the moment. Same with Rumble being pretty high tier, especially when you take away that Rumble, but also the flexibility, because we know Jenkins likes to play things like this Rumble, but also his Kennen, something that is of legends. If you've ever watched Jenkins play Kennen, you know what I'm talking about.
I'm glad you mentioned Jenkins' Rumble, because the flexibility here is going to be critical. This is the patch where already Rumble has been nerfed, so his overheat damage is going to be a little bit lower, so he's not going to be able to power through the jungle just as quickly as he was before. And Lee Sin on the red side. It's another flex. This is what the drafts are going to turn into for the next split, so buckle up. It's just going to be a lot of confusion until you get to the very end. That makes the drafting more exciting, in my opinion, because the coaches now have to just draft what they think is very strong and not so much about what you could react to what the opponent is doing. And this, to me, I think is just an instant Diana jungle. She has been dominating high elo because her 2-item team fighting is impeccable. Just so much damage, so much CC, sees you clumped up, instantly deletes you.
And I believe the only thing really that does so well into Diana would be something like an Olaf, which means that you'd have to flex that Rumble out, put it into someone else's hands, maybe Hayri, since they've locked in that Gangplank, another one of those powerful picks. And even though Gangplank, you can make an argument, he's flexible. You talked about Nautilus, they're flexible. Now we're getting a better picture of what we're expecting coming in from Team Liquid. More than likely, Armeo going to be playing this Rumble. More than likely, Jenkins going to be playing this Gangplank, Ayla on Nautilus. Even on the other side, TSM probably going to be Haunter onto that Lee Sin, Hyper onto the Diana, then Yurson onto Leona.
It's a good team fight, what we're getting out of Team Liquid. It's a lot of setup for both Rumble and the Gangplank. The Nautilus ultimate, now we'll have the Equalizer stacked on top of the Gangplank ultimate. It's a lot of damage. You don't want to be caught in that mess as an immobile pick. So far, there's not that many of it, but even the champion like Lee Sin can get locked down and hurt pretty badly from that. TSM does answer with the Leona, though, so they are opting up to team fight. It does pair very well with the Diana, proccing the lunar or the sunburst that she's got. But more interestingly than that is that Leona versus the Nautilus is a matchup that Leona wins in the lane, but for the Nautilus, it's so much easier for the roams. It's so much easier to win these team fights, to be relevant, right? The hook is just so wide. You're just throwing things blindly. You're fishing with dynamite. Leona has to thread the needle, think about who she's auto-attacking, has to actually aim her ultimate. It's point and click. Nautilus is the easiest of them all.
I was watching a game, I was casting a game a couple weeks back with the Nautilus, and there was a minion. It looked like the minion should have body blocked the hook, but somehow it looked like it almost curved around. The bullet got curved past this minion, landing onto the ADC, and I'm like, that's a bit powerful there, isn't it, my boy Nautilus? But, you know, sometimes that's how it be when you have a champion like Nautilus. He is throwing a massive anchor at people, so it makes sense that it's going to be able to land onto some of these targets, but getting away from our Nautilus boy and going down to that bot lane. Sivir and Ezreal banned away by Team Liquid, really hitting that champion pool, and then Set getting locked in. I kind of like the Set pick because they already have the AP out of Diana, plus making it so that they're going to have a good front line to be able to join up this Leona is perfect.
Yeah, and I like this Set pick because we've been seeing all of these highlight clips of pentakills from Set where he goes just AD and health instead of trying to prioritize the resistances because his Haymaker got buffed, right? He does more damage from that than before, so they're prioritizing his ability to be an actual damage dealer and not just a big beefy frontliner. So this could be a very exciting diving comp. You already have Diana and Set comboing together, and TL Academy responds by keeping their distance from them. The Tristana and the Kai'Sa will try to just stay as far away from the Set, Diana, the Leona, and even the Lee Sin, right? You just create enough distance that the engage becomes either too obvious or it's easy for you to either ult or just jump away. And that's what they'll be counting on to disengage from what TSM Academy has drafted.
Plus, I love Buster Shot into either Lee Sin or Diana, being able to knock them away so they're not able to do what they need to do, which is lock down targets long enough, get the kicks off. But we see the final pick coming in from Cody-san. Going to be that Xayah. So they are pretty much just saying, Cody-san, you're on your own island. We're ditching you during these team fights. Good luck, have fun with your Featherstorm, because we are fully engaging. We don't care if they have that long-range disengage in Tristana and Kai'Sa. We are going to try to kill them before they can run away.
Cody, your team this game is your ultimate button. You're going to have to press that one very wisely because the Nautilus ultimate is probably the biggest one, but then the Gangplank ultimate is such a difficult one to know if you have to ultimate because early on, not a big deal, but later on, you might just have to ult out of the GPO because the slow and damage is just so harsh. I see a big range advantage already on the side of Team Liquid. Covered it already, but you're looking at 4 melees on the side of TSM Academy and none that have a range harass or a ranged engage ability. They need to be in your face to deal damage. And you're walking into a Rumble and a Gangplank. So I think TL has come out with a pretty good draft that allows them to execute against what TSM has. Oh, the question is now, how quickly can TSM pull the trigger? Because Leona, Diana, Set, and Lee can engage out of nowhere.
But it also does feel like that is a timer on TSM Academy, on what they're going to be able to do. Well, yes, they're going to be aggressive. You want them to be able to find these creative flanks and be able to get these picks. They're not able to make it all work by 20 minutes. It's a good scaling composition on Team Liquid Academy's side. They got a Gangplank, they got Tristana, they got Kaisa. Even Rumble is going to hit hard in the late game that if you don't win fast enough, eventually you just get outscaled.
TSM I think they can do well in the late game. They also just have to be really good about how they find these fights because they don't have the range. They actually have a ton of damage. They just need to get into the backline. And destroying early turrets is really useful for that. If you fall behind early game and you don't have plate gold or you don't have the ability to get deep wards that make for better flanks, then you're going to be stuck in a lane against the range advantage that you're going to have a hard time overcoming. So I think that TSM will have to just have really fast fingers this game and probably prioritize the good gank setup that you've got in the top lane. But as long as TL plays safe and they don't give away much early, the onus falls on TSM to make plays happen.
And that is always a tricky thing when it comes to a game like this where you're the ones who have to be proactive, because if you ever fall and get a little too complacent, well, then your whole identity of what you've drafted this composition to play aggressively, to find these flanks, to dive deep into enemy lines, cannot get offline. It cannot do what it needs to do to be able to, as you said, get those plates, get the gold necessary to keep snowballing out of control.
And they have had a lot of wards to control this early game. 3 already dropped on the side of TSM. So they're not going to have those available for some early gank shenanigans if Armao wants to pull any of that off. So he's starting on the bot side, pathing towards top. Same thing with the Diana, which I always love to see in the early game, junglers pathing in the same direction because it gives us the greater chance of a gank and a counter gank happening very early on.
Oh, okay. I don't know why it jumped over to Hyper. I thought he flashed, and I was like, that is that's a unfortunate misclick, but it was just his E. It was just the E Lunar Rush. That was my bad. But going back into
it looked like it. I don't blame you. Like, it's shiny. It's a shiny skin that's got the yellow glow around it.
Right.
Easy mistake.
Thank you, Alberto. I'm glad that I'm not that crazy. But, you know, it's okay, because right now we are getting a little bit of a fight top lane, which is expected. The Lee Sin is considered one of the strong laners who always wants to see if he can rumble. But unfortunately, Jenkins, he's been getting a good trade into Haunter and making it so that this Lee Sin is going to have to think twice if he wants to try to go for a full-on engage soon.
The Lee Sins get cocky. He did get a little bit of a nerf to his Tempest. Again, an extra second added. Not a big deal, but still taking him out of that crazy power zone. And it's that early trading in the top lane that the junglers smell. They smell the blood in the water. They know that they got to come up there because the lower they are, the better the chances are that their opposing jungler is also there, sniffing it out, knowing that the wave is being fought for, that these guys are trading back and forth. And that Gangplank is running low on supplies. He's on his last charge of the Corrupting Potion. And they're about to go for the crab. But seems like Diana will back off. Jenkins has already won this lane, right? The wave is shoving back. He's going to be safe.
He's going to be safe even though taking the Sonic Wave. Getting a lot of damage coming in from Haunter. But as you had mentioned, it's those Corrupting Pot stacks that are keeping Jenkins so safe and being able to get the slow push. With the level lead over Lee Sin, it's a feels bad moment in this top lane. If you're Lee Sin, you pick this to be able to skill check, to be able to show this expression in the top lane, especially against something like a Gangplank that even if he's kind of decent in the lane with the grasp, he's not going to be that full-on lane bully like a Lee Sin is.
And he gets to be this aggressive right now because he knows he's got a big wave that he can use defensively. And his Rumble was just in the top side clearing crab. Right? Diana did not show up, so she must have gone for the bottom crab or at the very least reset. So Armao can calculate, hey, there's 2 options that Hyper has gone for. And because the crab top has not been taken, he's either based or gone for this bottom crab. You are safe, Jenkins, to play up top, and so he does that by teleporting back into the lane. Had they not played off of this information, he'd be still walking back to the lane, taking advantage of that. But by TPing back with the Sheen, he can keep the pressure up and make sure that Haunter doesn't get his teleport off. Ooh, good harass.
This is something yeah, it is great harass coming in from Jenkins, but I want to applaud Armao, and this is what we saw, you know, in the semifinals, how intelligent he is, and it's allowing Jenkins to play this aggressively. Parlay! He gets a solo kill first blood top lane.
So Jenkins is practiced on this Gangplank. He is looking good on this pick, really taking it to Hanser. The CS is one thing, but just knowing the wave control and with the Sheen purchase, Hanser did not respect that there was going to be that much damage. Should have looked at the resets of the trial by fire of Gangplank. That was what really did it for him in the end.
Oh, they're going to be safe, but yeah, going back to that top lane, just applause going out to Jenkins on how he's been able to play this one. And in a matchup that normally you'd favor towards Lee Sin, being this champion that likes to try to see if he can get that early base damage, you just see right here with the Sheen and how he's able to utilize this damage.
Yeah, procs the trial by fire after killing the barrel, and then has it, and then Hanser's just done. He knows he's burning down. Corrupting potion, double dot damage out of Jenkins. Just GP is not an easy champion to lane against.
No, he's not. Especially a good GP like Jenkins. He loves this champions almost as much as he loves his Kennen. And this is forcing Hyper now to have to play around this top side to try to see if they can contain Jenkins, not let him be able to snowball, because whether or not a Gangplank snowballs doesn't really matter. He's going to be scary as a threat late game, but if he snowballs too, that late game's coming a lot sooner.
This is the real danger zone, though. He cannot get in range of getting kicked. That's what Hanser's looking for. Watch him safe the safeguard. All right, he popped it right now with a big wave. He at least sees that there's no point playing aggressive here. Just cool it off. You know you're going to get a lot of farm here because there's nothing that they can do to tower dive you. You always have your ultimate available. Calm and connected. Crashes the wave, and he's happy because Gangplank is always expected, for the most part, to have a deficit in the early game, and he even went with a Cole out of the disrespect for Hanser after that kill.
He gets the Sheen, you're like, all right, that's because he wants to be able to keep his own. But once he gets solo kill, you're right. The disrespect saying, all right, I can just farm it up now. What are you going to be able to do to me, Lee Sin? You got nothing on me. That means this top lane, Team Liquid, are going to be so happy putting Jenkins on an island, and this gives Armeo so much more free reign to be able to play around. And I was talking about this just a little bit ago, how we've seen such intelligent play out of this jungler and how he's been able, in this game alone, to be able to keep tabs on Hyper without actually visually seeing him.
And calling it out to the junglers, right? Because so many times, or to his laners, when you know that information, but you're not telling your laners how to play around it, it's almost insignificant. It's like, well, I'm supposed to be able to tell my team what I am seeing, and then that informs them to make an intelligent decision around their laning phase. So I think that's what we saw earlier, but here comes Sword looking for a gank. Oh, he got the ult!
Ooh, nice Showmaker. Gonna be able to get the rock jump, but it's gonna be the Lunar Rush. Nice Buster Shot, though, to make sure that Moonfall did no damage to Tristana, and Ayla on the other side with an equalizer. They've locked down Yurson, getting the flash, too. That is a lot that has been blown by TSM Academy to be able to stay alive.
That's pretty good. You got 2 ultimates. You did trade for the 2 of Armeo and Harry, but those aren't that significant. If Ayla can hit level 6 soon, they'll still be in a position to fight Yon. Flashes away.
To flash. Had to. If that Zenith Blade connected, Yon was dead meat easily. Even if Hyper doesn't have that ult, it's still a lot of damage that can come in from this Diana. And unfortunately, that missed position out of Yon means that this should be the dragon picked up by TSM Academy. But on the other side, they're losing so much more gold to Jenkins. They don't stop this Gangplank soon, Crumbs. I feel like this is going to be a 1v9 showdown for Jenkins.
Oh, we've seen it too many times. A melee composition against a Gangplank. You're just asking to get barreled, right? It's only going to be Cody Sun that can kill barrels. See, that's the problem with so many melee champions into GP. He's got barrels galore. He's got a wine cellar in your entire base, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Is that what pirates drink? Wine?
It's rum. It should have been rum.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm like, I feel like if you're gonna go with rum, or even if you said grog, I think I would accept that because it's Runeterra and so mythical and whatnot. You know.
Yeah. All right. Gragas. He's helping out Gragas. Gragas and Gangplank are best friends.
I was gonna say maybe Gangplank just buys all these barrels off of Gragas. I think that's the lore, right? Is that Gragas sells his his ale or whatever it is that he has in his cask, and that's his whole idea, is trying to see if he can go around Runeterra to get the best alcohol possibly.
Somehow I find it hard to believe that Gragas likes to share what he drinks.
Oh, you got a good point. But right now, Cody-san, having to use that defensive ult like that with one simple pull coming in from Ayla means that Kodi-san is now going to be very vulnerable, even if he has heal and flash up. Xayah is so reliant on holding on to that Featherstorm for the upcoming fights.
That's going to keep your son down here too, because if Ayla and Yeon are 2v1ing Kodi-san without ult, he can't defend himself against that. So he needs that ability, or he needs the Leona to help him out.
There you go. Nope. Hey, yeah, there you go. Oh, like, hey, back off. You don't know where Leona is. They pinged it ball lane. You don't want to play that aggressively. But yeah, it's the fact that Yursan now has to kind of stay around the spot lane whenever Kodi-san is passing there. The reason Yursan was able to go mid lane that time is purely because Kodi-san had recalled. It gave a little bit of freedom, and now Yursan is trying to make these plays, utilizing the Hex Flash. I love Hex Flash personally for this reason. The fact that you can get someone like Yeon out and get a Moonfall from Hyper to lock down Kai'Sa and give Diana a first kill.
That was sick, all right? The Hex Flash didn't go over. Instead, waited for the Diana to be in range, and they now get a really nice kill that's going to have some plates in the bottom. That's not going to get that tier 1 just yet, but you do get something for TL to answer the aggression of TSM. So they are making plays. You can just see that they really need to find the right timing for it, because it's not easy for them to find these opportunities, right? You had Yeon with no flash. Here comes Armeo and the TP.
Yeah, TP from Harry. They got a lot of damage. Equalizer. And look at Kodi-san. Even with a heal and flash, could not get away from Harry. That is an easy pickup from Team Liquid.
That was perfect positioning on the Rumble Equalizer. And then Harry just ulting him into it. Here's another 1v1, though. I think Jenkins wins this.
Yeah, Hanser, you don't want this one. Look at that damage that can come in from this Gangplank, and he can heal so much back up with some oranges, with the corrupting pot, that Hanser's realizing that this lane is pretty much forfeit.
Yeah, he now has to keep Lee Sin from going next to the wave to minimize that spell vamp. So I think he's just going to stack this up and maybe try to take a recall, because now he doesn't know where the Diana is at. She just made a play bot side. It could be a little bit dangerous, and he's almost at his mythic item, so he can play it cool.
Oh, good trade there from Hanser, getting a little bit of damage back onto Jenkins, even having Hyper nearby, but this level lead from Jenkins is going to make it so that Hanser just has to wait it out, has to make sure that he's playing so much safer than you normally want to be able to play as Lee Sin. Hell, I'd imagine that Hanser soon wants to bail completely out of this lane, maybe try to make a play mid lane.
He wants to use his kick, right? You got to get somebody up here. That's part of the Lee Sin value. It's just kicking somebody in the face straight into your team. But the only time was when Diana was shadowing him. That one didn't get anything done. So now he's just going to have to look for that opportunity, because Lee Sin's value isn't just in the team fight. Yeah, he's flashy there, but in the laning phase, it works really well too. A ward hop behind them, or even if they step up past the minion wave, is a guaranteed way to get that back kick.
And until then, until we see Hanser able to really impact either even his own lane or a team fight soon, since he has TP up and available to be able to help out somewhere else, he's just going to be sitting around, waiting it out. Ooh, nice flash in from Yursan. Locking down Yeon. No cleanse still to speak of, flashing away to be able to survive. They got a little bit of damage onto Ayla, who has to flash too. Armeo, they want to see if they can turn it around. They got the equalizer. They pull back in Hyper to be able to give a kill over to the jungler.
Ooh, that is a beautiful combination there. Ayla and Armeo are on point with the synergy there. Right? They lay down the carpet after the equalizer, but here is a suplex who just doesn't work. It just doesn't work against Tristana. You got countered in lane. There's no way for Set to correctly jump on Tristana and get a kill.
Well, it's kind of what we talked about. The fact that Tristana can stay so safe, and unfortunately for TSM Academy, they kind of needed a play like that to work out. They needed Sword to be able to find that solo kill. That's a lot of difficult skill expression you're now putting on to this mid laner, since everything's going awry in the other lanes. Top lane, not going the way they wanted to. Bot lane, they lost another kill in that bot lane. This time it was on the Hyper. Their Diana, they need to be doing so well, as we did. Get a look at this replay.
So the beautiful thing was they actually knew the cleanse timer. It was not up for Yeon. He was not able to immediately QSS out, but then Hyper maybe could have walked back a little bit longer, but I still think Ayla and Armeo would have been able to turn it around. That is just beautiful, guaranteeing yourself that one kill, but a 1v1 where Hanser is forced to kick Jenkins out of lane. These two guys still duking it out, just watching as their team wins on the other side of the map. Maybe some emote spam reminding them, hey, my team's winning, and we're just chilling.
And you can tell right there, too, TSM Academy wanted to make a play top lane. They had called Yurson and Hyper, but Ayla was quick on that call, too, being able to join up Armeo, just in case there was an attempted dive onto Jenkins. They weren't going to let this gangplank get dove too easily, and now TSM, they're scrambling. They're trying to get whatever they can. They're jumping onto this Rift Herald, hoping that it's going to be enough.
They see it. The ultimates are available for everybody. Harry won't have his, but they gotta be scared. Gangplank just base of this Trinity Force still has the ultimate, and it's level 2.
Oh,
so
no.
It's just a free leash. Thank you very much, says Team Liquid. We'll take that one.
Easiest leash ever. They easily grabbed that. And look at all these mythics completed across the board for Team Liquid. You had already talked about the Trinity Force, but there's the Rocket Belt, there's double Kraken Slayer for their 80 carries, compared to that of only the Gorge Worker on the other side. Maybe they can have some recalls come off to be able to get themselves up to snuff, but until then, this is a huge discrepancy between the two teams.
It really is, actually. They are polished. They are clean. Everything is prepared, ready for battle, and TSM still scrambling. They're putting some items together, though, but it is a little bit later. And you now have the 3 completed from the top jungle and the AD carry, so it's going to be only Sword missing with his Stride Breaker. But if he keeps matching his Harry, that Stride Breaker is not going to do much except just close the distance for him to get Buster shotted back again. They need so much help to take down this Trist on the side lanes.
They do, because you can see how much damage comes in from Harry anytime Sword steps up. You're like, I'm a pseudo tank, I got a shield, and it doesn't matter. So with this, Hyper trying to jump onto Ayla, but you can see already there is going to be a collapse coming in from Sword with that Haymaker punch. Equalizer on the other side getting so much damage, 1-for-1 trade, and with the explosive charges, enough it is to take down Sword. 2-for-1 exchange favoring Team Liquid.
They baited that whole thing. Everybody was in range for that fight. Tristana now gets to shove the bot lane. It's such a win for them. The Gangplank continues to harass the top side. He's scaling fine. He doesn't have the ultimate.
Hunter, do you want this, though? I don't know if he truly wants this. He thought he had that Conqueror to be able to get enough damage back onto Jenkins, but there it is. The oranges to stay okay. And even though Lee Sin was able to force off Gangplank for now, like you mentioned, that was without an ult from Gangplank.
That's why he looked for it. He used that ult in the bot side, and that's what makes it so hard to play around this bot lane fight that we're going to take a replay of again, because he's jumping onto the Nautilus, which is really not the ideal target when you've got carries nearby. Already so much of this you see used. You see the carpet being laid down by the Rumble. A pretty cool use of Buster Shot. I don't know if it was calculated that it would have that much damage because the heal looked really close, but the fact that you get the kill means you're going to get the credit.
I think it was 2 stacks up as well onto the explosive charge, so it had even more damage to make sure Sword died there. It was one of those moments where you have like a zillion bomb on your head, right? And you're just like, it doesn't matter, I'm dead. We can try all you want, but I have a bad feeling about this.
There's so many dots like that. I guess Zillion ult or Zillion bomb isn't really a dot, but it kind of feels like it, where it's the inevitability of it.
It's that dread that you feel when you have a fed Zillion on the other side and you have the bomb on your head. You're like, I'm so dead.
The timekeeper, you've run out of time.
Touche, my friend, touche. But you know who hasn't run out of time just yet? It's TSM. They're still in this game, even if they're down 4,000 gold here at 19 minutes into the game. They still have their chances to be able to find these creative fights. We haven't yet seen Hanser try to actually join up to get these kicks onto the vital targets, such as Harry, such as Yon, just yet. He's been stuck trying to see if he can have this 1v1 fight against Jenkins this entire time.
And now, Harry and Jenkins will actually be very powerful, as Jenkins is about to complete his second item, but Harry already has his here too. His Phantom Dancer is done. Here comes Sword. He's by himself though.
Oh, he is. Even with the shield, I don't know if it's enough. They got the showstopper. They've dragged back in. Yon, he's still alive over the wall. The Equalizer is going to be able to rip apart TSM, though they jumped onto Ayla. They've got the trade of 1-for-1 for now with Hanser here in the fight. They're going to be able to get the kill on the other side, coming in from Armeo, chasing down Yurson. They've already got the kill on the Hanser. Burned him alive, and only Cody-san survives.
Jenkins's Gangplank just came in at the very end and was pretty slick in that second barrel combo. Look at that, though. They are poised for Baron. I mean, this is a bit greedy. Young does not have much mana, but he's putting a Baron down.
Okay.
20-minute Baron.
Okay.
Let's go.
Right on the dot as well. Harry does have TP to be able to join, but so does Sword. They could always try to see if they can mount a fight, since it is going to take quite some time at 20 minutes to be able to get that Baron immediately.
Yeah, they are just
they're going.
full steam ahead.
Okay, they got it.
It's huge. Huge.
Yeah.
Right? You get the Dragon in the bot side, you get the Baron as well, and now you're going to dominate the side lanes. That was probably the final nail in the coffin of TSM here. Looking for the fight. The Lee Sin's coming in early, but Sword is thinking, we need to go now. We're going to lose the Baron or the Dragon. So takes the Kai'Sa out for a wild ride. Beautiful outplay, mind you, at the very end. And then watch Jenkins here with this barrel. Right, bam, triple chain to the top side. Gets 2 people. Forces the Cody Sun ultimate. Allows Armeo to flash in. Finish one of them. Dits Yusan at the end. And that is it. A 1 for 4 and 2 major objectives.
Getting themselves that Dragon, getting themselves the Baron at 20 minutes as well. That's the impressive thing in my book. The fact that they had that confidence to go straight for it and said, you know what, we've got this. There's no way they can stop us. And sure enough, they've got the objective. They're in a prime position now to see if they can take down some of these outer turrets, get even more of an advantage over TSM Academy. And we're only 21 and a half minutes into the game.
They are just revitalized from the spring split that was disappointing for them, because this Team Liquid has come out fierce. TSM is no slouch. I mean, this is a good team.
Mm-hmm. This is a team that had a huge run in the losers brackets at Proving Grounds. They might have lost to Zeus in the first round 1-2, but then after that, they had this huge run, taking big wins where a lot of people thought they'd get knocked out so much earlier, and they kept proving everyone wrong. But now they've got to go up against this Team Liquid that looks revitalized, even though they've jumped onto Jenkins right here. He's flashed away. Here's the jump in from Hyper. Should be able to finally take down, get the shutdown necessary for Haunster.
He fought hard. He fought hard. He went down
1v3.
Kicking and screaming, biting fingers off. He did not care. Right, a little bit more help. Maybe there was a Nautilus ultimate in there. Next time around, we could see this Gangplank actually 1v3, because the AoE from the Ravenous Hydra is perfect for those kinds of situations. So they still get the tier 2 into the top side. Maybe not as much as they would have liked, but
is it a 1v3 though if you have a Nautilus ult? I feel like that's cheating.
Yeah, but it's League of Legends, right? All the 1v1, you ask for a 1v1 at the Baron Pit, and then there's always some dude showing up that's harassing you just a little bit. Maybe the Karthus ultimate from over top.
I hate that. Never respecting the true 1v1s. You're right. They never do. But you know what? I will say the whole idea there from Jenkins is, how long did he distract 3 members of TSM Academy? There are 2 turrets in that top side. They had the tier 1 and tier 2 still standing. Yet how long it took to kill Jenkins was enough time for Team Liquid to take both those structures.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take more now too, because they are grouping up around the Dragon blue side. So they want the tier 2s of mid and bottom. And if they don't get him, well, they'll also set up for the next Dragon. So it's 2 birds with 1 stone, or as my new favorite way of saying that one, you feed 2 birds with 1 scone.
Ah, yes, I have seen that one. There's so many of those cool euphemisms that are just slightly different based off countries. I like that one too. But right now, looks like Ayla has got the pick onto Yurson. Nice solar flare on to Armeo on the back line, so they're getting a lot of damage. But that equalizer damage, it's huge onto Hyper. Just trying to see if they can tickle Yurson. He's barely alive, limping away. Nobody has died, but the control has been ceded over to Team Liquid, as Yurson has to be so careful of the cannon barrage.
Greedy out of Jenkins. Think he can get a kill right there. There's nothing corralling them together in that area, so they can easily dodge out to any side, but it's still going to get them the Dragon. So at the end of the day, TL still wins out on that fight. Sword, what you doing? You got to back off.
There he is. Going to be the rocket jump buster shot with so much damage. Where's the Haymaker shield? Going to be able to come in to try to save his life, but it cannot. Killing spree for Yawn.
Look at the timer. Just as he died, the flash came back up. These teams are on point with tracking these summoner spells today.
They are doing great. I got to give huge prompts over to Team Liquid Academy and their coach Spawn, and how they've clearly shown that they are here to win. They are here to outperform what had happened in spring. They don't want to have another one of those mistakes in the Proving Grounds where they get knocked out 0-4, not winning a single game. They want to see if they can be the champions for summer.
And with a great start too, right? It starts with a solid foundation, a great game one to really show you what you're capable of, makes the whole team believe in itself. And I'm starting to believe now. It's a best of 2 though, so I think TSM experimented some here that they won't try again with the quadra melee comp. So I think that next time around game 2, we're going to see a little bit of a difference out of them, because what TL drafted feels like they got away with just too much.
Right, it's the quad melee in Jenkins Gangplank 2, one of his more favored picks there. I think it's Aatrox, Kennen, and Gangplank are his 3 most played champions in his entire career. So you've given over something that not only is he really confident in playing, but is also strong in the meta currently.
And against your composition. So you check the 3 boxes of what you shouldn't do. It happened here, but it's you're warming up. The season has just started. This is why we got these best ofs. It's going to be a competitive season because if anything, Proving Ground showed us how competitive it can be between the LCS teams and even the amateur scene, as the winners were a team not in Academy. It was no org.
Right, it's a lot closer than anyone thought beforehand. The amateur and academy scenes are very close. Maybe there's talent in NA. Who would have thought? But anyways, getting into this game here, Baron is going to spawn up already again, because how soon Team Liquid were able to take it previously, and TSM, they're not going to be caught out this time. They are trying to see if they can be proactive, make these plays. That's what we talked about before, what their composition has to do. Sadly, it's just fallen short of being able to actually make anything work.
It's costing them. The time they're going on these little expeditions around the blue side for Vision is really hurting them, because Jenkins now took tier 2. Right? He's a menace in the bot side. He's got 3 items already with the Serpent's Fang, which is great against whoever he sidelanes. Both Sword, Hyper, and Hanser will have shields on their champion. It really will work out and allow him to 1v1 any of them.
1v1 and one-shot them. They're just going to be popped like weasels. As you can see right here, looks like Ayla thinks that he's caught out Hyper, but he goes golden to be able to survive at the moment. Unfortunately, now that more reinforcements have arrived, they give a rampage over to Yawn. Jenkins again, 1v3, trying to see if he can fight back. Look at the barrel damage coming in on the Hanser, trying to see if he can get a little bit more, and he's still running away. Going to be the showstopper, but the blast cone! Jenkins, he makes it out alive.
Jack Sparrow gets out alive. He's just fending off the goons while his team's taking the Baron. This is entirely theirs. There's no chance of a steal.
No. Wow. God. So many times, so much has been thrown at Jenkins. And like you said, we got to call him Captain Jenkins Sparrow there, because he is unkillable. He just is able to get away so much. And his team getting that Baron again right under the nose of TSM Academy. That, if it wasn't the nail in the coffin beforehand, it certainly is now.
He saved his oranges to the very end, but really the key play in that was when Ayla and Armeo, and even Harry, that joined in that and actually took down Hyper, the blast cone death charge onto the Diana. It's just so easy to execute. This is what we talked about in Champ Select Magical, where Nautilus is just so incredibly simple at punishing the mistake. Oh, there's somebody here? Great. Press R. So do you, Armeo, when they get knocked up, and suddenly you got yourself the pick on the most important member around taking these objectives, and you can take a free Baron.
And even with the stopwatch, it doesn't matter. And that also shows you how this game is going, because normally you want to be able to get that Nashor's Tooth as Diana. And with this pick again onto Hyper, he goes golden, but what does it really do? He flashes over the wall to be able to survive, and that means that he's now corralled and taking all that damage from the barrel equalizer combo, getting an unstoppable Armeo as Hanser barely able to escape from Harry on the other side of the fight.
Ooh, Hyper went on a firewalk there, and it wasn't voluntary. He just had no place to go, just cooked alive. The Gangplank ultimate as well. Now there's even less chance of an engage. Hanser is half HP'd. Double siege from the marksman is getting real. Tristana's about to crash her own wave on the bot side too, so their pressure is building.
And once she gets there, that turret is certainly to fall. We know how quickly Tristana can take these turrets. And you can see they're trying to make sure she's not going to be able to say it. The one lucky thing for TSM Academy is the wave management here is a little bit off. It's not perfectly crashing at the same time for both teams, well, both lanes for Team Liquid Academy, which means they have to peel off and instead try to see if they can get the Ocean Soul.
Should be free. It's Lee Sin that is going to be the closest to make it, but there's not even any abilities that can really steal here. Maybe if he gets a crazy kick, it's already too late. There's
and look at the pick. They got the pick too. They've easily been able to blow up one onto Jenkins. But look at the equalizer damage coming in with Armeo over the wall. Golden Flame Spitter doing so much damage, roasting him. The shield from Hunter trying to be able to survive, but it's jump in coming in. Double kill for Yon, making a triple kill as they force back TSM Academy once more into their base.
They came in and they took him down. It was not even close. They're so fed. They can just stay in the fight because they know they've got the Ocean Soul. And I gotta just hand it off to Armeo there. He is really on point with this Rumble. The equalizers have been so disruptive. Yeah, he's fed, but the positioning always matters. And every ult he's landed has been great for just spreading TSM apart.
Hyper got a little lucky and fortunate there. The minion spawned at the perfect moment to be able to save him from Ayla. But that hook landing onto Cody-san means that he has forced away. The game has ended here for Team Liquid Academy as they make one final fight to pick up more kills. But we knew this game was over long ago.
Team Liquid Academy really showed up in this first game. They had a solid composition, answered everything TSM threw their way. Never felt like TSM had a chance, really. Laning phase all went TL's way. They held it firmly and never let go.
Well, and gotta give massive props over to Jenkins in that top lane. The solo kill to start it all off, gangplank into Lee Sin, as many people have talked about Lee Sin being one of the strongest laning champions. The fact that Jenkins was able to take him down and keep that control the entire time is massive for what Team Liquid were able to do throughout that entire game.
Right, you could leave the top lane alone. You can count on Jenkins to hold it down, so all the focus can now go into the bot lane because you saw the attempts TSM had on mid lane. Impossible. The Diana set could accomplish nothing against the Tristana counter of the set, and so with only one lane to fight, when you're dealing with the Nautilus, the Rumble equalizer, and then you lay the Gangplank ultimate on top of it, it was always going to go TL's way.
It really was. It was a well-played game coming in from Team Liquid Academy. And when we get ready for our next game, you're just wondering if they're going to be that fortunate to get a draft very similar to that into the quad melee that we saw on Team TSM Academy side.
I think TSM will not do that again. I have a feeling that you see that, hey, just ease of execution, ease of engage is very important because they saw just how simple it was for Armeo to play the Rumble with the Nautilus combination. So it's something that you could easily pick up and take yourself. So I fully expect a side switch that will give us a wildly different approach to the game from TSM.
Well, we'll only find out in a bit when we actually get into the draft. For now, we're going to toss to a break. We'll be right back to break down that game a little bit further and get ready for the second game of the best of two. Stick around. Hello, welcome back everyone. We're getting ready for our second game in our best of two Liquid Academy and TSM Academy. Game 1, massive props out to Team Liquid Academy and how they're able to perform. They looked immaculate and they look like they're back in form.
They really did. Everybody was firing on all cylinders. They all had roles to play, and frankly, they executed perfectly for the most part. Really couldn't have asked for more.
Exactly.
Jenkins in the top lane holding it down with the Gangplank. Our Mao and Ayla with the synergy with the Rumble and the Nautilus. And then Harry, Tristana playing safe, disengaging constantly. It happened to be the AD carry that was just chilling there. Just, is there anything for me to do, guys? No, just play safe, just farm, follow us up, and that's all she needed to do.
It was almost the PvE style of ADC where you're just like, oh, I guess I'll just keep pushing the waves. Call me if I'm needed ever. Eventually they did need Harry for a couple plays, but before then it was like, pretty easy. And I hear that we have some replays of that game. So why don't we take a deeper dive into how this game really looked so we can get a better understanding of what might happen next.
So much of it started from the 1v1 that Jenkins found onto Hanser in the top lane. This was a huge deal because they could completely ignore the bot side. And then when TSM tried to make a play, timing Yeon's cleanse, it just happened that the Q of Diana barely missed. And then Armao arrives. The synergy with Ayla, this was a big deal because now you expended so many resources to go down to the bot lane. You didn't get any kills. Top lane was winning. Mid lane was frozen, dead even. And then when TSM finally had an opportunity to group up a little bit behind in gold, the engage was a bit too early. Yeon barely gets away over the wall. And then Jenkins arrives at the very end with a great combo with Armao following it up.
It's just what happens, unfortunately, in this kind of game when you have a composition that really needs to be able to find these creative angles, these creative flanks to be able to catch Team Liquid off guard before they're able to hop, skip, and jump away. If you can't make that happen, well, it's a very simple to execute composition out of Team Liquid Academy. And you see how their fights work so well. Even right, TSM wanted to be able to fight over the second Baron, but there is no chance in hell they're going to be able to.
No, not at all. And here, even though you take down the gangplank right away, you're clumped up. The Rumble Equalizer is going to be huge. And because everyone has to pile in, there's such a disparity between the divers and then Cody's son. Who is Cody's son auto-attacking? Nobody is in range of him, so he's stuck in the back line, just hoping that the team comes at him, but they don't. It's already too late. TL ends up cleaning it out in 30 minutes. Look at how fed Harry was. Watch what he does to Cody's son in the top lane right here. It's going to be E1, 2, 3, ult, dead.
Wow, just absolutely annihilates poor Cody's son. And that's kind of what we were talking about with this Xayah pick, where it's like, oh, Cody's son, you're on an island. You got to be by yourself. Well, if you're ever by yourself against someone who's fed like Harry was, well, you're going to get pumped immediately. So when we look at draft going in the game 2 of this best of 2, I wonder what TSM are going to change. I'd imagine it's going to be a swap of sides, but I almost wonder if maybe we'll see them leave a couple of those picks that they had taken away before open. I mean, if they're blue side, they don't have to worry about banning Gwen, but I wonder if they're just going to leave Udyr up and try to grab that immediately.
Ooh, that is a dangerous game on blue side because now you could imagine that there are 3 power picks. You've got the Viego and the Gwen that are very strong, the Udyr, the leftover, the remnants of the last patch. And so you ban one, well, or you take one, now you're giving 2 to the red side, right? Yeah. I think that if Gwen and Viego are available, a team would not hesitate to take them. Just take them both, figure it out. The champions can be that strong. You pair them up with easy engage like the Nautilus that we saw, maybe some AD carry that could help set you up as well. The Sivir that we saw ban, help him with the speed boost, and suddenly you actually have something to work around and you just figure it out. You figure it out with those new picks. They're that good.
Well, I almost wonder if the Viego, no matter what, is going to be banned by Team Liquid, regardless what side, since they did ban it on blue side themselves. So I wonder if it more would just be an even trade, a 1-for-1, Gwen for Udyr kind of deal. Wanted to. It's always so difficult when you swap sides like this, especially when you have powerful picks that are like red side must bans. We already kind of talked about how it would be a red side must ban. Every single team is probably going to have to ban that if they're not willing to grab that immediately, but it's such a difficult equation to put yourself into.
It's a must ban, but I want to see teams challenge that. So I always find that when it falls into the line of thinking where, oh, this champion is a must ban and it's brand new, let's see if it is though. Because if you're on red side and you know you're gonna guarantee ban the Gwen, then you can just wait until the very last ban to play that card if you suspect that the enemy team doesn't play it. Because if they don't play it, then they will also have to ban it, and they'll have to ban it in their first shoot. Maybe they'll play chicken with you and wait until the third ban as well to drop it on Gwen, but you have an opportunity to earn yourself a free ban if they recognize just ban it right away, and suddenly you now have freed up your own champion pool. So there's all of these little mind games that you can play around Champ Select, which is why such a fun aspect of the game. It's one of my favorites, frankly, because it's a never-ending rabbit hole of if this, then that, and if not, what?
Well, and I always love it when you have a new patch like how we're on 11.11. It's the first time we get to see it, too. There hasn't been meta just yet. Well, we know certain things that we're expecting to come through. You know, we're expecting Gwen. We're expecting Viego to be banned. that can all change based off how players want to be able to play this. Everyone was talking about how Morgana Rumble was going to be the must plays at MSI. Well, it ended up being, sure, Morgana, but Udyr came back into that equation, being like, no, I'm still here. Don't forget about me. Run's done, job done. And that's why when we look at this, I always do like this, especially when it's flex picks. Those are my favorite times of draft, when you have so many flex picks that are meta.
The Rumble is the strongest one. I think the Rumble is the best of the flex picks because the Morgana isn't as offensively oriented as the Rumble can be. Lee Sin can be that one as well, but then your jungler, is your jungler actually playing Lee Sin that well? Is he versatile enough? Are you splitting scrim time between the picks? That's a big problem as well, right? Only one player in your team can practice the pick at a time.
As we jump into Champions Select 4, Game 2 of the Special 2, Lulu is actually the first ban coming in from TSM Academy with Udyr from Team Liquid. So we might Udyr Gwen coming in from Team Liquid, which frees up TSM to ban a lot of the other things that they feel might be a little bit more impactful, such as that Tahm Kench.
Yeah, I am surprised by this Tahm Kench ban. Not sure what they are thinking, what they have heard Ayla has been playing, though, but it seems like there's a lot more value that they got out of that last game. Now, that last game didn't have the most meta must pick or must play champions, but still, it's often a sound strategy to just ban what you just played up against versus this experimentation, and they will take that advice for the last ban. They will ban out Jenkins's Gangplank. They don't want to deal with that, and I think TL is leaving Gwen up and Viego magical.
Ooh, there it is. Gwen probably going to be Viego from Team Liquid right away as well. I wonder if it's going to be like a Viego Lee Sin kind of angle from them, where they grab those two, immediately taking them away so they have that flexibility still. But I was wondering this. I was even in Twitch chat just a little bit ago saying, do we see Gwen and Viego at all today? Well, everyone was saying, nah, they're going to be permanently banned. We're not going to see it. Sure enough, next game, here's Gwen.
Gwen is running Ignite and Teleport. So I think this is actually Gwen top. We saw it in Collegiate before. We did see the Ignite and TP. Very annoying. She's quite safe in the lane, actually, with her Mist and her dashes and her healing that can be used defensively. But TL going with what worked again, just the Nautilus. It's a really easy combo. I loved seeing how well Armao and Ayla played around that one. So I don't think it'll matter if he doesn't have the Rumble again. You can count on this synergy to still be there.
Viego still open. And this makes me wonder if TS Academy themselves are well practiced on that champion and want to be able to grab it up immediately here with Gwen in tow. That's two very powerful picks that they can easily grab onto them for themselves to make sure that Team Liquid aren't going to feel as confident on those picks, but instead they go for a double marksman angle.
Yeah, this is one of Sword's best picks. It's Lucian in the mid lane. Relentless pressure. They're taking the page out of what TL just did last game. Not putting the Trist in the mid lane, but rather keeping TL at arm's length with the Lucian, with the Tristana. So they're going to be able to disengage, keep their distance. But Jenkins has chosen to close that gap. He's going to rely on his old, true, and tested, the Kennen. Kennen versus Gwen. First time I'm seeing that matchup. So who knows how it goes?
Yeah, I haven't seen that one either. I mean, I haven't seen too much Kennen, but you can never count out Jenkins on this champion. He always loves to. Doesn't matter if Kennen has been completely gutted and is not in the meta. Jenkins will find a way to make him work and will find a way to be able to play him. So playing it into the Gwen is going to be very exciting, very electrifying in that top lane on who's going to be able to get best too. But as we drop into the second part of our draft and bans, we see Taric actually the first ban from Team Liquid with Ezreal on the other side. So they're just hard committing to taking away this bot lane from each of them.
Yeah, some funky bans there. See how they're not banning the Leona, though, right? They don't actually care if you take Leona. They want to deal with the picks that synergize better with the marksman that they already have. So plenty of auto-attacking on the side of TSM, so you get rid of the Braum, who would be great at the disengage for what TL is going to throw at them. Same thing with the Taric, right? He's going to work really well with the Gwen stuns, with just keeping your AD carries alive through the engage. So they're thinking less about what TSM can engage and more about what will hurt TL's own execution of their composition. So I like seeing that approach to their draft and keeping us in the dark with what is being flexed. Although I'm pretty sure, I mean, it could be Lee Sin jungle, right? It can be. You have to respect it as TSM, but they're saving the last pick for last. Or sorry, the mid pick for last.
Crumbs, I almost wonder, do we see the ultimate flexes coming in from TSM as well? Maybe it is going to be that Gwen jungle, but Lucian goes top lane instead, and see if they want to go for that. But with that hover of Olaf, it might be that we're going to have, exactly as you had said, the more clearly defined roles. Tristana bot lane for Cody's son, going to be sword onto his Lucian as expected, and then Haunter piloting the new champion.
You got me thinking. I really considered it there. It's like, what else could you run with the Ignite and the teleport in the top lane? Because Akali you could run that way, but the Gwen already, I think she just got locked in. So it's going to be the Olaf at the very end. And of course, I think we got to see it, right? You got to give it to us. The Viego, just hover it. You can't tease us that way.
They are going to tease us that way, but it is Trundle. And you're already giving the face like, we haven't seen a Trundle in a hot minute. And this is something Armeo played a ton of way back when. Olaf and Trundle are the two champions that I think of back when he was Greg back in the old days that he used to pilot all the time. And having this comfort all across the board for Team Liquid with Kennen and now Trundle is going to be a very interesting thing to see to how it goes into TSM Academy.
Yeah, I really want to see what happens with this Trundle because he did get buffed. I believe it was his pillar on 11-10 that actually received some little extra slow. So there could be a world here where this Trundle really works out. It's good against Olaf. Now, it's good in fighting him because you steal his stats, make him paper. I mean, you really just cannot stand up to Trundle in these 1v1s for the most part. But he doesn't farm nearly as fast. That's the problem. Yeah. You are way slower farming. So Olaf can outpace the Trundle if he plays a more farm style and less about ganking. But there's value here dealing with the Olaf and the pillars keeping AD carries at bay. No one hates being kept out of a fight more than the marksman who has to use their dash offensively past the pillar.
You know, another interesting interaction that we could see in this one is you talked about using that subjugate onto Hyper from this Trundle, but what about using it onto Gwen? And normally you're like, oh, well, Gwen is going to be someone who's going to be fairly squishy, except when she's in her mist, when she gains the extra resistances, and you can zap those away, steal them immediately, and even if the mist disappears, you still retain those while subjugate is active.
It definitely can work, right? You would think she would be squishy, right? You really would, but the reality is that she is quite strong. So there is a chance that you get a lot of damage out of that one. And the resistances that you're actually getting from that ability go up to, like, it really rests in the 30s, in the 40s. So you get quite a lot of value out of that one. So that could be enough to actually make a difference in the team fight, put Gwen over confident. I want to see it, though. I am more than happy to welcome more variety into the jungle pool than we saw in spring.
Oh, same here. I mean, it got a little bit stale there where it was only the two junglers, essentially, and Hecarim and Udyr. Here we have Olaf and Trundle. Game 2, best of 2. Exciting to see. We get the new champion in Gwen in Haunter's hands, but it's into the comfort pick of Jenkins's Kennen. And this it will play because if you ever watch Gwen play, she always starts with her E and immediately is going to look for early in her opponent. But Kennen is someone who can keep others at an arm's distance length.
And he got buffed, right? His auto attacking damage did get an increase in damage, so he's going to be really strong in dealing with Gwen if he can continue to attack her. So I think that this is actually going to be a pretty positive early phase for Jenkins, but Gwen is no slouch to team fighting effectively and just being a nuisance later into the game. So we're going to see what Haunter can do to Jenkins. He's really routing him away.
Instead of traded damage back and forth, does seem like Jenkins is going to be a little bit stronger in that little bit of a trade of damage and trade of blows, but nothing really substantial just yet. Just kind of, okay, we want to fight, but we're not ready just yet.
Yeah, especially because, well, you don't really want to get very low here. Gwen is packing an Ignite. She can kill you. She has serious kill pressure early on, so you're just going to have to bank on the fact that your jungler can maybe gank her and then take her out that way. 1v1 hook here, level 2. Nice.
Ooh, getting good amount of damage onto Cody's son, since it is that level 2 experience lead now for Yon and Ayla. They're going to be able to kind of keep them away, push them back underneath the turret. Oh, this is a nice ward. Place down a buy sword to make sure that they can, if they find out where Trundle is going to be, he is going to have to go head post to one to be able to get those chickens. Doesn't clear them that fast.
They're a nightmare to clear out for Trundle. Trundle and chickens do not go together. He's more of a beef kind of guy, just a single animal. That's all he wants to deal with because he doesn't have an AoE early on, and he's looking for an invade early. PTA is surprisingly strong here, and he's going to catch Hyper very low.
And he's going to see him, try to see if they can get the fight. They get the pillar up. When does Hyper flash? There it is. Going to be able to stay alive. Now Armeo will have a lot of free time in this jungle. Of course, that sword has that ability to be able to rotate around. Instead, he wants to get a good trade of damage back onto Hayri mid.
Love to see this, and not just because the Trundle gets to go for the invade against the Olaf, recognizing his own strength, but because the top lane was pushing. You know that the Gwen was not going to be able to collapse, but here we look at it, maybe a 3-man onto Sword. Trundle is in position. If Sword steps up, he is going to die.
Yep, gonna get the flash in, auto attack, hold back in, even with the flash followed up, first blood for Hayri.
Beautiful! Team Liquid is playing really well today. These are some well-coordinated, premeditated attempts on TSM's players, and now they get to double crab Hyper. Yeon is protecting the wave bottom. He's gonna flash out wisely. Nothing's gonna happen to him.
No, nothing gonna happen just yet. Instead, just going to be able to back out. But it is a flash burn by Yon at the moment, since he has gone back and with that recall, he's purchased a call. He is perfectly willing to just farm up this lane and not actually have any fighting.
When the top side is going so well, when your support is making plays in the mid lane that work, and you burn the flash at Lucian, you know they're gonna want to return to those lanes. So he's just making sure that he can be in a position to cash in that gold later and give the rest of the team the attention they are using right now that is getting results, because getting those 2 flashes is going to be big. You can now pick on the Olaf because pre-level 6, he's so much more vulnerable.
So much easier to be able to try to kill, as now we have a TP play with the dive attempted by TSM. Hyper completely split from the team. Jenkins TP was able to answer and make sure they get the kill over for Yon. And look at Hayri. He's on that roam. They're going to be able to trade 1-for-1 at the moment, but once Hayri's able to join in the fight, they're going to be able to get the rocket jump away. Sword try to get a little bit of damage back in, but they've already lost your son to Hayri with Sword locked in the alcove. No way to be able to escape this one. Yeah, you want to be able to get over another kill to Yon.
Oh, TSM tried to make a play happen, and it backfired so hard. They did not take into account the double TP of Team Liquid. They got lucky. Jenkins was not level 6. Had they tried that a little bit later, it would have been even more disastrous. But when Hyper just got left by its own, they had to immediately book it. There just was no way they could get out of that one. That is not an easy dive to execute, because Yursan did not have his own flash. Remember that earlier play? He flashed, tried to catch Yan. So now the play is so telegraphed, it's really easy to see that it was coming. And so the TPs and the waves were ready. Jenkins does not miss a whole lot. So let's take a look at this again, because he's just not in range of the Zaya, right? The Alistar just cannot get in range of her. And so he's just walking away. Hyper overextends, and suddenly you're now just giving a kill away. I want to see what happens to Jenkins here, because he ended up going down without much need. Yep, he could have actually just backed off, didn't need to be a part of that one. And that could have been even more one-sided. We could have been at a 0-5 start for TSM.
And keep in mind that Hotzer had TP. That was a 4v5 fight. Hotzer never joined in that one. Instead, he had just recalled and wanted to be able to back off. Now, Ayla gets punched back into the fight, but the damage onto Sword, trying to see if they get the split fight of a 1-for-1 trade. Sword's still alive under the turret, but finally dives. Armeo jumps right into the arms with Hayri right where Cody-san is, trying to see if they can get the rocket jump damage. That is a lot of shutdown picked up by Haunter on Gwen.
That is exactly what they wanted. They get some kills back. This is going to be an execute for Armeo. I think enough time has passed. He should be good. Yep,
there it is.
There he goes. No one gets experience. And that's the TP from Hansa, right? We finally got to see it. And 2 kills going over to the Gwen is nothing to scoff at. If TSM want to hold on to this game, Gwen could be exactly who gets to pull them from that slight grip they're getting back.
Well, as you talked about with the collegiate scene that we saw over the weekend, Gwen, when she's ahead, is a nightmare to be able to deal with. Not only is she a lot tankier than you realize, but the damage she can provide when she's able to get those 4 auto attacks into snip, and bursts damage with needlework too. It's a scary threat that they now have to be afraid of if you're on the side of Team Liquid.
The sustain too, right? You have to burst her down quickly, or else she can just stay in the fight endlessly. Doesn't really have mana issues, and on top of what makes her good is the fact that the Rift Maker had gotten buffed. It's now a little bit stronger and ramping up to that damage point that's dealing true damage, so it makes all of these picks a little bit better in that they can just start tanking your damage, and suddenly when they turn back on you, they're already fully ramped up.
And with a fully ramped up Gwen, she's going to be scary, but it is be Hyper at least helping out, make sure that this top side is continuing to be able to win and get that ramp up they need to with the help of the Rift Herald. The LCS Academy are in a far better position in this early game than last time, but they still are behind. About 1,300 gold to Team Liquid after that botched dive in the bot lane. They still are working on trying to see if they can scrap back and be able to contend against Team Liquid, and this is where we have to wonder, where are they going to be able to do so to be able to get that gold necessary?
I think it starts with the Rift Herald, and you can probably just give it over to Jenkins. His wave clear isn't that good. At least Sin's wave clear is a little bit better than Kennan's right now, so if you can just get Gwen ahead, just count on her. Hanser is with the most gold on the squad, so if there's somebody to bring this game back, it would be the Gwen. There's a lot of melee champions that will want to dive into it, and if you try to make a play to the bot side, you're just going up against the strength of TL right now. It's 2 kills on the Xayah, 2 on Harry as well, so just play to where you're strong. That way, if TL sends resources there to try to counter it, well, the odds are in your favor. You've got more gold in your pocket.
More gold in the pocket's always going to be nice, especially for Hanser. But I'm also a little worried here. We look mid lane, see Sword, and he's still a bit behind Hayri at the moment, but also 1 and 3 on this Lucian. And Lucian is a champion that, he can scale pretty well into the late game, especially with the change of items, but he does want to have at least some gold. The further behind he is, especially against the Lee Sin, just means that he's more likely contendant to be bursted down by Hayri at any moment.
Lucian is not the easiest champion to play, especially when you have to constantly assess whether the Lee Sin is looking to kick you into the team or not. So I don't blame the difficulty that he's had. It's that first gank that was really dangerous for him because he burned Flash and it made it so much easier for Harry to play aggressive and for Sword to have to respect the distance because he hit level 6 right after that. But here's going to be TSM looking to take advantage of the missing bot lane with their own Rift Herald flashing onto Xayah.
Oh, they're going to be able to get the Feather Storm. Look for the stun as well. Yon barely alive. Ragnarok was popped, but not going to be able to get the chase down they need to. Instead, it's going to be Ayla, at least for now. 2v3, scaring away TSM Academy, and here come the cavalry. They've got the lockdown. No Ragnarok this time from Hyper. Flash might be available, but he's still dead meat.
Oh, another attempt onto the Xayah, but now she had Flash, heal, and the ultimate. There's just not an easy way to pull this one off. Looks like the action's not over, though.
Doesn't look like it's over just yet. Trying to see if they can flash in onto Yurson. They've got the heal that does nothing to save the life of your cow. And with the pillar put up, Cody-san will at least scare away Armeo, but they've lost the support.
And they lost that window, that great timing to use that Rift Herald as well. Now they're going to have to build that up again. Looks like if he path is from bot to top, which is the rotation of camps he's got right now, he needs to crash that wave with Hanser in order to maximize the value of that one. It's easy to see a world where the Rift Herald doesn't get the value that it really ought to. So I think that he's going straight back to bottom right now with the pings that TSM is popping out, that they just want to use it right now, get the goal that they want, and then worry about the next Rift Herald later.
Yeah, well, thankfully for them, Hanser is able to at least get a plate top lane, just getting a little bit of alone time in that top against Jenkins. The Rift Herald will be able to take the turret in the bot lane. It's going to get close. Just barely out of range to fully be able to get them that first turret gold.
They could defend this with their life. The Xayah and the Nautilus are here, but
no. I think they bail. Look at Sword. He's on that rotation, looking to see if they can make the play. They're going to be slightly alive for now. They're still kiting back with the TP behind. The damage on a Hyper, and again, this is going awry in the bot lane. This time, Slicing Maelstrom going to be able to get the stun onto Cody's son. Turn it around onto your son and Sword, trying to stay alive. Look at the damage coming in from Sword, but he's not enough. Jenkins still alive. Piercing light to be able to pick up a kill, but he dies as well. It's going to be a 1-for-4 favoring.
Oh, Team Liquid just routed them in the bot lane. The Parola, he's so squishy. He's getting cut down by the Xayah as he keeps running into her. The resistances are all gone. The Trundle isn't even there to kill him. He's just dying to the AD carry 1v1 practically, and another overforce. I mean, yes, they had some resources, but once again, the mistiming of Jenkins' teleport. The Kennen is going to be so much more impactful than the Lucian, and by the time they hard commit to this, a great Nautilus ultimate keeps them right there in place so that Jenkins can arrive and just bodies the rest of the team. Yeah, you only stun 2 people, but you keep Sword in distance, which he quickly recognizes. I gotta stay in here and try to turn something down because Lee Sin is coming. There's no way out except getting some gold into my pocket. Death is guaranteed.
And with this now, sure, the gold is still relatively even, but that is a lot of momentum picked up by Team Liquid, and you can see Yurson again trying to see if they can get something. With the double TP and from TSM, they aren't able to actually get anything off of it except scaring away Team Liquid.
That felt like a half-assed attempt. Jenkins, out of all people to catch, he's got his ultimate available to defend. He's got the Proto Bill. Yeah, he doesn't have Flash, but his Lightning Surge is really useful at escaping. And by the time that Yurson committed to the combo, no one was even close to following that one up. So they just lost both teleports. Yeah, you got one of Harry's, but remember that TP was the move that Hanser used last time to claw their way back into this game. Looking for our mail. Does have Flash, though.
That's a lot of damage coming in from Hanser. With the needlework, not going to be enough to be able to pick up the kill on Trundle. He is going to be able to live, while Hanser still is getting chased down by Jenkins. These attempts coming in from TSM are valiant, and it's keeping them at least within arm's reach of gold against Team Liquid. But they got to keep this pressure up. It feels like if they relent at any time, with how much momentum was picked up from those kills out of Team Liquid, it's going to be really devastating once they start losing structures, especially if they lose Hanser in this 1v1 fight against Jenkins. Keeping that pressure up. Might be able to throw out another Shuriken with the help of the Rocket Bell, and he will scare away Gwen for now, while Team Liquid, they continue to see if they can put pressure back onto TSM around this Rift Herald, forcing them off once more. Jenkins, he's taken down by Hyper, but it's a trade. Jungler for top lane and Rift Herald. Team Liquid again come out on top.
I think I'll take that trade. That Rift Herald into the mid lane right now could at least get you a tier 1, maybe even a tier 2, depending on how TL plays this, because Ayla does have his own ultimate. Instead, it looks like they're just going to get one and then rotate back to the bot side with the Lee Sin, maybe take some jungle camps, but this extra map pressure will make it that much easier for Team Liquid to see where Yurson is going. They'll just at least get a crash, though, which is pretty valuable. These turrets are not regenerating, so that one will stick.
Oh, man, this is a lot picked up by Team Liquid. It feels like every single fight, every single time, TSM have tried to be proactive in this game. It always keeps coming back to bite them in the butt. It's just not really working out so well for them in these plays. And you can see with what we were talking about just a moment before, that these turrets were standing all for TSM. That's why the gold was so relatively even. And once these turrets start to fall, that is where Team Liquid will be able to pick up a lot, even though Hanser tries here to be able to get this 1v1 kill, trying to see if he can get retribution from last game against Jenkins. It's just not enough.
A good dash there with the Hex Deck Proto Belt, Rocket Belt out of Jenkins to dodge out of that last little bit of needles, because that could have actually been enough to force out his ultimate, but instead it'll just keep him around doing the Krugs. And I think Team Liquid is very happy in this spot. Yeah, you're losing the lane against the Gwen, but without her teleport, she's not that relevant. You're keeping her down in the 1v1. Harry is winning in the bot side, and the 3-man unit is deadly. This is not a tank Trundle like we're used to. This rushing Knight's Vow with a phase rush and whatnot. He is tank. He is ready to hunt. He's got a Divine Thunder, which recently got buffed, mind you, so it's a lot more damage than you'd expect.
PTA as well. This Trundle is going to hit so hard, and he's still going to be tanky because of Subjugate. All he has to do is grab to Yurson, grab onto Hyper or Haunter, and he's going to be also bat-facing with his club. This is all looking a little bit dangerous now for TSM, but we have to still say that they still are in it. Looking at Cody-san in particular, this is going pretty decent for them. He has a bit of a CS lead. He's got, 0, 1, and 3, not a perfect scoreline, but he's still gold into this Tristana that they can start falling back onto if they want to start setting up sieges.
When you've got a Gwen and you're proficient at Gwen, I think you're always in it. So that's where TSM is at. This pick can keep him in there, but they're trying to turn onto her. Jenkins is in trouble. Oh,
Jenkins had to flash away. Going to be the knockup, but it's on to Armeo, still alive. The damage coming in from Cody-san is huge, but now it's going to be the re-engage. Team Liquid flashing in to lock down Cody-san. Alive with the heal helping out. Drag back in. They've got the kill on to Haunter. They're going to be able to easily take down Yurson as well, but Cody-san can't kite forever. He's jumped back on top, and look at this. It's Hayri right on him. It's an ace coming in from Team Liquid Academy.
It's a disaster. It's over. 5 people for 0. Yurson tried to be the hero to keep Lee Sin out of the squad, but he just punted him into the carries. So he had the perfect angle to keep going and just kick them back. Oh, that was just... That's not what you want to see as your AD carry. You think you've made it. Then the Alistar just knocks the lead into your squad. They're gonna get the dragon. They're lucky this is too early for Baron. Otherwise, they would have taken it. They did not hesitate last time around. So I like that Ayla. It's like they're not gonna turn on me. Yeon just instantly turns onto Haunter because he doesn't have mana, and then watch this punt. Bam! Thank you very much.
Oh, it's so tragic. It's one of those plays where you think that you're helping out, but all you did was give him a free knockback. You made it so that Hayri could easily get the kill on Cody-san. I was just... Oh, Cody-san is important for the team. He's someone who scales up while Gwen, we've been really on the Gwen hype train in this game. Cody-san still on Tristana is going to be a threat if she's allowed to get the damage off. We saw in that fight where she had to keep kiting back and couldn't actually get the DPS necessary to help turn it around.
She can be a threat, but there are much scarier fish in these oceans, with the Yeon being 7-0 already. This Xayah is just insanely fed. Jenkins is in some trouble, though.
Seems like he's got to be able to get out of there at least with that Lightning Surge. So he is safe for now. I feel like that is going to be that, silver lining for TSM at the moment, is the fact that they can rely on Haunter and his split push ability into Jenkins. You can see the damage coming in. Even with the slicing Maelstrom, the needlework helps out. He's golden for now. Looking for one more snip. Solo kill out of Haunter. Hayri hoping to be able to turn it around, but look at the heal coming in. Oh, finally. How full Hayri is.
It's kind of close, I'm starting to see the logic behind the Jenkins pick on the Kennen. You're not going to win the 1v1s. I mean, maybe the gold was a little bit more even, but no matter what, you're always going to be able to run away from her and be very relevant in team fights. So it's playing for the team and making sure that you don't run it down in the lane. So I can respect the pick. It's kind of working out, except for that one moment here. But other than that, we're seeing how strong it is in the fights themselves. And if a pillar stops this Lucian, he is dead.
Oh, Sword, he tried. TP now being used to be able to escape. Will be able to get him out alive, but that's a TP now burned out of Lucian. So immediately onto the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, that's a trade that you kind of wonder, well, Death or Baron, and one of them indicates the impending death of the team, as now Hyper does have Flash though, so he might be looking
Flash.
for a steal,
Has a Blast Cone as well, but they turn on Haunter instead, wanting to take down Gwen. You're on 8-0 now. Maybe going to be a bit more trying to flash away, but they have so much damage. Cody-san cannot help the support. It is Harry now dominating from that mid lane. 2 dead on the side of TSM Academy, and we know what's up. It's a Baron.
TP or die, you're doomed either way on the side of Sword. Getting caught out so far away with the rest of the team not being there was the instant cue for TL to go for this Baron. They're gonna find the Olaf. Okay, there he is.
Gonna look for the trade, of course. Harry, look at the damage onto Hyper. He feels tanky, but he's really not. And now that he's been forced away since Jenkins got a solo kill onto Sword on the other side, that is going to be the Baron easily picked up by Team Liquid Academy against TSM Academy, with Hyper running away, not yet killed off by Harry. Looking for the Sonic Wave, does not connect, but it doesn't matter. Team Liquid Academy have exactly what they came for.
Yeah, they got the Baron, and they even got some kills for it. They got so much out of that one. This gold lead is starting to get out of control. Normally, you'd say, oh, 9,000 gold lead. Maybe you could come back from that. Yeah, I don't know about that one, considering you're going to have to fight real soon, or else you're giving up the Infernal. So it's a minute 25 until that objective comes around, and it's triple items for 2 of the most fed members on TL. They are just incredibly fed right now, and there's no answer to them. No one can even come close. The Gwen is strong, but she can't get in range of Xayah or Harry. She just gets punted out or has to go through the menacing amount of CC that is between Nautilus and Jenkins.
Well, and look at the builds coming in from Team Liquid. Double Randuin's Omen to make sure that Sword and Cody-san have nothing they can do when they're jumped on by these 2 members. They're going to be so slowed. Their crit's going to do so little damage to these frontline threats, while they're going to be able to ease apart with the help of that Black Cleaver from Harry.
It's not going to be easy to play these marksmen. You know, we see Kraken Slayer as the way to deal with these tanks, but it really isn't until you get Lord Dominic's that you can actually start to burn through them. But even then, it takes so long, and your son is getting caught out, pillared away.
He is dead. He's trying to survive, even with the punt back in, looking for the kick onto Sword. Followed up by so much use to be able to survive. At least they're going to be able to kill and shut down onto Harry, but now they're pulled back, looking to see if Haunter can stay in the middle of everyone with them. Help with a miss, but not enough damage. Snip, snip, Yawn finally taken down by Cody-san and the Flash. Going to be able to get Isla to go golden. All this time, Jenkins hasn't been fight. Just a 4v5 fight. The TSM Academy are barely coming out ahead, but now that Jenkins has shown up, he's going to be able to wake up Hyper from the wrong side of the map. Their base is the other way. Cody-san wants to be able to limp away from Jenkins, while Hyper getting chased down by Armeo and Ayla, looking for the Hex Slash over the wall, jumps right on top of him with the Ignite as well, roots him in place, might be able to get the supportal combat, but he's shut down instead, while Cody-san on the complete opposite side of the map. Eventually, you'd imagine he'd die.
Okay, they're gonna catch him. Will he hit the Q?
Oh, there it is. Got him.
Great accuracy, but now Trundle's by himself, and the Olaf is regenerating with the red buff. They can't just start this dragon and hope to take it. They're going to have to wait some time. That was TL with their biggest overstep of the entire series. 4v5 against TSM, paying dearly for it. Tristana was left untouched.
Yeah, and the thing about that fight is it still was relatively even for both sides, with Team Liquid still in a position to be able to get themselves this Infernal Soul. They want to make sure they can end this game a lot sooner than last time, but they have to be more cautious. They have to wait, since Armeo was a bit too low and they didn't have Ayla there just yet.
Yeah, and now they're waiting for Ayla. They didn't just start it, but Jenkins looking for the flank on the side. No flashes available, except for Jenkins, though. He's going to be the scary one.
They got the soul, and now with the soul, Jenkins in the middle of everyone, looking to see if they can get the flashes popped from TSM Academy to be able to survive. But with an Infernal Soul, this is a huge spike for Team Liquid.
They don't need to chase it. They're so happy with that giant win. It's like, all right, well, the Kennen did get punted out by your son, but at least you got the Infernal Soul. That's what you came here for. There's no need to overextend for it. They've already known what can happen if they keep chasing. These AD carries can bite you if you give them enough time to keep poking away at you. So they have respected TSM now at the very least, but they're still in the driver's seat of this game.
At least for now, holding on with the 9,000 gold lead. They want to be able to try to see if they can crack some of these turrets, especially the inhibitor ones, but I wonder if it's just going to be a reset for now. Waiting it out until that Baron spawns back up in 1:40, so that way it's a lot easier to be able to bulldoze right into the base of TSM.
I think they'll have to wait most likely. When you don't have these control mages, when you've got diving comps, it's so much harder to siege because the mistakes are just innumerable when it goes wrong. You have to dive them at their base turrets. They have more time to reset. They have such a safety gap between their own bases and the engage. But here's an attempt that could speed up this game if they catch Hunter, who has no flash.
Look, the damage coming in from Jenkins as well. There's no escape. Keep my sword. You're just dead now, my dude. Unfortunate kill, Harry.
Just a 2-for-1 special. It's the kind of special that the store owners are so kind. It's like, I didn't know you knew about this because you didn't put the other item in the basket, but we're giving it to you.
And look at this. They're looking to see if they can get a little on that deal. They're chasing Hyper and Cody-san. This looks a little bit familiar, but a little bit deeper into enemy territory. Cody-san trying to be able to kite back away, but Armeo was able to get the rocket jump, leaving Hyper out to dry and die to Ayla, with Cody-san using the Buster Shot, but does he have enough to be able to get away from this one? No heal, no flash, no rocket jump. It's a rampage for Armeo.
20 seconds onto Baron as well, and Jenkins is now chasing cows in the bot lane. Yuri-san will just hex flash over. He'll be wait, he's going into him. It's a TP.
Trying to see if they can get Jenkins. He doesn't have the flash either. Trying to if Hanser can pick up the skill, that's going to be a nice little bit of gold that they can give over to Gwen with the Ignite ticking away. There it is. One more jump shutdown for Gwen, but the Baron is still up, and Team Liquid don't seem deterred.
They got something out of that, so that's not nothing, though. Giving that kill over to the Kennen, these fights are just deranging into complete chaos, which is fine. When the game is going so out of your own decisions like it is for TSM, introducing an element of randomness is not a bad way. It'll at least throw off TL, and you're getting some gold back. Now, it didn't work too well, but you got the kill onto the Kennen, which can amount for something because everything can still change if the Elder goes the way of TSM in this next fight. What TL should do is never fight for the Elder. They should just look for a team fight, just look to kill them before the objective's even contested. They are so strong. They don't need to go for anything more, and you can see it in how TSM has just been spreading the map. They do not want to 5v5.
Gotta say, Crumbs, I'm looking at this, and it's been so chaotic purely for the fact that Team Liquid have been throwing their bodies and trying to see if they can win these outnumbered fights against TSM. If they just work together, they have a 12,000 gold lead almost over TSM Academy. It will take a miracle play. TSM able to catch out members, maybe like this, that are a little bit too far spread away. There are only one TP, and that is Jenkins. Now using it, trying to be able to join in the fight is going to be enough to scare away the members of TSM and finally crack the inhibitor turret in mid lane.
He doesn't have to risk it. They're going in, though.
Oh, looking to see if they can get a little bit more damage. They've got the Feather Storm, and Yurson trying to be able to get away. Chomp down. He's got his bite of beef easily, and Hanser's golden not anymore. Easy peasy pickups coming in from Team Liquid as they keep fighting, keep striving, and keep winning against TSM. Even our own face. Minions right behind them as well. This is going to be a 2-0 in this best of 2. 3 points for Team Liquid Academy. Season on the right foot.
These were some stomps, all right? Team Liquid came to play. These games were not close. There were some hiccups, but dang, they looked good in so many stages of the game. The laning phase, the grouping up around ganks in mid lane, just turning on the TPs. TSM did have some areas where they struggled. They tried to make plays against Team Liquid, but they read them like a book. They answered them and showed us that the top end of the Academy might be even more competitive than it was last split.
And this just shows you what we were kind of talking about with Team Liquid Academy as well. A team that stuck together through the break, even after maybe not the best showing at Proving Grounds that they really would have wanted to. They are looking strong. They are looking like they are here to win and try to be able to do far better. I mean, honestly, anything is better than what they did in spring at this point. But really, after this performance, I have a lot more confidence that they're going to be able to live up to that.
Yeah, I really liked what I saw out of them. I was not expecting this level of play today. Just coming out of summer, usually teams are a little bit slower, but they came out swinging. It is a marathon, though. That is the one thing that if there's any naysayers, you say, oh, yeah, it's a marathon. It doesn't really matter how you start. It's about how you finish. That's true. But it always matters a lot for the morale of the team, how far they can go, exactly how they started off the competition. And then beating a strong opponent like TSM is a great way to do so.
The great start, and you can see from this game especially, it felt a little bit less of them being able to make these outstanding plays like in game one, but a bit of mistakes on a TSM Academy in the early game that allowed Team Liquid to have such a commanding lead.
They lost so many people off this dive. They really wanted to get the Xayah, but there was just no way to reach her. The Trundle was already there, and they didn't account for the double TP. It could have been a big disaster. Luckily, they got something more, but then they tried again, and you got 4 people now running down on 2. The Olaf, you gotta remember, it's just not a tank when he pops his ultimate. Kennen was already here, and then it's only Sword trying to salvage the rest of this play because it all happened in the bot lane. So many times they looked for something, and every single time TL countered it and got more out of it.
And that's the big thing, is even though it was like all this momentum tried to be gained and garnered by TSM Academy, it just wasn't enough. And by throwing away some of these fights, even if they're able to get structures, even if they're able to get some objectives, you're giving over the goal Team Liquid throughout the entire fights.
And they got so confident in as TSM continue to overforce in these moments, because every time they come to the turn, oh, this is a fun moment that we saw. But every time they come to the turn to answer that, so many of the major cooldowns are already down. The Olaf ultimate, the Alistar combo. So it's so easy for them to continue and just march forward and try to gank it. This was the only moment where they really overstepped, because they're going after the Alistar, and when he punts the Lee Sin again, that's when they get baited into continuing the fight. The reason why it was a mistake, look at Jenkins. He's in the minimap running, beelining from top lane, didn't have the teleport, and so Cody's son was able to stay alive, deal so much damage, get a bunch of gold from the shutdowns. And yeah, they didn't kill everybody, but it was still a big momentum stoppage for TL.
And it slowed down the momentum. It didn't kill it, and that was the big thing. And that's how far ahead Team Liquid were at that point. They could fight a 4v5, had to go relatively even, but they still had so much of a command over the Rift that there wasn't really much Team TSM could do. It was a miracle, unless they kept having those fights over and over and over again for another 20 minutes. That's how far behind they were.
Yeah. You'd need to do it a lot because, well, that's how far ahead you were. And I actually took a little glimpse at the very end. I liked what I saw out of Harry there. Selling the items, going for the Thorn Mail and the Hextech Kemp Sword, as well as the Moby Boots. That's the spirit that is in all of us when we're playing League of Legends. Diving fountains. Love to see it.
It is. I mean, when you're ahead like that, you might as well try to see if you can dive the fountain. You know the game's over. You know you're going to win. Let's get a couple more kills. Pad that KD. I like that kind of play style, especially when it's a well-fought and well-won game by Team Liquid. They well deserve to be able to get that 2-0 today in our first best of 2 that we got to see here on the Academy channel. Also, just so everyone knows, there is also the secondary channel over at Nerd Street LOL if you want to be able to watch some of the other best of 2s that are happening concurrently with this one. Just want to throw that out really quick. But going back over to this game and how Team Liquid are looking for the rest of the season, honestly, I have to say that if they can keep playing like this, I mean, you know, a little cleaner towards the end of like game 2, but if they keep playing like how they did in game 1 and most of game 2, this team is going to vie for the top easily, and I'm expecting a far better and far more contested run for them when it comes to the ground event.
Mark my words right now, right? This weekend, we're going to see levels of play in the LCS that are lower than what we saw from TL today. They look that good, right? You know that the top of amateur is supposed to be as good, or if not better than the top, or that the bottom of Academy. Well, the same thing is for Academy, right? The top of Academy is supposed to be better than or equal than the bottom of the LCS. So this was a very promising showing from this squad that had a disappointing end of the season and really took it to heart.
I marked those words down. I have them. I have my notebook. Or forget them. And we'll see. I mean, you know, it would be a great showing, right? If that's the case, because we already kind of talked about that too, where it's like Amateur and Academy have been looking a lot closer, and we're hoping that LCS is going to be a lot closer as well. But I hear we actually have an interview with Jenkins. It is going to be our first Verizon post-match interview of the summer split. So let's bring in Jenkins. Jenkins, congratulations on that victory.
You don't hear anything? Yeah, no, I hear. It's fine.
Oh, he can hear us? Perfect. I just want to make sure. I heard he said he couldn't hear us, so I want to make sure we got that. Jenkins, congratulations on the 2-0 victory. And I got to say, you looked outstanding in that series. The Gangplank play in Game 1. I mean, we know it's one of your favorite picks, but into Lee Sin, I'm a bit surprised. How does that matchup work in your mind?
In my mind, I mean, it kind of depends on how Lee Sin plays. I think they either play with like Lee Sin trying to like coin flip level 1, or he can just try to play the safe way. I think Hauser chose the safe way of playing the lane, which was fine. He just got a little greedy on one of his bases and ended up punishing that.
He was a little greedy, and yeah, it's props to you.
Yeah, so how did your team handle the offseason? Because I know there was you guys didn't get to play that much before Proving Grounds, and then Proving Grounds was disappointing, and then now you showed up totally different. I mean, what happened? There was triple scrim blocks. What went down between the end of Proving Grounds to now?
Well, for me, I played a lot of the in-houses with Core. I think everyone on the team was really sad when we lost, but we wanted to change things up for summer, even though we had the same roster. So everyone was working pretty hard in scrims, like trying new things in solo queue and in scrims. And yeah, I think we just came a lot more prepared in terms of practice for this season or split.
Yeah, and it really did seem like you guys had been able to get a lot of that practice in, and I want to actually kind of dive into that because your team kind of stuck together through the break and now are looking in top form. And so I want to ask you about how you guys foresee this split working out for you guys. Do you expect to be top, maybe even be able to take down the likes of Cloud9 Academy?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think practice has been going pretty decent so far. I think we have a good idea of what the meta should be. I think there's a few picks that we have that other teams aren't playing. Can't leak yet, but yeah, I think there will be some interesting drafts in the future.
All right. I mean, I got a question about that then. Where do you see Gwen and Viego standing? Because you left it up, right? You had an answer to the Gwen. Now, you don't got to give me your secrets, but what is where do Gwen and Viego fit into the meta as you see it?
Well, Gwen is pretty interesting because she's one of the stronger champs that beats most melees in lane. So I don't think she's completely blindable, but I think she's on the stronger side. She hard wins level 1, but takes a little time to scale up. So if you're good at the champion and you get a good matchup, I think it's fine. But I don't think it's as good as people make it out to be right now. I think Viego is hard to see because there's a lot of bugs with him right now. So I actually don't know if he's good or not. I've just seen every time I see him play, there's just some weird bug happening in the game. So I don't really have a solid grasp on him yet in terms of the meta.
I feel like he's a bit like old Mordekaiser with a million bugs that are just not always going to be figured out. But Jenkins, we appreciate you joining us for this Verizon post-game interview. Congratulations on that 2-0 victory and starting off the season strong. We're looking forward to seeing how you're going to be able to perform throughout the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we have our first best of 2 on the Academy channel concluded. Very strong performance, especially out of Jenkins himself. Crumbs for the next series, so giving a little bit of a teaser, a little bit of a flavor for what we have to come. I believe it is going to be Golden Guardians Academy against Cloud9 Academy. The runners-up in Cloud9 Academy and the Proving Grounds, the team that finished number 1 in the spring split, going up against Golden Guardians Academy, a team that has been practicing and really getting themselves fully invested into the amateur scene.
Yeah, fully invested, and now they're going to go into the full investment of Sven in the bot lane. Now, King was no slouch in the AD carry department, but now Sven is coming up. I'm so curious to see how he fares into Academy, because the expectations of someone that is so good on the LCS and international stage are always sky high when you're going into Academy. I mean, half the time one of these players comes into the Academy League, we're expecting them to 1v5, have flame horizons every single game, shot call everything like it should be a kid's playground. But in the AD carry role, that's a tough one.
That it is, but we'll find out how they're going to be able to do going into our next series. For now, we'll toss to break. We'll be right back, so do not go anywhere.
With 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best, only from Verizon.
Hello, welcome back, one and all. We've already concluded one of our best of twos for the evening. We got two more left in front of us. First one, we got Golden Guardians Academy, Cloud9 Academy. We kind of gave a little bit of a teaser before the break, but Crumbs, why don't we repeat what we got in store for us, especially because Sven is stepping in, King is going up to the LCS.
That's right. Cloud9 Academy, who were the dominant force of last split, who played in the finals of Proving Grounds and lost to No Org, now have changed King, the AD carry that has won Academy last year, to Sven, the LCS champion. So, yeah, that's a pretty wild one. No one would have expected Sven to be here. He played very well in MSI over in Iceland just a few weeks ago. So this team, in theory, should be stronger with his own leadership. So we'll see how good they can get. Whereas on the Golden Guardian side, well, you now have Niles coming back to the Academy scene. So maybe the jump from collegiate to pro was a bit too high for him. So being put back here should just be the ramp up that maybe should have been there before. But he was very good when he was in collegiate, so I think that he'll do fine here as well.
Exactly, and that's what I was going to say, is that Niles kind of got thrown to the wolves. Same with Newbie getting immediately thrust into the LCS and pretty much told to sink or swim. It's not like they really sank, but they more were just doggy paddling and might have needed a little bit more of a stepping stone to be able to get up there first. So being here in Academy, I think is going to be a nice little thing for them to be able to learn a bit more. I know you're laughing at my little analogy there.
That was very
I
good.
mean, but it's appropriate. I feel like these are very talented players, but they needed a little bit more experience before getting thrust immediately there.
Yeah, it doesn't work for everyone, right? We all have different ways of learning. Some people do work perfectly by throwing them off the deep end. Others do require that slow ramp-up time. So I like that an organization sticks to the players and says, all right, well, this didn't work. Let's see if another avenue can find you. It shows that they have more belief in it shows belief in themselves, frankly, right? Others say, oh, you just didn't believe in the player. Well, you hired the player in the first place, right? You must have seen something in them. It's up to you to see if you can extract that and turn it into something beautiful. So here they are, turning that doggy paddling into perhaps a fully formed breaststroke.
And that's what you're hoping, especially going up against a very difficult team to try to take on in Cloud9 Academy. This is a team that have been so dominant in Academy for so long. Doesn't matter which iteration it is, it feels like this organization has always landed at the top with whatever roster they put together.
They know the value of Academy. The Academy players are just in line to go to the LCS, whether it's for selling it over to other teams, but even just having superior scrim partners. It's hard to understate how valuable it is. The fact that you can always count on your Academy team to give you the better practice than other teams as well. It's just a good environment for conversation between players to have that synergy between two teams that are at a equal or at least a level that allows you to have positive practice, because oftentimes if your Academy team is just not good enough and your LCS team is too high, you don't even get value from practicing, right? You want to have something where both teams can meet and both get value from it.
And when you look at Cloud9 Academy, this team has a lot of value. We've already talked about Sven going down, King going up. King himself was a phenomenal player for this Academy roster. But then you have Darshan, you got Surenfire, Copy, the rookie of the squad, still looking phenomenal in that mid lane. Then Isles in the bot lane to be able to round it all out with Westrice at the head. This has been just a great looking team. Even if they did fall just shy of being able to win the Proving Grounds finals against No Org, they had previously beaten No Org at that tournament, knocking them down into the losers just beforehand.
Yeah, and it wasn't really that close, right? They actually won fairly decidedly. It was No Org that then got that buff and suddenly really turned it on. They figured out that they needed to double down on their strengths, which were playing around that top side, whereas Darshan leaned more onto his tanks. And that was an area that felt like No Org really understood how to get the most out of. So I don't know if there's any teams in Academy just yet that are going to be playing that way, but with Niles in the top lane, who used to play plenty of carries back in his collegiate days, they could play off of a certain strategy that did work well for No Org in the grand finals.
And it makes me wonder what we are going to see out of Niles in this top lane. We saw, just in the last series, Gwen make it through, and in the laning phase was pretty brutal, but Jenkins was just on point on his Ken. Even if he did lose one 1v1 fight, he was all about being a part of the team fights. He was all about making sure that he could contend and be able to get those huge flanks from that slicing maelstrom. And someone like Niles, maybe he wants to be able to really flex his might against this veteran status player in Tarshan.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see what Niles has, whether he wants to flex like that, or I think he's going to go with a more humbled approach and realizing how much he's got to learn. That's one of the things I always hear from him, whether it's on his stream or in interviews, that when you go from a collegiate or even academy to pro, the jump in knowledge that you need to have for playing as a team is so much higher. It's not about the 1v1 lane that is the struggle point, because you can always watch a solo queue VOD or see a pro game, but it's about the 2v2, the synergy with your jungler, with the support, because right now we know top lane's a mess. Top lane is just a fiesta for the jungle, the support, and even the mid laner to teleport to your lane and just ruin your wave state or whatever it is you thought was going to happen. So it's that inclusion of the teammates into the top lane that I think is what is most missing in Niles' gameplay, and that will hopefully improve here in the academy.
As we jump into the draft, we actually have Varus be the first to ban, coming in from Golden Guardians. But Renekton, we're expecting to see a lot of that ban. We didn't really get a touch on that because we were so focused on Gwen and Viego. But these are some solid bans coming in, especially when you look at Lee Sin. We saw him both times be flexed around all over the place. The only one that's a little bit of a standout is that Varus.
Yeah, the Varus was not prioritized at all in the last series. So seeing it here, I think is a respect to Sven, right? He's just really good at that pick, played it a bunch on MSI, so he must have had some extra practice that maybe 11.11 players haven't really been testing it. So instead, we get to see something that was permabanned in the previous 2 games with the Udyr first pick.
Not too surprised when you see that when you see that Senna ban instead of the Udyr, that it's going to be immediately picked up. I wonder if it's just going to be the shake of hands. No, actually it's going to be Rumble as opposed. I was wondering if maybe it was going to be the Morkana Udyr that we had seen all over the place at MSI. But Charnfire actually wants to be able to bring that Rumble in the jungle back for us.
I think Golden Guardians has to deny a Nautilus here.
They have to.
The combo we saw from TL was just too easy, The Rumble Nautilus combo with the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa and Nautilus are great at eliminating any target that is just isolated with that ultimate. They're gonna go with another hook champion. It can be pretty good at bailing somebody out of the equalizer. But if you combo a Nautilus on top of it, you just wait for the knockup. You're still gonna get burned down. You're not gonna have Lantern safe every single time. Thresh did get a slight nerf as well, so I worry about this one. There is a greater synergy with the Udyr and the Thresh than you could have had with the Nautilus, of course, since you can Lantern him out as he bear stances in, having no way to really escape. But this is just so easy to execute. We saw it coming, and if you watched the first 2 games, you knew how strong it would be.
And I feel like it's going to be pretty strong throughout the rest of the day as well. If he's not banned, if he's not picked, if you're giving over that Kai'Sa Nautilus bot lane, you got to have some sort of answer. And as you said, it doesn't feel like Thresh is exactly the best answer, just because all you have to do is be able to get the depth charge on Prismal. And that's really what's going to matter. That's how you're going to be able to take this Jinx out of any equations. But as we jump into the next part of the ban, speaking of taking people out of the equation, Niles' Gangplank. We saw what a good Gangplank could do last series, and it's no surprise to see it here.
And the GP is always great if you're going to be playing around bot side. It's just the global that is so feared, just takes up the entire size of the lane. Set gets banned out from the side of Golden Guardian. So they're both kind of identifying what do we think their compositions are lacking right now? What do you think they want to pair it with? So more team fighting on the side of Cloud9 and more engaging on the side of Golden Guardians is what they are banning away. So I still think, though, that Cloud9 has plenty of options right now. We're just seeing standard picks, but we're getting a slight trickling from our previous game and how tasty this new meta can be.
Even though, you know, that Aurelia ban is a little bit of a spicy ban, really hitting towards that top lane. But Yunbi likes to play that mid lane too, so that flexibility has been taken away from Golden Guardians Academy at the moment. But I want to see if we're going to see some truly spicy picks here. You were talking about everything seeming more standard,
Oh, no.
more boring. But I want to see if we get some fun picks coming through.
I mean, it's Gnar. I think this is a hard Gnar angle.
Has to be Gnar, right?
Yeah, Irelia, Jace, and Gangplank have been banned, so you're gonna blind the top lane. Darshan can take blind Gnar into the top side and be very happy with it. It works with the comp. You just Golden Guardians just set them up for it. You gotta have an answer for this, Niles. I mean, you could go with Camille if you're gonna give us that crazy throwback of Camille Galio, but the Galio got nerfed, so I need to see something creative here out of Golden Guardians, or else I don't see the justification for these bans when you just gave Darshan such a free lane.
Well, maybe an Akali instead. I do know that Niles has played a lot of that Camille in the past, but we're getting the Akali. We aren't, you know, certain exactly where that's going. Probably going to be in that mid lane, who's going to be piloting that. But it is curious. If it's mid lane Akali, that is a blind Akali you've now drafted for yourselves.
She's gonna be pretty good, right? The control mages don't bully her that much with the fleet, with her sustain. Yeah, so I guess they just wanted Akali and Gnar. You called it. Niles has been practicing this pick, I guess, and he must have experience with it. Otherwise, you really would not have asked it. You tunnel vision Cloud9 into it, and now maybe Akali and Orianna can give us a pretty cool wombo, though, right? Dashing in.
Ooh. But I like seeing this pick. I love Nocturne mid, and yes, you know, it's the Vedius special there, but it has been something that has been well played for some time now, ever since Stridebreaker has been that go-to first item for Nocturne. We have seen him all the time.
Just great at shoving. And the Rumble Nocturne Kaisa Nautilus combo is gonna be so easy to execute to delete Prismal or Yumbi. I mean, Lantern will really not save you. If you combo this correctly, it's not gonna keep you alive. You got multiple threats, which is positive, but press R to delete is a reality for Cloud9.
It is going to be really nice for them, especially if they can jump onto Prismal, right? You take away the Jinx, you take away the Hyper Carry. Sure, you got to worry about Niles on this Akali, but from there you kind of just get a lot of magic resist. If there's no Jinx, then there's no way they can really burst through you.
Yeah, Prismal is sweating all the bullets on that Jinx spell right now because it is not looking easy to play this matchup at all. Level 6, right? It's not just in the team fight. It's level 6. The action won't stop in the bottom lane. The Gnar, the Nocturne, everybody wants to have a piece of this lane. So we need to see the early game from Golden Guardians be crisp, though, because if you can keep the Nocturne shoved back, if you can stay ahead enough that you can slow down the relentless ultimate in the bot lane, then it'll be much easier to keep the Jinx alive. But if you just keep even and you slowly C9 gets these kills into the bot lane, then it really won't be pretty.
Not at all. They're going to be able to snowball out of control if they're able to make that work. That's going to be the big thing. For Golden Guardians, that is going to be a saving grace. If they can keep this calm, cool, collected, they're able to stop a lot of the fights coming in from Cloud9. They have great scaling. You have an Akali, something that is going to be a terror in the late game. Jinx, obviously, we all know that she's one of those hyper-scaling AD carries. Even an Orianna has deceptively high damage in the late game team fights.
The Orianna is the premier blind mid, really. When you want to control mage, it's just so easy now. The phase rush did get nerfed. Right, so she is actually more susceptible to ganks. The Udyr is not that fast, but she'll still accomplish the same thing. I think it'll still keep her out of harm's way. Should be able to avoid the tether from the Nocturne with this rune. So I also think that part of the Sven showing down to Academy is actually a really positive thing for everybody else in the Academy. Because if I'm an AD carry in Academy, and I'm thinking about I want to go into the LCS, what better way do I have to prove myself than laning against the best AD carry in the LCS thus far? I mean, that's a no-brainer to me. Watch, if I can outlane him, if I can kill him in lane, even just CS better than him, I'm putting that on my resume.
And this is going to be a great showing for Prismo. This is a player that a lot of people have been asking to be given a spot in the LCS for quite some time. Back when he was on, I believe, the 100 Thieves Academy roster too. People are saying, this guy is doing really well. Let's give him a spot in the LCS. Well, like you said, if he can beat Sven, that is a huge statement. That is a huge signing off of this player deserving a spot in LCS. Many can argue King in the same boat there, since he had this dominating performance in the spring split of Academy and Proving Grounds.
Yeah, King had a great showing, and even before he was sent back to Australia when he was not able to compete with Cloud9, that was arguably an even more dominating time for him. Meanwhile, though, we got Darshan trying to assert his own dominance against Niles, but it's only because he knows his Rumble is in the area, and he was about to hit level 3 with a minion. So Niles has his shield. He'll be fine. He'll be safe. He's just looking to farm.
Just looking to see if we can get some of these minions, especially that cannon. Oh, no. The 5-point strike wasn't enough. He lost the cannon. It's over. It's over, Alberto.
Yeah, you need to put an emote. You need to do a thumbs up. If you're that. At least you got to have some self-awareness. That even if there's no one watching, you just got to build the habit that you're trolling yourself, that if you miss the cannon, you really are hurting your income.
Yeah, and you can already see that not only just in the income, but also in the CS that he's quite far behind. Oh, the burn. Barely enough to be able to get Rose Thorn, that Scuttle Crab bot lane. But it's a trade right now. There's a lot of pressure in this bot lane. Oh, this is cheeky. Look at this. Newbie getting the flash in. They got the stun with the bear slap. Runs done. Job done. No escape. First blood for Prismal.
Beautiful. That was really good. Now, C9's going for a dive, but Niles has Shroud. I think he's fine.
Trying to get the answer. They're looking to see if they can get him. That damage, though, from the Flame Spitter was huge. And Niles trying to see if he can outweigh, but it's not enough, even with the Shuriken flip. About to go Mega, and there's the kill gifted over to Darshan.
Ooh, okay, he buys a lot of time there, but Cloud9 juggles the aggro really well on that one. Good response there. Luckily, he has TP, and because he bought so much time, he's actually able to TP back here and catch the wave. Had C9 taken less damage, they would have just stuck around and made sure he got truly punished and would not have caught any of that one. So despite Niles having gone down as a counterplay, I think it actually ended up working really well. So let's see Golden Guardians go for this, because this was frankly great. The Rose Thorn gets his bear slap right as Sven flashes, so the hook is so easy to connect. And then, meantime, well, Cloud9 has to make a cross-map play. They know there's nothing else. And then the turret aggro here, the juggling was just beautiful there. Sharon Fire takes 2 initial shots. They wait their time. Nobody else. Now Copy goes in, takes 3 more. Actually just gets creep blocked is what really hurts him. Otherwise, he needed to only take 2.
But like you said, it was just immaculate juggling of aggro from all the members of Cloud9 Academy there to make sure that they can get that kill on the Niles, forcing an early TP. And since he has Ignite, he's kind of needing and desperate to find these fights, to find these kills over Darshan. Right there was a great trade for him, but he's got to get some of these kills soon. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit rough for him in the mid game.
Yeah, the Akali needs to get fed, needs to get farmed up. So the farm is okay, but I'm also really curious to see what Cloud9 intends to do with Darshan, because in the finals, they really played to him around weak side, yet building up to the Proving Grounds tournament, he was playing so many wonky carries. I mean, this man busted out the Tryndamere. It's another gank.
He did. And look at this. Pretty much with the paranoia, the Flame Spitter, you cannot escape from that, and they gift the kill over to Copy this time round.
We need to hear some MIA calls in the mid lane, because Nocturne getting that off should not have happened. Here comes Rosler flashing in.
Bear slap, looking for the damage, and the body block in from Isles, but they still got the kill for Prismal over Sven. Isles will be able to escape as Rose Thorn barely holding on to his life. The Ignite not enough. So it is going to be a 1-for-1 global trade, but Prismal now with 2 kills.
I'm loving this. They're trading kills back and forth in the top lane. I think these are working in the favor of Golden Guardians, though. 2 kills for the Jinx. I'll take that any day of the week. The whole composition is built around her. She's going to have the Thresh to carry as well. They're looking for another one. Great hook.
Oh, but that hook in from Isles onto Prismal. He's got at least a little bit of help, but it's going to now be Equalizer burning with the Flame Spitter. Shut down, double kill for Surenfire.
Oh, they greeted out. They stayed too long in the bot lane, and then Isles with a good hook. Surenfire communicating. I'm about to hit level 6. Just keep going in. They didn't think that he was so close to that crucial level. Without that, they might have been able to even turn it. Well, the second the Equalizer comes out, they just roast them, and now that advantage, all that gold that went over to the side of Jinx, pretty much just transfers itself to the pocket of Surenfire. He now has the gold lead. He is now Giga fed, and Jinx doesn't catch this entire wave.
And Surenfire right now, he is Mr. Worldwide. 2-0-2, 100% kill participation here at 7.5 minutes on this Rumble. Anywhere he goes, they're finding plays. And when we look at this replay, it almost seemed like it was a little bit too much from Cloud9 at first.
Yeah, let's see, what minion? He smites it down, and he smites it down. I don't know if I saw Isles auto attack for a Targon's proc, but that was enough to get him for level 6. That was just a great knowledge of his experience, because that made all the difference in the world. Still, though, you got a lot of summoners out of Prismal, though, so you can actually return to that lane and keep some more action going down there, as it has worked so well thus far. But that whole thing we were talking about earlier about beating Sven, well, kind of doesn't count that much if you keep hard camping him, but if you win the game, then it does.
That was a nice shuriken flip there from Niles top lane to be able to avoid the Gnar ult and get away, because that's how it's, spelled. But anyways, going into this one right here, Rosethorn, he was unfortunate. I feel like we've seen this twice now today, where a jungler starts up the Rift Herald, almost feels like he was just leashing it for the other team. Thankfully, he had backup this time around. Niles was on the wings just in case, so that it wasn't a full-on leash, and he was able to still secure it for the team. And now actually might be able to go from one objective straight to the next onto that dragon.
They had full backup on that one, too. Newbie and Prismal were in the mid lane, too, just rotating over, making sure they could help. And even if they weren't there, you still got the Mega Death Rocket from Prismal that could have assisted in that fight. And when Darshan turned to Mini from the Gnar, well, he would have not been able. I just had to.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. It's like whenever I see Kled, his ult is charge. It's not charge.
Yeah.
It's, if you look at how it's spelled, that's how it's spelled. But right with all this being said, we're just getting excited. We're energized because right now, Golden Guardians Academy are looking pretty good. This is going to be their second objective if Rosethorn can lock down this, but they got to be careful. Paranoia from Copy, Lantern there, and here is the smite secured, and he gets out alive!
Huge play. You got the ultimate, too. That's Nocturne ultimate. It was used already to kill the out. Oh, hook misses.
Both hooks miss. Neither of them connecting, but you know what does not miss? It's going to be that Equalizer on a newbie. He had to flash away with the heal to be able to stay alive with the overheating. Shockwave not connecting onto Surenfire, taking a lot of damage. The Rocket too, but he's barely alive. Zap flashed away by Surenfire. Does not want to give over shutdown gold to Prismal. That is a lot burned by Cloud9 just to stay alive.
I don't know if you know this, Magical, but there's a lot of ghosts on Summoner's Rift. That's what they're aiming at. They're cleaning out the rest of the river, the lost souls of everyone who's gone down there, because all those skill shots just going wide. Clearly, they must have been aimed at something else.
Too spooky, man.
Yeah, that fight could have gone a very different way, but all in all, they get the dragon, which was really important. Taking that objective down without having to burn the life of Udyr. And you got the Nocturne ultimate. That's some value.
Mm-hmm. A lot of value, I think, for Golden Guardians, because they have the Rift Herald still in the pockets of Rosethorn. They got the dragon, so that's the first dragon of the game for them. And once they are able to utilize this, maybe Niles is just going to be able to get a solo kill over Surenfire. Perfect execution was used, looking for the second mark. He gets the shutdown, solo killing the jungler, but now he might die. He is far behind enemy lines. Oh, is he going to try the TP? He's going to try the TP. Can they get it? Flash over the wall. They flashed over to stop it and give the kill over to Darshan, only barely catching him.
Okay, but they can actually get some good value on this. Udyr is in the bot side now. Are they going to pop the Rift Herald down here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at this. They pop it immediately. They want to be able to get that gold into Prismal's pockets. Niles, even though he's 1-3, that was a huge play. Shutdown gold that he gets off the Surenfire. So much attention pulled up into that top lane to try to make sure he cannot escape with the TP flank. And now they pop Rift Herald bot lane to get all that gold onto Jinx, which pretty much brings her back up to speed where she was once before. Though if she gets caught out like this could be devastating. The damage on top of Prismal with the Ignite ticking away. They want to get the kill over to Sven with the Shockwave onto 2 members, but they figured out that they can easily blow up UNB, copy on the other side, making sure that Rose Thorn can't join in, and it's 2 kills for free for Cloud9.
It's just too easy to execute with the Nocturne, Rumble, Nautilus combination. It doesn't matter that the Lantern was there. The ultimate was gonna follow Prismal, and while he gets him out of the red carpet from Surenfire, the rest of the squad can follow up. Sven was right there with him, and so they kill him, and they don't even get that first turret down in the bot side. Unfortunate for Yunbi, though. He TP'd in there and added his own body to the death count because the Orianna did not accomplish anything.
Not at all. Unfortunately, poor Yunbi shows up there thinking he's there to be the hero and save the team, but he ends up becoming a victim himself. And now this is a huge swing of momentum over to Cloud9, where it seemed like Golden Guardians had gotten themselves this great position, right? They were able to pop Rift Herald bot lane, almost were able to crack that first turret and gift all that gold to Prismal. But then everything collapsed. Then all Cloud9 showed up into the bot lane. We were able to get a nice hook from Isles onto Prismal to start it all off.
They're greeting out for the turret, right? That's really what he wants. It's almost there. That's really all he's asking for, but doesn't respect that Cloud9 is going for counterplays, right? So much has happened in other sides of the map that then Cloud9 has their own turn. It's their opportunity to make something happen on the map, and that's been the case with every single play. It shows you it's a good game, though. It's a back and forth trade of plays on one side for the other, but that is where Golden Guardians needs to clean up, because they have been the ones making the first one and not responding what's coming out after.
Darshan getting a lot of damage onto Niles in the top lane. Goes mini, though, so he can't keep that extended trade going too long. But like you said, it's at this moment, it's just been a kind of trade back and forth, right? Similar to how we just saw in the top lane. Even though Darshan was able to get a lot of damage on the Golden Guardians, it wasn't enough to really knock them out of the fight. They're still well within this game, only down 1,500 gold, having gotten the first turret gold in that bot lane, so they can get an early Gale Force for Prismal and get this Jinx online a little bit sooner.
I like the Gale Force choice here. You need more mobility. You absolutely have to. It's the only way to actually survive some of these crazy engages that are becoming out. And at 10 seconds away from this dragon, you already have that first one. They're not really in the best position, and you don't have the teleport from Niles. I don't think Golden Guardians is interested in fighting this at all.
No.
So they'll stay farming.
It's just a Cloud Dragon. Even if it's a little bit of cooldown reduction on your ult, they're okay with trading this one. It's not the most valuable for them at the moment, especially when you have an Udyr. Who cares? They're getting a little bit more Phoenix Dance, whatever. They can forfeit it if they want to. They just need to make sure they're not losing too much, such as losing both the dragon and the top lane turret that Darshan was able to grab for himself and be able to utilize that a little bit more effectively into that 1v1 fight against Niles.
Okay, but they're going for it because Niles is walking down here. Risky fight, though. Equalizer and Meganar are halfway up, so C9 is more than happy to take this fight if it happens.
And they're trying to... There it is. They're going to be able to get the TP. Niles right on top of it, though, with the Shuriken flip. Here comes the paranoia. The Darshan's about to go mega. Jumps over the wall. Look at the damage on the other side with the Equalizer doing a little bit over to Rose Thorn, staying alive, trying to kite back. Yunbi wants to be able to help. Whoa! Oh, it's a steal! We didn't think we'd see any more steals with the Rocket. Prismal still makes it work out.
Oh, they actually end up winning that fight. They can kill Coffee. There's no one to help.
Oh, he did. He did. Look at this. Look, no, just ignore it. Oh wait, or do we ignore it? Oh, or do we ignore it? Okay, he still dies, but it doesn't matter because look, it's Sven now joining in the fight. Niles was able to get 2 for himself, but he dies to Darshan. All the while, Surenfire scares away the bot lane of Golden Guardians. The Flame Spitter so huge with finally the triple kill for Darshan. Prismal flashing away the flash-in Flame Spitter, and it is going to be more kills put onto Cloud9.
They just can't say no. no, they have to keep going. They got the dragon. They saw that one kill, but they had everybody in there. Maybe they shouldn't have even gone for copy. Who knows? But they had clearly come out victorious against all odds in that dragon fiasco. Might even be able to get that mid-tier 1, but they end up losing so much for it at the end of that. Because again, it's not just the kills. It's those summoners that are so important in keeping you alive. The combo of Nautilus was not used at all in combination with the Rumble Equalizer. In fact, they're trying to go on Rose Thorn. The Nautilus ultimate goes out, and then the fun part here is he gets lanterned over into the Equalizer. Everybody flashes away, so it doesn't really burn anybody. And then the rocket. Wow.
Oh, poor Schernfire. He had the smite, but, you know, this fight kept going on, and I thought the copy was going to die before anyone was going to be able to show up to help him.
So maybe the problem was actually that Rosethorn did not manage to get out of range of the fear. And because he was in bear stance, when he got feared, he kept running in the direction he already was. So he forced him deeper into the Cloud9 side. And so the rest of the team is thinking, well, we gotta back our bro up. We can't just let him run in there by himself.
Yeah, well, speaking of running in there by yourselves, looks like Schernfire's been left out to dry once more, and they're going to be able to get the assassination from Niles on the other side as well, barely surviving these picks coming in from Golden Guardians, keeping them well within this game.
He's got a bounty. I am impressed by how Niles has been playing this one thus far. He got camped, found a way to kill the Rumbles, found a way to make these plays across the map, and Cloud9 is not expecting it. The game plan for Golden Guardians has been to pick on bot lane, and they are transitioning it fairly well into these objectives. They're significantly far ahead. They've got both the Heralds, they've got the Dragons, and they're even in turrets.
Even in turrets, not even in gold just yet, but close enough. And didn't we say this before, that as long as this game stays relatively even for Golden Guardians, they're going to be able to scale? You can see where the gold kind of had set at the moment. Well, Darshan has a lot of that. Niles is still doing well. Sure, he's down 2,000 gold. That's where the difference is. As long as Darshan is not a part of these fights, Niles is going to be able to do what he needs to, which is assassinate the backlines, assassinate Sven.
Exactly. The gold is in Darshan, so his value will come out on the Mega Nars. The Mini Nar just running people down won't be as strong as his massive ultimate, so he is the one that can carry this game back up. He's already got the Stridebreaker in. This TP is looking to catch out Copy, but it's going to bring the whole team over.
Okay, here's going to be the Paranoia, and look at the damage in from Niles. Trying to get the Paranoia away, but the perfect execution going to be able to follow up, and that damage, finally, they pick up the kill. The Equalizer is into the wall. It's doing nothing, even though Darshan huge with that Mega Gnar ult to be able to take 2 back.
All right, that was pushing it. That was too much. Golden Guardians, they saw the Nocturne, but that is a really difficult champion to pick that way, because when he turns off the lights, nobody else can actually follow you up. There is no way for either Prismal to aim his ultimate or for the Lantern to be any much better. There is such a hard time for the rest of the team to actually follow those guys going in so deep. And so when the TP comes out, you saw just how quickly Cloud9 sent everybody to the top side. They were not going to let Copy go down without a fight.
Not at all, and with that, they gain control back on the map and find themselves at a near 3,000 gold lead. They want to make sure they're not giving up the soul point potential over to Golden Guardians. You can see how they've been able to transition a lot of that vision down bot side, but they maintained a decent and healthy amount on the top side as well. Cloud9 are in this perfect position to keep themselves well within grasp of fighting Golden Guardians, especially right here. Oh, Niles, do you want to fight this against Darshan? He's got a huge lead over you. You've got a lot of burst damage, sure, and he is mini. Trying to see if they can follow him up. He's over the wall, Whoa. And the rocket gets the shutdown. Prismal is going to be so happy with that.
So much gold over to the Gnar. I don't know what Darshan was doing taking that route, but that was so dangerous. The Dragon is coming back up. So maybe Cloud9 was thinking about prepping around the Baron to try to take something
no one
out.
There?
But that's a big deal. That's Ocean Soul now for Golden Guardians after this objective, and even more gold to the pocket of the Jinx. You can't be giving away those bounties like that without getting anything in return.
But, Grums, where was his team if he's going to be setting up around the Dragon? I was just praising them, how they had all this vision control around it, and it's the caster curse coming true for Darshan. He feels too confident. He feels like he's allowed to walk up that far because they had a little bit of vision while his team was completely topside.
We underestimate our power, Magical. It's the game is happening after our words. We're seeing it. Our live words turn into League of Legends gameplay, so we just need to be careful next time.
So I shouldn't say that Flash is an offensive summoner and they're all going to flash forward for kills, right?
Oh, if you want that kind of gameplay, and I think
I want that kind of gameplay.
I'm a fan of the forward flash.
Okay. Yeah. Good. That's how I always see Flash. Flash is an offensive summoner. You always use it to get kills. As right now, it looks like both teams playing a bit more passively, unfortunately. Not using those flashes aggressively just yet. Trying to see if they can set up around this Baron, especially now that Golden Guardians have gotten themselves within that soul point. 3 dragons. Going to be that Ocean Dragon up next too. If they can get the Ocean Soul, that is going to be massive for them. This is a team composition that has been wanting to scale up, that has been wanting to make sure they can get all this gold into Prismal, even more gold into Niles, and they have been doing so. They've been finding these proper fights. That shutdown from Prismal on Darshan is massive to keep them in, and now Prismal is able to dodge away and juke Isles.
Okay, the hook barely missed. Oh, he can
Oh, well, there it goes. You know what? Second time's a charm, Prismal. You don't have Gale Force. And now with the TP in, trying to see if they can follow up on the Yunbi, making sure that they chase him away. But Surenfire has been split away from the team. Niles wants to be able to kill him, but they just can't just yet. Nice hook coming in from Isles on the Niles. Got to be able to take the Lantern away. Perfect execution back over. But this means Cloud9 feel a lot more confident starting up the Baron.
Oh, so easy. The gold is all onto the Jinx. Orianna is Shockwave. That's pretty much all they've got. Udyr can flash steal, though.
He does have flash. It's down to 50. Niles is dead. And they got a killing spree. And they jump in onto Yunbi with the flash away from Newbie. He'll be able to survive, but this isn't looking too good now from Golden Guardians. They had this momentum, but if they lose the Baron, a lot of that is going to be picked up by Cloud9.
Let's see if Rosethorn can steal it. It's going to be
Are you the
blind,
hero?
though.
TPN. Trying to be the hero. Control ward is down, but Darshan is only mini. Trying to be able to get over the wall. Rosethorn running away. You gotta flash in the pit if you're gonna go at all. He's waiting it out, but they've kited him back, and he had to flash a defensive style to be able to survive. Baron finally picked up by Cloud9.
Oh, such a close fought fight, but how it all started, my man. Prismal, you can't be doing that. You can't be taunting a Nautilus in the face. Just got way too confident for how important he is to the team, and that really could have cost the game for Golden Guardians. They're gonna have to claw themselves back. It's gonna buy a lot of time for Cloud9 because now they're gonna have the Baron to set them up for this next dragon fight, which was the soul. It was a critical moment for Golden Guardians. Lucky for Prismal, he still has his flash, so this next fight could still be played out well. Now you got to deal with the side lanes from Cloud9, which will be able to collapse so easily. Let's see how Niles gets CC'd right away, because he doesn't seem like he got to proc his Shroud, and yeah, no, that was actually Isles with a very quick reaction on his own hook to hook Niles out of his stash and prevent him from dropping his Shroud.
It's one of those plays where it's just so easy, and then here, Darshan, because many able to chase down and force out this defensive flash from Rosethorn. He wanted so bad. You can see he was like trying to position so he could flash into the pit, but Cloud9 perfectly peeled off, so there's no way he was going to be able to do so.
Yeah, the key thing was they killed the control ward. It looks so goofy because he had no flash, and here they're going to go after Darshan, but he's fine. But yes, he had no vision of the Baron, so he'd have to flash blindly, and maybe there is a chance he steals it, but to go for that kind of play is just so risky. You know, half the time, if the enemy team is good, you're actually just die and burn your flash doing it. But at the end of the day, he still burned his flash, so who knows? Maybe he should have gone for it.
Yeah, I mean, he survived, though. I guess that could be the argument. He didn't die, but yeah, like you said, it's just like, at that rate, you're going to lose it anyways. You're not really going to gain too much more. Maybe you just hold on to the flash die, so that way, when it comes up to this dragon, you're going to be able to put up a little bit more of a fight. Now you don't have a flash. Now it's going to be much more difficult to actually make sure you are controlling this pit, since Cloud9 are already starting to rotate and try to see if they're going to be the ones to be able to deny the soul for a little bit longer.
Their Baron is about to wear off, though, so let's see how they actually approach this fight, because they're leaving the lanes. They're not going to have those minions shoving out relentlessly. watch Niles. Can he actually get onto Sven? Because Sven can so easily reposition to help every single diver, so it's not an easy champion to assassinate at all.
Oh, but he's spotted out by the blue trinket there. There you can see Cloud9 already peeling off, not wanting to fight this one. Not unless they know exactly where Niles is. Now they know he's there with the control ward. Niles has got to be really careful if he wants to be able to get this assassination off. But the fight has been started already. Darshan about to go mega, wants to be able to get a huge Gnar ult. But now the damage on a Rosethorn, he's killed before Niles could show up in the Twilight Shroud, trying to be able to get away with the perfect execution. Shockwave was huge, but it didn't do enough. Even with the rocket, they got a double kill for Surenfire and the follow-up with the Lantern. Yunbi trying to be able to get away, but they've got the flash in, they've got the rampage, they've got the kills coming in from Cloud9 Academy. A clean ace for themselves, full control of the Rift.
Cloud9 dominated the terrain in that fight, and they didn't even need the Nautilus ultimate to zone out Prisma. When the paranoia came down, it was so hard for the rest of Golden Guardians to actually go in. Jumping Prisma was enough to buy them the time to just disengage from the initial fight, and then the Akali just could not get in. Right, she had no opportunity to fight, so they're losing a 4v5 in the darkness. They didn't need to chase the Jinx. They just knew they had the rest of the fight won. There wasn't her auto attacking. She was zoned off, and just how she was missing in the Baron fight, it makes it all too easy for Cloud9 to win the rest of the fight 4v5.
And from here, we got to take a look at this replay. And unfortunately, just Niles, he never was able to find that angle soon enough.
And a big part of it is Rosethorn oversteps. There's nothing to look for as the Udyr walking in melee range of these champions. They're going to engage onto you. So when he oversteps, that's the cue for Cloud9 to go in and just dive hard and easily peel back, since Udyr is dealt with. Niles can't find anything in the back because he doesn't have any diving partners. And so Cloud9 just picked them apart one by one. Every single member was dealt with in a proper fashion. Here's another paranoia, but looks like it was looking for Orianna.
Oh, okay. Looking for the damage onto Yunbi. Gets the fear, and with Rosethorn on the side, the shockwave does not help. Somehow Sven was able to snipe that away with the W.
He flashed into the projectile. I don't know if Sven predicted that one, but he got the kill.
Let's just say he predicted it. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
You camped him. You camped Sven, and look at what you did now. He's up in CS, got 700 gold up. Doesn't seem to matter at all.
And the equalizer thrown out, the flash away from Newbie to be able to survive with the TP into, trying to see if they can get the fight onto Darshan, getting a lot of damage, but Niles, he's in a bad spot, trying to be able to get away, the damage over the wall, looking for the harpoon, not going to be able to get it, but it doesn't matter. They got the fear, and they got the godlike Sven, showing why he's one of the strongest 80 carries we have seen in NA, and he is decimating here in Academy.
Yeah, just hard crush. All his deaths were in the laning phase. It was all the action that happened so early on, just immediately turned it on. Didn't lose CS, didn't lose the fighting spirit, and it just looked clean. This is an even faster win than the ones we saw from TL in our first best of 2.
Feels like each victory is getting faster and faster today. Cloud9 Academy, with our fastest one we've seen here so far of the season at 29 minutes and 30 seconds. I think the last one was 30 minutes and 35 seconds and then 31 minutes. I mean, so it's all around the same time zone, but either way, dominating performance out of Cloud9.
Yeah, it's really good stuff out of them. Bouncing back against the early aggression from Golden Guardians. It looks like they always had a plan in mind. Golden Guardians did have some strategy behind their play. It made some sense, but ultimately they needed to respect how fierce Cloud9 were going to fight back. They weren't just going to give up those kills and slowly roll over. They were willing to fight back and go the distance. I think that's what caught Golden Guardians off guard, and that's why Cloud9 won the last Academy, right? That is the way they play. They are not going to give you the opportunity to make a play and not take anything in return.
That's impressive to see out of this team consistently, time and time again. They're able to play it really smoothly, really calmly, where a lot of other teams might panic, especially when you get ganked over and over again like Sven had in this game. He was able to hold it off. He was like, all right, it's fine. We'll just wait till the team fights. And once he got to the team fights, he didn't die.
Yeah, not at all. Bounty and the CSing too. The CSing, staying ahead, staying consistent with it. I'd love to see what would have happened with Golden Guardians had that Baron play not gone that way. If we got a bit of a a slower transition into the advantages that Cloud9 ended up getting, because that one felt like it just blew the game wide open and it didn't feel like it was necessary. It wasn't a fight around something that really ought to have happened, but that's what Cloud9 can do with a pick like Nautilus. The second you overstep, bam, ult, you're dead. Thank you very much. That's Baron, and we'll take the game.
Well, for now, we're going to toss a break. We'll break down this game a little bit more with some replays, so stick around until after the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all. We're getting ready for our second game of our second best of two between Cloud9 Academy, who took a dominating first victory over Golden Gardens Academy. And looking at this next game here, Crumbs, what do you want to see changed? What do you want to see adapted to by Golden Guardians to possibly be able to overcome this huge task of taking down Cloud9?
I want to see some respect. Respect Cloud9. They're going to be making plays. It didn't feel like they thought that Cloud9 was interested in answering back. And so every time that Cloud9 actually struck, it seemed like they were completely caught off guard. They did not give them the credit that they deserved as the champions of LCS Academy, that they're very much looking for the avenues to punish their mistakes. And that happened way too many times. And so I like the aggression that Golden Guardians showed. I don't want to see that changed. But the defensiveness, the recognizing that once you make a play, the enemy is also going to be interested in making their own play. That's the area that needed some tightening up. They need to respect that Cloud9 will be answering back. And if they can do that and continue to build their leads while not giving much in return, then they'll win these games.
And when we look at the replays from that game as well, you can definitely see there's a bit of that cockiness coming out from how Golden Gardens were able to play. Because early on, they made some fantastic plays. You know, they got the nice 2 kills early on over Sven. They were able to try to see if they can utilize that. But here, you just see where Brismal and Newbie just were way too overextended, way too often after that.
They all happen in the bot lane. With the Nautilus and Rumble coming down, they just ulti on top of each other, and there was nothing they could do. The Thresh could not save them. And then it was here where it looked like, wait a minute, was this the fight that Jinx steals with the rocket? Yes, this is actually the Jinx steal with the rocket. So I think they got confident from this fight, which really could have not been their last fight. They probably should have lost that one, but getting that dragon steal helped them gain the confidence that they really wanted. And by this point, it was already too late. Watch Prismal there, right? He gets ultied, has to go all the way back, flashes away. He's not autoing anybody. Cloud9's already won the fight. He might as well have been dead.
Yeah, he got feared for so long that it was as though like you said, as though he was dead. He had no damage he was doing in this entire fight. So Rosethorn, who was a bit too overextended, didn't have Niles back him up just yet. And after that, it was cleanup crew from Cloud9. They were able to completely rout Golden Guardians, get themselves the dragon, push right back into the base, and over and over again, rinse and repeat, finding these plays.
Yeah, they just knew that once these carries go down, the Akali is so easy to peel for. There's no squishy targets that she can really go on. Kai'Sa's self-peel keeps her safe, and everyone else can just pile onto whoever comes close. It really was a one-sided affair once Cloud9 got going. And fun fact, though, you mentioned how the Nocturne Fear kept going forever. It's a 2-second and 25 duration at max rank.
Yep.
And you're maxing that second. It is a long time. These are the kinds of stuns that you almost always get Mercury Treads for. So a carry getting hit by that, not a single member with Merc Treads or any CC reduction, was going to be very hurtful for Golden Guardians.
Hell, Cleanse would have been nice to be able to get away from some of that QSS. Anything, really. At that point, you're just trying to make sure you stay in the fight. You need to make sure you're a part of it and not locked down forever, because those fights happen in the blink of an eye. That 2.25 seconds that happens while you're feared is enough for your entire team to die.
That's a long time in League of Legends, right? In the team fight, in an explosive team fight with burst champions being involved, that spell rotations happening. Some champions have multiple spells that can fit in 2.25. That's a few crits, right? That could be, if you have a high attack speed, that's 2 auto attacks right there. Some fat crit on that one, that's half HP of one of your teammates.
It's almost as long as, you know, like a Morgana Q where it lasts, what, 3 seconds, and you're waiting that entire time. It feels like an eternity. It's the same thing, right? Anything over 2 seconds just feels so much longer in the context of League of Legends, and then you realize it's only 2 seconds. It's not that long, but there's so much that can happen in this game in that time window that you need to make sure you're surviving, especially for what the composition was that Golden Guardians had, which was getting a lot of damage throughout the fight. Sure, Niles could assassinate someone, but even that is on kind of a timer. It's not an immediate, I will automatically kill Sven within half a second. He needs to be able to get some of those spells out first.
Yeah, and the Kai'Sa is so hard to kill. Like, unless you land your E on top of her, you're not going to be able to follow her successfully where she re-ults. She also has a stealth. This is why she's so picked, despite critics saying that she's not such a good champion and there's others that outshine her in the meta. Well, she has the best self-peel out of any other AD carry, the best follow-up. She's just so easy to get away and difficult to punish. So that's part of why the Akali pick was a little suspicious, because it didn't quite line up with the entire identity of the team composition, where everybody is trying to dive, where everybody is trying to peel. You had 4 parts that were peeled and 1 Akali, which made it awkward for her to find her way in these fights, as we saw in that last replay.
Yeah, so hopefully when we get into this next game, we'll see a little bit of that change coming in from Golden Gardens, making it so that the composition just fits more neatly together, where they're all on the same page, they're all trying to get the exact same memo across the board, and not have Niles dive in with Rosethorn while you have Yunbi running away with Prisma on the other side, or getting feared completely out of the fight, because there were some times where there's a great shockwave or two from Yunbi, but he had no damage throughout the fight because they weren't able to get that momentum and time to really be able to have what we would consider a late game for an Orianna or Jinx.
They had that momentum in the early game. It was building, but then they reached for so many silly plays. The one bottom where they overchased the Nocturne, then the teleport behind them to try to catch Nocturne again. These things backfired so hard for the Golden Guardians that, at the very least, though, I think that they can be proud that they had a strategy that did start to net them gold, because oftentimes you end up in a game and you start to wonder, well, we don't even know how to get an advantage, right? We don't even know how to get it. Now you got it. Now the question is how to hold on to it. So it's baby steps, baby steps.
It's almost like when you play one of those games where as you get further into the game, things get more difficult, it's a faster speed, but then you lose, you die, you reset at the beginning of the game, and everything's super slow. And you're getting impatient trying to wait for this all out. That's almost how it was for Golden Gardens. They were a little impatient. They're like, oh, we should already have all this stuff because we got it earlier on, not realizing they needed to slow it down a bit. It's not wait a little bit longer. Once the pace picks up, that's when you could start accelerating and feel like how you had previously.
Yeah, especially when you're up against an opponent that you know is fierce. You know Cloud9's coming out with a vengeance. It's no way that Sven's coming down here to Academy and not going to be putting on the show at least half the games, if not all of them. So starting on the first one, it's fully expecting some more fireworks from the Cloud9 bottom lane. Maybe the early game doesn't go as harsh as it went, where they got kind of hard camped down there, but the team fighting, the rest of the map looked solid.
That it did. And you know, it's crazy too, because we already talked about this and we're going to harp on it once more, is that Sven had so much attention put onto him immediately by Golden Guardians, trying to put him down immediately, and it didn't matter. So you want to see maybe they're going to change things up a little bit more. Do they want to play around that bot lane again, or maybe do they want to try to help Niles out a little bit more on the top side of the map, since it was Niles who got a lot of that attention reciprocated by Cloud9.
And Niles did get a lot of, well, he got a lot of help in the draft, and that they set him up for the Akali. They really wanted him to get that pick into the Gnar, but I just don't think that that's enough value out of your pick. The top lane isn't going to have that much of an influence unless you're picking something that hard counters that can get an advantage there. So and maybe on this red side they could do something differently, but you know, I'm tracking the patterns that we've seen in these first 2 games, Magical, and I just think the Rumble is so clutch because of the pairing with the Nautilus. Already, so many games we're seeing this combination just dominate. So I think it's going to continue going down that path, and I want to see what these teams answer to it. I'm more interested to see if Cloud9 actually gives it up and if they have a response to it, because otherwise this combo might just dominate all day long.
Well, as we have pretty much gone right through the bans already, Lee Sin actually got to make it through this time around, since Udyr got banned, which meant Lee Sin grabbed. But on the other side, Prismal is getting his Kai'Sa. I feel like maybe that's why Kai'Sa was grabbed by Sven so early on, is that it is a great pick, and it is a comfort pick for Prismal over and over again. And as you see Forest Bandit on the other side, that's normally a pick that does excellently into that champion.
Yeah, Varus also shows how valuable this pick is. If Golden Guardians was banning it against Ven, and now Cloud9 is banning it themselves. So that just shows me that this pick is crazy valuable. And finally, they denied
There we
Nautilus.
go.
I was going to lose my mind if Nautilus was paired with Rumble Kai'Sa again. I would not have known what game we were on at this point. Like, every game has the same draft already in the bot lane. I don't know. It looked like, was that a replay from 2 games ago? No, it's this one. So at least we're breaking up the combination, but it seems like this is what the meta in Academy has been thus far. It was the hard meta in Collegiate, mind you. The winners, Winthrop, ended up playing 5 games of Nautilus, first picked in the semifinals, and then just ran it all the way to the end of the finals. So the Nautilus champion seems to be just S-tier support at this stage.
It seems like he's the defining support at the moment. Leona kind of nearby that as well. We've been seeing Leona, Lulu cropping up every once in a while, but with already the supports locked in, a pretty aggressive style coming in from each of them. Leona, you can almost argue, functions very similarly to how Nautilus does. This is why you're seeing in the next part of the bans, they're trying to take away things that are going to be really strong into Rumble. That Diana has been banned away, something that normally can just jump on top of Rumble before he's able to actually get a lot of his damage over time off.
The Diana, we saw one game of it, didn't work out too well, but we know what she can do with the Nautilus as well. Kind of the same idea and just eliminating somebody really quickly. And the pairing for Golden Guardians, they'll probably take a blind top laner here. I think you just keep going with Gnar. He's just so safe.
That's why I see an Aurelia ban too, and I'm almost thinking that that's the reason why the Aurelia's ban there. It's like what we saw last time, but this time we're not seeing the Jace ban. Instead, it's the Gangplank ban taken away from Niles to almost force him onto that. But they grabbed Jace themselves, not wanting that Gnar.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they say, we don't want you to have the Jace into the Gnar. The Jace with the Nautilus is a pretty good combination anyhow. So they're just going to go with the long range, the old school, very old combination from a Rumble and Jace. You shock blast somebody, and then you put the equalizer on top of them, and suddenly they are dead. That can happen, but it has to be a squishy target. So it's not the easiest to execute. It requires them to get out of laning phase even. But what will Cloud9 answer with in the jungle now? Or is it going to be the flex?
Oh, fiddlesticks. Alrighty. I was going to say they need AP, maybe Morgana, maybe that's what we see. When we talked about Fear, how that can be a very long CC, well, who's better to fear than fiddlesticks?
And then the engager too, just such a hard engage. One of the strongest team fighters in the game. It's really not close. When he gets a good ultimate off, the fight is over. You're really just not coming back from that one. So Golden Guardians needs to be on point with their vision and respecting that the fiddlesticks can come out of nowhere as well. It's a interesting response there with the Twisted Fate though, because at least you'll be able to see fiddlesticks from afar, stop him out of his own channel, but also synergizes really well with Jace in the top lane. This is a kind of an LPL special, as you might be familiar with, where the TF gets paired with the Jace, constantly high burst in the top lane.
We saw that a lot over in the LPL during spring. Always trying to rotate around, play around where you're going to have that high burst of damage. The Everfrost build out of Twisted Fate where he shows up somewhere, immediately is able to get the gold card right into the Everfrost route, shock blast damage just in case they weren't dead already, and rinse and repeat over and over again until the end of time.
And you get so much priority. You have enough priority to repeat until the end of time for the most part, because Jace's lane prio is very high, especially into the Gnar. Gnar will just try to team fight. Can have kill pressure with the fiddlesticks, of course, but he can always just turn it on with a single shock blast and then jumping into the wave, bam, it's cleared. You can start to rotate over. So I think Golden Guardians have given themselves some good tools to win this game, but Cloud9 just continue to surprise because these are just some really powerful picks on a composition that makes sense at every level.
Yeah, and I just love seeing Fiddlesticks. I am so happy to be able to have a Fiddlesticks. It's been so long since we've seen one of them in competitive. We were seeing it as a support for a long time, but now in the jungle with Predator as well. Surenfire is going to be constantly looking for those ganks come level 6.
Well, he looks like a predator with how scary the new Fiddlesticks is anyway. So I'm glad that this is the rune that is taken. It actually makes this early game much more dangerous, and those ultimate ganks really nasty. The extra movement speed can be just so tough to deal with because the second he gets in range of you, you get feared, and then he can catch up to you, even if you can displace him, or you just don't have enough time to get out of it. So I want to see what Schernfire has up his sleeve for this, because this is going to be a very relevant pick for the rest of the season. His wave clear is high. He has magic damage, which synergizes with all the physical damage solo laners that are heavily prioritized right now. Hasn't been nerfed and has a really fast clear.
Exactly. It's one of those clears that's always fun to watch, too, if he starts on some of the other camps that, like Blue Buff and Gromp, you can do at the same time. And we've seen that from other ones. But another fun one is Red Buff and Raptors at the exact same time, where he's able to clear them all out and stay relatively healthy. He's not actually too threatened by either of them.
It's not easy. It requires practice, but these are professionals. We expected them to have that practice down to be able to play these champions to the optimal level and clear speeds, as there's every so often just a new video on a fight in the bot lane. Never mind. It was a video on clearing.
Yeah, just a little bit of a pull. Just like, oh, I landed the dredge line. And then like, actually, we don't really want to fight this right now. Tristana doesn't have the most range level 1, realizing how that could be pretty bad. But I like that little ward placed down by Yunbi to be able to spot out Schernfire doing exactly as I was saying, the red buff at the same time as the Raptors. They know where this Fiddlesticks is, keeping tabs on where he's located to hopefully be able to make a play early out of Rosethorn.
He's got it down. He really does. So the easy way you can do this at home, look at the little tree he's on, right? You got to stand next to that tree, that pine tree right there. That's where you look for to be able to juggle both of those camps.
And it's pretty easy right now. You see how he's able to do it, and full health. That's the crazy thing always with the new Fiddlesticks. How long has this free work been out now? Over a year now, right?
It's been a while. It's been a hot minute, really, on this Fiddlesticks. I mean, maybe since we've been in a time chamber these past year and a half, it's hard to know. But I feel like it's been quite some time.
Yeah, I love it personally. I think that they did a fantastic job with changing how his thematic look is and making him a lot more spooky and terrifying. Even the voice, how it's more of the crackly, inhaling voice that just sounds so creepy and ominous.
He was scary in that he was goofy before.
Yeah, not really actually scary, more just like a ha-ha kind of scary. Now he's scary, but bot lane, speaking of scary, Prismal taking a lot of damage there from both Sven and Isles, where he is forced back under the turret once more.
And it's a change of pace for the bot laners this time around. Not going to be ganked this early on, especially after seeing the junglers cross paths in the mid lane. Just stops everyone from respecting where the jungles are at and just go as aggressive as possible. They know they have a few seconds before anybody could potentially route back up to their lane, so it's always exciting to see who takes advantage of where the junglers are at and then immediately just turns rabid in their lane and almost all ins every time.
But, for now it's a little bit passive out of the two teams. Even if we're seeing some trade of blows, nothing too permanent really sticking at the moment. They're just kind of seeing what they can do. They're testing the waters, testing the limits to see if they can get anything. Because for Cloud9, they're waiting for that Crow Storm. They're waiting to be able to get Schernfire, to be able to utilize that Predator with the Crow Storm, to be able to chase everyone down. Because if he is left unseen, that is a now 5-man fear he's able to get with how they changed his Q and fear to work.
That's the real danger and why you really need to have vision on the Fiddlesticks. 5-man fear completely turns the tide of a fight. I mean, that's just a bonkers a way to engage. It's a incredibly powerful way to start the fight. And so that deep vision that prevents him from having the entire map as his just resting place for ultimates is really important. That's why I think the Twisted Fate pick can be really useful, because it'll keep tabs on Fiddlesticks a little bit more than if he was just a regular control mage. So that should help out in theory. If it gets ever in a tricky situation where you're not sure where the Fiddlesticks is at, just pop the TF ultimate and back off from where you see him.
Exactly. I like seeing that Twisted Fate as well for that reason. To be able to keep tabs on Surenfire, where this Fiddlestick is at, because if you ever let him have that alone time, it's going to be scary. But now, Niles was able to get a bit of trade. I was wondering where Rosethorn was, if he was going to try to look for a bit more, since soon is going to be on level 6. And once he has that, we need to see that Destiny Gate used all over the place to try to make these plays happen, because until then, it's going to be risky, especially with Surenfire getting caught out pretty far. They've got a lot of damage on Rosethorn with Explosive Charge to get first blood barely, but it's 2 kills picked up by Yunbi, trying to see if Copy could join in with his Sonic Wave. Jumped over the board, gets the flash. At least it's a flash for now, but it's 2 kills picked up by that mid laner on Golden Guardians.
They didn't want to take that fight because Copy is level 6. Yeah, it's a 2v3, but this Lee Sin can be deadly at this stage in the game. Darshan jumps Niles.
Getting a lot of damage, too, on this Jace. But Jace, we all know, can do around the same amount of damage, but you got to be careful, especially once Darshan goes mini. You saw that hyper damage and being able to get the third auto attack, what it can do if you're not too careful.
Yeah, the Nara is pretty deadly, especially in combination with the Fiddlesticks. You're going to get 100 to 0 if you get ever crashed into your turret, so Niles has to respect that if there's a wave building, you need to know where Surenfire is at, because he can easily hop over that wall, and suddenly you're dead. You're just spooked, and they're going for the TF. Can you get the kick flash?
Look at the kick, and look at the fair, baby! Nowhere to run. Shut down for Surenfire.
Oh, too easy. That's the power of the Lee Sin. Just the kick flash. Kind of messed the ward hop. Could have had an opportunity to do it without the flash, but then just plays it safe. Just says, I got it. We can do this again. You don't have flash. Fiddlesticks ultis, and they get a shutdown for it too. That's a big deal, because suddenly the TF, who was struggling in lane, falling behind in CS, just got much more gold in the pockets of Copy.
As right now, Niles, taking a lot of damage there, again, from Darshan to try to be able to get away. You thought he had Rosethorn in the wings to be able to help him out, but that's a risky play regardless. Even if you're going to have your Rumble show up soon, Darshan's not fully committing for that. He's just trying to see if he can force you out of lane.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure that Niles doesn't get the advantage he wants in the laning phase. That is what Jace is for against the Gnar. Just being able to build up a lead in lane and then transfer that lead into item advantage that just pokes away at the team fights, and you just keep him down, never give him the opportunity to go Mega Gnar in these fights without already being chunked. So as long as Darshan just focuses on keeping Niles down in the lane, having him base, he'll keep his CS down and be hurting the reason why Niles picked Jace in the first place.
And at the moment, Golden Guardians, even though they have been, relatively even getting the 2 kills for Yunbi in the mid lane, they haven't been able to use that Destiny Gate like we wanted to. We're still waiting on that timer where he's going to be able to make this play. Finally, we see it pop to the bot lane, but it's going to be the rocket jump right into the waiting arms with a nice follow-up coming in from Prismal, but still Sven is alive. 4 members are committed to the spot lane from Golden Guardians, looking for the equalizer, but they can't because they saw Surenfire.
Ooh, barely dodges out, but it doesn't matter. He's gonna die.
Okay, let's see. Equalizer put down, and poor Rosethorn. It's a little bit unfortunate there. He was a little too overextended, and with that, it's an easy pickup.
I mean, you remember when we watched TL and how clean they were at making these plays with the stuns around the cleanses of Yeon? Well, Sven had no cleanse available, yet Yunbi locked in a red card. So I understand the red card if you think he's got cleanse, but he was clearly away from it. So a missed timing on the summoner skill out of Golden Guardians results in no gold card loaded. And so since Sven got away, then the red card goes onto Isles, and then he's now able to escape. So a bit of a missed time ends up backfiring hugely for Golden Guardians.
And it feels reminiscent of last game, doesn't it, Crumbs? Where we see these plays attempted by Golden Guardians. They're trying to see if they can get these aggressive early momentum plays working out for them. But they're too aggressive. They're going too far, and it ends up biting them in the butt, and Cloud9 are punishing them. Right here, it's going to be the Crow Storm over the wall, but Copy, he got himself caught out, or did he? Turns it around to pick up the kill.
Just waiting for the angle to kick the team into the Fiddlesticks. Niles had flash, but what could he do? There's no escaping that when Copy was going to be able to find the angle, and that is them It's taking a little bit too long in the river, bathing, cleaning themselves up from what happened last time around, and they paid dearly for it. They can start the Rift Herald now, but this Rift Herald is not going to be fought for. It seems like the team is more than happy to just take the plates in the bot lane. You've got a Tristana anyways, the demolition expert down there, and if that wasn't enough, you're actually zoning away Prismal. So normally, she'd be getting some farm. Copy is safe.
Yeah, I was just saying, Copy's relatively safe. Even if Prismal's nearby, maybe they thought Yunbi was going to be able to join up, but then they realized that Destiny Gate's still on cooldown, still got some time, not really wanting to commit just yet. Instead, maybe even wanting to just pop. Yeah, there it is. Immediate pop top lane to be able to get Niall some desperately needed gold.
They might be able to get that first turret, but Tristana's still gotten a lot down here. It's going to be the dragon as well. Look at that. She's got so many plates. Really not that big a deal for Cloud9 that they've lost the Rift Herald here. Yep, probably will lose that first turret, but for the amount of value they've been getting thus far in this game, I think they're more than happy with that one. Yeah, if he just presses a charge here, this is his turret, just taking his time with it. Not sure why he doesn't want to take it, actually.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. There it goes. Okay, putting the charge up there. Going to be able to take that. Maybe was trying to deny some CS from whoever is going to show up into the bot lane. But it is going to delay the recall for some time. Looking at the map, I guess there's not really much that you have to worry about. There's nothing you're trying to fight over. What, a Scuttle Crab? There's no Dragon. There's no Rift Herald. Might as well just wait it out and deny a little bit of extra gold.
You can freeze the lanes here. I do like that strategy in keeping the turrets, just killing away minions, making sure that you're slowly whittling down those advantages. Because oftentimes you think, oh, well, what does it matter? It's 18 CS, 30 CS, 50 CS. What's the big deal? But when it comes to finding a reset that might be relevant for it, wait a minute.
Oh, try to get the kick on a newbie, but now it's the flash away that Copy's forced to use just to be able to survive. A bit of an overcommit coming in from Cloud9, a bit uncharacteristic from them.
You got the flash out of Lee, though, so that's pretty good. He's going to be a slippery fella and won't be able to make that combo play. So it's some value there. I think I'll trade Leona's flash for Fiddle.
Oh, but that Crow Storm, my God, Surenfire. It was huge being able to get the kill onto Prismal. Looking to see if they can follow up, but with that kill, they've got control of the mid lane, even if Golden Guardians are trying to see if they can stay their ground. It is a big loss that they just committed to.
They had no idea where Surenfire was at. They solely suspected that he was in the area, but not knowing exactly his location, the second you ask it, it's already too late. He can jump you, and when he gets that fear off and the rest of the team is ready to follow up, it's already way too late.
And now you have a Fiddlesticks who's 2-1-3. He's got the Predator boost long time ago, and he is looking scary on this champion where we were saying, like, we liked this Twisted Fate. We liked how it was going to be able to stop him, but you got to use the Destiny Gate to be able to spot him first.
They walked way too close there, and it's because they had no good vision. They didn't see either side of the lane, so they couldn't hug anywhere. They had to just stay right in the middle, and that just put them as sitting ducks for Cloud9. He's gone with the Hextech Rocket Belt now, so he's going to be even faster in the jungle and in those engages.
He's going to be sticking to you like glue. He's not going to look to see if he can ever be spread away from the carries on the side of Golden Guardian. It's going to be difficult to stop him, but right now, Destiny Gate attempts to pick onto Isles. He goes Golden. 5 members are here from Golden Guardian, but they still didn't get the kill, and that kick is huge on a Rosethorn Equalizer. Might be able to split up the team. They're going to be able to get the kill on the Copy since he didn't have the flash, but the Buster Shot will be able to trade 1 for 1, and Cloud9 keep their ground and push back Golden Guardian's mid.
And Fiddlesticks is still around, so they could even go to the tower for a dive if anyone stays. Darshan has his ultimate, so Golden Guardians might end up losing the tier 1 in the mid lane just for that play, despite it looking like it went decently. They will respect, though, that they have been spotted. The control ward does see the Fiddlesticks, and Nar goes back to the top side, so they're okay with just keeping their ultimates available for the next fight.
And right now, Golden Guardians, there's so much control of vision that they have to use, because Jernfire is just going to keep doing this. He's going to look for these plays with the depth charge. They have the fear as well, the damage onto Niles. Poor Yunbi, he shows up too late to be able to help the top laner, and now look at the heals coming in from Jernfire. He's still alive. He's going to be able to get a little bit of damage with the silence and the fear onto Yunbi. Rosethorn wants to be able to chase this, but does not have the equalizer, and look who's showing up. Coffee scares away Golden Guardians.
Really close. They might have been able to get some more, but they still get the tier 1 in the top lane. They are hard winning across the map, just constantly routing around the Golden Guardians. The Fiddlesticks getting another kill down there and drawing so much attention now results in an entirely lost wave in the top lane. Niles has to go answer that one. His TP will be back up, so it's okay that he's in the top lane, but with Golden Guardians being spread across the map, that lets Cloud9 take control over the river and position themselves for this next dragon fight better than Golden Guardians.
But right now, I'm just wondering where Golden Guardians can maybe fight back against Cloud9. It feels like they still have a strong composition. That Twisted Fate Jace combination, we haven't really been able to see them work together just yet. It's been more of these plays on the bottom half of the map from Golden Guardians. I want to see them incorporate Niles a bit more into that synergized comp that you were talking about during draft.
There's just no team fighting for them. That's the problem. When you've got the Jace and the Twisted Fate combination and not a very good setup for the Rumble, you're going up against Fiddle's Nautilus. That is a wild combination. Look at so much as he's dead.
Rosethorn?
You know what that was? You know how
no,
Rumble
Niles.
is a okay, he's dead too.
Yeah. This is just unfortunate. Niles at least is able to get a good amount of damage back, but there's the depth charge, and there's Sven giving more gold over this Tristana, waiting for it. There's the rock jump, Goomba stop, rampage.
Yeah, so you know how Rumble pilots a mech? Sometimes the mech has a user error and it just acts on its own. Right? It can just go haywire and look for some mission that hasn't been dictated by the little Yordle. So I think that's what happened. It's a Renegader mech.
Just unfortunate for the side of Golden Guardians. You gotta get your mechs under control. You know, you can't let them go renegade. You can't let them be rogue on you. But for the side of Golden Guardians, now after that play, I was wondering what they could do to maybe get back into this game, maybe utilize that Twisted Fate and Jace combination together. But now it's just feeling like it's grasping at straws. They gotta try to get these miracle picks to find maybe Sven, since he's 4-0. That's a lot of shutdown gold you can gain from that one. But I highly doubt Isles is really going to leave the side of Sven anytime soon.
Yeah, and even if he does, how do you catch him? You saw how hard in our first series catching the Tristana, who didn't even have Cleanse, was. You now have a Trist with Cleanse, with Flash, and Buster Shot, and the only guaranteed stun you have is going to be flashing from TF or Newbie. So by the time that connects, he's always going to be able to dash out. We got a 1v1 here in the bot lane.
All right, that's how we'd expect it, right? The Jace, when Darshan is in mini form, is going to be able to do a lot of damage back to him. But once he goes Mega, then you'll want to bail, run for the hills, wait it out again. It's just too late, though. You're getting these good trades from Niles, but what are you gaining from it? Maybe if they can get this kill onto Darshan, they've committed the equalizer, but they missed the Shock Blast.
Yeah, he could just Stride Breaker flashed out of respect there, too. For Golden Guardians. May not have even been necessary, frankly, with the Stride Breaker, but there just was no reason to chance it. But we got another fight with TF catching Sven.
That's a big thing. Gonna be able to get the Captain Jack Cleanse out of Sven, and now Yunpi so low. Crow Storm, Fear 2. They've got the Rampage out of Schernfire. They've got the double kill for him as well. The Goomba Stomp inbound for Sven. The flashes away, chasing down Newbie. Nowhere to really go. You can see Niles on the other side wanted to be able to get the kill on the copy, but he couldn't. And that is now another ace clean yet again out of Cloud9.
I'm so glad we talked about how hard it would be to catch Sven, because they threw a lot at him and it wasn't really close. He was able to cleanse out of the stun well and then flash out right on time, even using the ultimate to disengage. Prismal had no business. He didn't even consider thinking about ulting into that one because he is so far behind. That is a Phantom Dancer just entirely ahead on Prismal, so he was just so much stronger on that fight. Not enough damage, and feels like Cloud9 is just picking up the finishing touches on this game, looking for some cherries, looking for some whipped cream, maybe some candles, some decoration, just ready to send it home and send happy birthday to the first 2-0 of their split.
Especially when they have the surprise party, Fiddlesticks on their team. It's only appropriate that they're able to have this kind of showing. And we got to take a look at this replay, and like I said, it's just the Captain Jack cleanse here from Sven to be able to get immediately away from that gold card.
Right, slowed down by the Leona ultimate, but then flashes away, and Prismal does actually try to follow up, my bad, but it just was not close. He doesn't have nearly enough damage at this stage in the game.
No, then they're so far behind that at this point, there's no real way for them to get back into this game. They needed to make those earlier plays, getting this Twisted Fate with Niles, maybe even helping out Prismal a bit, and they attempted that. But Cloud9 have been able to read them like a book. They only had one slight hiccup throughout this entire game. Otherwise, it has been very clean out of them and showing why they have been this dominant roster throughout Academy. Time and time again, even here where you pop the Destiny Gate looking for Sven, but instead you have to use it on Isles because who else are you going to look for? Who else are you going to try to see if you can kill with the depth charge on it to Prismal? And look at Copy on the other side, scaring away Yunbi, looking for the kick into the team, and they've already got the kill, dominating Surenfire. Again, the resets come in from Sven, and look at this. It's Prismal and Newbie trying to be able to get away, but they cannot. Second time this game, it's a clean ace from Cloud9. This surely should be the game.
Yeah, they're just going to end it. They don't need Baron. I actually love this. We're going to have a game ending without Baron having been taken. So all the stats around Baron for Cloud9 at the end of the split might be hampered by this one, but it was dominating from start to finish. 19-3. It was not close. They are here to play and stay. Sven with 2 games of 700 gold bounties.
Man, Sven... get this guy to LCS, right? He is doing amazingly in this series, and really, it's a good showing out of him. Sometimes you see players that get pushed down into the academy, they get a little bit demoralized, and they're like, oh, I'm not going to do as well. Well, Sven is here to prove himself. He's here to show why he deserves a spot in the LCS. And honestly, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch him after what we've just witnessed today.
No, already in his first series, he's breaking ankles, the escapes, the comebacks from being camped, the CS. I mean, yeah, we knew how well this guy was going to play. He was one of the best ADs at MSI, one of the best international events of all the year. So we're going to take a look at some replays first before we go into that one and start just praising the AD carry. Look at that picture perfect cleanse. They just turned that into a Sven montage, and we didn't even ask for it.
All right, we're going to see another one later on, too, because it was just great. And I do want to praise Surenfire on this Fiddlesticks as well, since it is our first time we get to see Fiddlesticks this year. And how he was able to perform, well, definitely was able to show why we might be looking to expect him a bit more in the coming weeks here in our summer split.
The Fiddlesticks is just a nightmare, quite literally. He is so difficult to deal with. A lot of players just hate playing against him because his dynamic and approach to the game is entirely different. The way his warding works, the way his ultimate works is really not like any other champion in the game. It's kind of like a Zac, but much scarier. And this was right towards the very end. It's only 5 minutes before the game was actually over as they picked Niles. And you can see that Sven, even the team player, making sure that there is an assist on the side of the Lee Sin before he takes the kill.
And that, again, getting that huge cleanse immediately when the gold card lands, the Captain Jack style, which allows Cloud9 to keep cleaning up Golden Guardians here in these fights. And this is their first of 2 clean aces that we see them replicate just a couple minutes later.
Yes, and I think we're going to get the last one, too, which is gonna be pretty fun to see, because this is where Golden Guardians is trying to go for a Hail Mary. They find Isle, but I mean, there's just nothing they can do about it. Prismo is getting 1v1 by Darshami. It seems like it's actually just multiple 1v1s across the map, and all of them are going Cloud9's favor. So it's like when you and your friends take on another gang, and then suddenly you realize all of you are outclassed individually and together, and you're like, oh, we shouldn't have done any of this.
Yeah, and that all goes back to like the early stages of that game, doesn't it? Where there is these aggressive plays again by Golden Guardians Academy where it's them trying to see if they can be proactive, but then overextending.
It came a bit too late. It came too late. That's where we say that these picks like Twisted Fate put so much pressure on you because you have to be making plays off the first ultimate before the ultimate is available. You have to be so proactive. You can't do it to catch up into the game. You have to do it to wrestle for control and never let it go. So that's the approach that Golden Guardians needs to take if they want to continue with this kind of composition.
Well, we'll have to see how they're going to do later on in the season. But for now, we actually have our Verizon post-game interview, I believe. I didn't get to catch who it was with, but I'm excited to be able to have, let's see, we got Surenfire. Hey, Surenfire, I'm glad we got you. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory. First, we got to just ask, how does it feel?
It feels great to be back for a summer split, you know. We changed a few things up. We have a new AD carry and yeah, everything's a bit different, but yeah, good start.
How did you take the loss in Proving Grounds? I know some teams took it really hard. I thought you guys were going to come in as the favorites, but did you change anything from that? Was there areas in your gameplay that you felt like you needed to clean up after that kind of loss at the finals?
Yeah, so me personally, the loss in the finals, I guess I didn't take it as bad as other people because you know, overall we came first in the regular season. We definitely should have won that series, but obviously we didn't. And I think personally for me, it's more about like how I can be more flexible. Like I always want to be really efficient as a jungler. I'm sure you do too, Crumbs, but sometimes you need to play for the team play, and I think I've been figuring that out. And also, obviously, there's a new meta now. It's a lot of like fighting, so. There's just times where you gotta like not farm camps, you know. So, yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. But I will say, you know, you definitely embodied the whole fighting mentality by picking fiddlesticks for us in game 2. And yeah, you know, I know there's a lot of strategies behind the scenes that you don't want to leak too much, but I want to know the reasoning, at least a little bit of why fiddlesticks here.
Well, first of all, it's fun, and after yeah, after that, it's like, it's sort of like it's the start of the split. You know, there's a lot of things that people will just tend to follow, trends, and that people will tend to follow. And I think that one of my strengths, I guess, or our team's strengths, is we don't necessarily follow what's good. We always figure out why things are good and just question the standard. And I think yeah, Fiddle Sixes was just a good pick that game, and I'm glad I'm one of the first, because I do think it'll probably come up more, but I'm glad I'm one of the first to pick it.
Yeah, we think it'll be good too. And I gotta ask you though, first time playing with Sven, is there anything you've learned that he's just brought to the team that suddenly like, oh, never thought of that before, that clicks, that makes us better?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if he was like a shit player, because he's just gonna raise the standard regardless. He's won what, like 2 splits in a row at LCS. He's, you know, he's accomplished a lot in EU as well. So I think him coming here is just the standard's already grown. Just naturally, everyone wants to play better and be better because we're playing with a really good AD carry and accomplished AD carry. So I think he's just raised the standards. People are sticking around after scrims play solo queue, stuff like that. It's just small things that keep people focused. And yeah, he's a hard worker as well. So I'm really glad that I'm able to play with him.
Nice,
You know,
trying to impress him.
I like that. I like that too. It's like you guys are all working together still. It's like trying to make sure you're all going to be able to grow and strive and get back into the LCS and really be able to smack people around then. But I kind of want to look at Academy and how you guys are going to feel going forward. Do you feel like you're going to be able to replicate a lot of your successes that you saw in spring here in summer?
I definitely think that we got away with. I mean, we won a lot last split, but I think the loss in Proving Grounds showed that we got away with a lot of things. Like Seraphine, we got that like so many times for no reason, and then we won a lot easily. But nowadays, I think teams are getting better in the summer split. To be honest, especially with COVID being out, I guess, and vaccines and stuff, we're more free, and it's basically what I'm trying to say is I think everyone's getting better, and um, I think we need to get better as well. That's just it. I think the level of play is rising, at least in Academy, how I see it.
Well,
Yeah.
that's fair. I mean, that's fair. It's a good thing to hear, and it was great having you in, Sharon Fire, for this Verizon post-game interview. And we're looking forward to see how you're going to do throughout the rest of the split. But for that's going to be our second best of 2 already done here, Crumbs. I believe on the other stream that they're already done. We got one more for us. We have one more remaining for this first day of the summer split. And I'm excited, giving another little teaser before we toss it at break. It's going to be FlyQuest Academy and Counter Logic Gaming Academy. So looking at this one, well, last one we had, first place team and a team that's been well practiced within the amateur scene. Now we got teams that have been, we saw FlyQuest, they did really well in both Academy and then also the Proving Grounds, well, more like in the middle. Well, Counter Logic struggled in the spring split, and then we're able to do a lot better when it came to those secondary tournaments. Might we see something similar going into this match?
Yeah, I think we will, because some of the players here really needed the extra time. There's a lot of new players, a lot of new faces, even to getting used to their roles. Someone like RJS, yeah, he played mid before, but switching over to the role once again, I think he could use some more practice with it, especially because it just changed again. So I really want to see what he's got in store, because the role right now is so much about flexibility, flexing with your other lanes as champion pool. So I think that this team could improve a lot with the extra time allotted to them in this off season. And then, well, you've got FlyQuest, who has some new players to the scene. I think someone like NXI could also get a lot of value from just practicing a little bit more and getting used to the new season, and more importantly, the competitive environment.
Yeah, we'll have to see how. For now, we're going to toss it to a break, so that way we can get ready for our final best of 2 of the day. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hello, hello. Welcome everyone back in. We have one more best of 2 that we have left to show you, and it's FlyQuest Academy versus Counter Logic Gaming Academy. We had a little bit of teaser before we went to the break, but Crumbs, let's reintroduce these teams and what we can kind of expect from both of them.
Okay, from FlyQuest Academy, we can expect Triple to be the focal point. Triple has been fairly good. In the first year he came into the scene, the team played around him, had control mages, showed that he could play many other styles, but then started to just be even more proficient in the lane. The team responded to that, played even more around him. I mean, you do have Tomo, who is a pretty versatile AD carry, so some strategies play around him as well, but I think for the most part, this is a team that likes to play around mid and the AD carry.
Yeah, they do like to play around, more around those carry players, and I do believe that it's Diamond as opposed to Dreams for support for FlyQuest Academy. I could double check that in the document in just a second, but kind of looking at them and how they're expected to play, it is going to be Triple and Tomo. But then on the other side, we look at Counter Logic Gaming, and you kind of had talked about RJS, also known as Deus before, who's role swap from mid to top and back top to mid again. And this is a player who before was kind of trying to get back into the rhythm of how mid lane is going to work. And it did seem that towards the end of Proving Grounds, he had really been able to get back into that stride and be able to hold his own against players such as Triple.
He had a lot of experience in a lot of different places. In Korea, playing, I believe it was in Challengers there. He was playing in LCS, subbing for CLG, multiple roles. And now that the meta is revolves more around fighting and having a versatile champion pool, I think that this is right up his alley. Now, likes playing a lot of those mages, but I think the experience in the top lane can show off here because so far we've had so many games in 4 games already, and half the time the champion pool in mid lane is not really mid laners that you can expect, right? We had Trist against Set, we had Trist against Lee Sin, we had TF against Lee Sin. In fact, it's just Lee Sin. It's just...
Well, and Nocturne versus Orianna, don't forget.
There you go,
that
right? So much for mid laners now.
Yeah, exactly. Who needs them? Those go in the jungle now anyways, right? That's where they belong. Diana, Rumble. Well, Rumble, I guess, is more of a top laner. But you put them in the jungle now, they'll be fine. They'll be able to hold their own. I don't know. I just like that we saw a Fiddlesticks today. I'm excited about that, but I don't know if our junglers here in NXI and Kiel are going to play at that. I feel like, if anything, we're probably going to see more on the tanky side. Maybe the Udyr, like we have been seeing a lot of bans towards that champion. Rumble is still high on that priority, same with Diana. But I'm expecting it to be much more about trying to help out the rest of the team as opposed to trying to see if they are going to be the carries.
I think Schernfire was right in that Fiddlesticks is fun, first off. And he does help the team, though. I do think he actually helps the team because his team fighting is just so strong. He works as an engage tool. The Rumble needs setup. Fiddles is the setup and the damage. So you don't actually need anybody to set you up that well. And it helps a lot with all these physical damage solo laners that really want a mage that brings CC. So because he has so much damage and crowd control, kind of puts you in a position where you think, do I want to get Merc Treads? But then there's all this lethality coming out, all these auto attackers. So I think it's a great pick. It'll come back, and junglers have been practicing it. It's definitely something that has been around for a while. There's always been the rumors of how good Fiddlesticks could have been before in the past, and the fact that he's surfacing now just shows you that people have been trying things in the offseason and desperately looking to shatter the meta that has been held by our man bear pig.
But we'll have to see if either of these two teams might want to play. Keel, maybe. He does like to play some of his AP junglers, but that's still something that's remained to be seen, because right now, as we jump into the draft, you see Varus and Nocturne banned by FlyQuest. We're now starting to see a little bit more of that priority put on the Varus, but Gwen, of course, more surprising that it is a blue side Gwen ban as opposed to the red.
We heard from Jenkins, he felt like it was not entirely blindable, right? You couldn't blind it. Maybe you don't have enough practice with it. The players are not that good with it just yet, but all in all, you don't want to just first pick it in. Oh, here we go. All right, you know what? I think there. Okay, we get to see Renekton. That's the good. Let's go. We get something new. We get something new. Finally, he's out of jail. He's out of the zoo. We can finally see the crocodile in action. It's like when you go to see the exhibit and then, oh, sorry, they're in the back. They're being fed. You don't get to see them, or they're just sleeping, doing nothing. He's finally allowed to be played, but it's not paired with the traditional mage combo.
No, it's
so
not.
you take away the Udyr to
Whoa.
deny it, and now you don't have that combo.
Oh, and look at this from FlyQuest. So now we are seeing a lot more change. We got, the Udyr and the Lee Sin, and like you said, the Renekton. We're finally going to see him unleashed. But it's Kindred and Lulu off the side of FlyQuest Academy, which makes me wonder, do they want the Jinx? Do they want the Kog'Maw? Do they want these hyperscalers in the bot lane to be able to buff them up with the help of a Lulu and then also Lamb's Respite?
Okay. I mean, they want the CLG lineup to dive into you. That's what you love to see when you're a Lulu and Kindred. You want melee champions that got to get in your range so you can kite them away. So this pick of Syndra, I really appreciate because Kindred hates Syndra. She's not buying it, Mar. She's keeping a distance. And Syndra's just going to pop you with either a combo that doesn't even include her ultimate or just presses R without using any spells and forces your Lamb's Respite. So I think that this is a great answer to what FlyQuest has thus far. Maybe an overreach out of them to go for this composition this early on. And CLG responds it. They recognize that you're trying to go with some sort of protect the carry combo you already have, and invulnerability with the ultimate, and massive protection and steroids with the Lulu, so you're banning away the Kog'Maw, the hyper carry. Probably a Jinx ban next, but you still got picks like Aphelios that are available.
Though not having that Thresh does also make the Aphelios one of those more difficult champions, just because you really do like having the tool of the Lantern to reposition and be able to move around. But it's still an option, like you said, because of what they need to be able to have. But with Tristana banned, as opposed to being the Jinx that you normally would see a banned against this kind of composition, could be an easy lock-in for FlyQuest. That might be an easy read from CLG.
I think they're listening to what you just said, Magical, in that the Jinx needs too much peel, whereas the Tristana, well, she can also serve as a hyper carry. It's not going to be as insane when she gets the resets, but she'll still be very powerful and be able to protect herself from these carries. So I think that this is a pretty smart ban altogether, because it does give you the option, if you do peak these hyper carries, that you will be able to at least make sure that they are not also very mobile and well protected.
Well, now we have this Ashe lock-in for Katsuri into the bot lane. And, you kind of had talked about these melee champions that want to dive into a Kindred Lulu and how bad that feels. Well, now they have pick potential. Not only did they already get that from that Syndra, but having an Enchanted Crystal Era on top of that to be able to dive into the spec line a lot more efficiently and easily is a great change and adaptation coming in from the CLG lineup.
Okay, this is what I suspected. It's top lane Lulu.
Is it top lane or mid lane?
Ooh,
Yeah,
question.
see?
Okay.
That's that one's a hard one to answer. I mean, you can see where it could be the Lee Sin mid lane. We've been seeing a lot of that. But Lee Sin, I would imagine, has a difficult laning phase into Syndra, because if you try to ever use the Sonic Wave to be able to jump on top of RGS, scatter the weak immediately. You've lost a lot of what you're able to do now as Lee Sin, since you can't get that burst of damage.
You're right, yeah. I think FlyQuest might have painted themselves into a corner this early on, because this early lead priority, maybe they foregone the Renekton, because Renekton's going to have a great time into these lanes as well. So I'm liking what I'm seeing out of CLG. It's an easy to execute composition, and they've given themselves a lot of tools to start a fight. Every single member on this team can start a fight on their own, whereas FlyQuest Academy is going to be mostly reliant on the Rakan to get something started. Lee Sin won't be that easy to execute, because the Alistar can just play a bodyguard every time. You ward hop in, get punted out. It's not going to happen. So Diamond has a Herculean task ahead of him, where he needs to find a crazy engage that also doesn't get instantly answered by a Scatter the Weak, and then everybody can't follow up.
Also, I just realized that both teams picked completely in order.
Oh, yeah. That's
yeah,
true.
right? I just realized that. I'm like, wait a minute, because I'm, putting my notes in my notebook. I'm like, wait, they picked 100% in order of it. Top, jungle, mid, ADC support.
No
Interesting.
swaps. No
No
one
swaps.
swapped.
No, don't need to swap. That's what they're going for. And with this, I kind of want to go back to that point you were making about Diamond, how difficult this is going to be. Diamond likes to play a lot of these hard engage kind of supports. The Thresh, that's going to be one of the most banned champions towards him, because if he ever gets Thresh, he has an absolute terror on that champion. But having something like Rakan that needs to be able to engage into stuff like an Ashe and a Syndra is going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, well, game one is to try things out, but if we have learned anything from the beginning of these best of twos, it's that it has all turned into stomps. They have really been quite one-sided. It hasn't been one team adapting quickly. It has been, if you get stomped in the first one, chances are you're going to get stomped in the second one. And the one thing I see for FlyQuest that could potentially have them snowball in their favor would be NXI. Can the Kindred do something creative this early on? She's going to be slower than the Udyr when it comes to farming, but she is very aggressive, right? She can hop over walls. She has creative pathing, and Heal respects it, dropping a control ward over his red wall, but he won't be alone in matching NXI. The Ashe is the unsung hero of all junglers on their team, because she just presses Hawkshot, and now you've tracked the jungler and you've deduced his pathing, his future pathing, and everyone is loving it except the team that got hawkshotted.
This is where I want to see if NXI is going to do this one jungle pathing with Kindred that I remember Blabber teaching me back in the days when I was at Cloud9's houses and I was casting for them. He taught me this strategy with Kindred, where you're pretty much just, once you get level 3, you immediately try to gank any lane. You're trying to power farm only to level 3, and from there, you go for a lane gank. Well, lane gank or mid lane gank, whatever you can do to be able to get some flashes, and then from there, you've been able to get so much, it gives you a lot of wiggle room to then be able to farm up, since Kindred kind of needs to be able to do so, and if you get a kill, you've already gotten a good snowball rolling.
You got this straight from Blabber?
Yeah, this was back in the days when I was in the Cloud9 house.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
so
that's-
level 3, you heard that here. That's how.
I
that's
mean,
how
this is
Blabber's
also
playing Kindred.
This is also back, what, 2018?
Yeah, different meta.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is 2018 era. It was just, I mean, it was a strategy that he did over and over again when he played Kindred in Academy. So it's something we could see here out of NXI. It's just dependent on whether or not, if you don't get that going, there are a lot of fallbacks. You don't have to go for that strategy, right? It's just one idea that you're able to do, and if it works, that is a great lead for Kindred.
Well, I think it makes sense because you're not gonna beat Udyr at farming. That's just the objective. You're slower than Udyr, so you need to make something else to actually catch up into the game. Watch how far ahead Keel is already. They've both started on opposite sides of the map with equal help from their teams. He's already finished the crab and done the full clear. On the side of NXI. Oh, he's a flash over.
Oh, flash bear slap. Bye-bye. Even with the burning, barely alive with the help of the corrupting pot.
Oh, man. I think Keel did not have enough time to quickly switch to Phoenix Dance because of how soon RJS hit that combo. Wasn't exactly ready for it, but despite that, he's still really far ahead of the Kindred. He was able to do a full clear. The gank did slow him down, though, so that can go in the favor of NXI. You love to see it as a jungler. When you're playing a matchup that's a little bit slower, they go for a gank, and it doesn't get you a kill. You say, good job, teammates. Keeping my jungle disadvantage at a minimum.
And the thing is that NXI won the coin flip. It was able to get the Scuttle Crab with the mark on it. That's the big thing about trying to go for that kind of play, is it's a coin flip. What Scuttle Crab is going to have your mark to make it so you're going to get that early mark necessary to get the stacks. And for NXI, even if, you're going to fall behind, you're expected to lag a little bit behind this Udyr, you're still not hemorrhaging. You're not really losing too massively. You're keeping at least relative with Udyr to make it so that when these upcoming level 6 fights or even just skirmishes happen between the two of you, you're going to have a lot more damage that you're going to be able to throw back.
Yeah, you really don't care that much if you don't get those camps, as long as you keep getting those marks.
Exactly. It's just how Kindred works. It's why I was saying about that level 3 play too. It's one of the early ways to try to get these early marks, because once you get 4 marks, 4 stacks, you feel so much more powerful as Kindred. They just get this huge spike from there, and that's why Keel is trying to make sure that they're going to be able to make plays happen mid lane. There's not going to be that answer to help out NXI when he tries to invade, though. Right there, NXI was able to kite back pretty well, while bot lane, Ketsuri has to flash away, but Ignite should be enough. One more oh! 6 health! 6 health! Ketsuri lives!
So lucky! This Ashe just barely gets away, and it's when Hooks was leaving the lane. Diamond and Tomo saw the opportunity. They had the 1v2, and just barely were not able to connect on it. The good news for them is that they only actually burned the Ignite. It didn't cost that much, so they'll still be able to try that again, and if she's out of position, you really won't need the Ignite, because she can't get away from you anymore. Without flash, without heal, she needs to rely on something else, and that's going to be the mobility, as the first purchase for Katsuri will be those Berserker Greaves.
The thing to me, though, is 6 health. If you're Diamond, you're so upset about that one. It was single digits with your Ignite. One more tick would have been enough to be able to get the kill, and that would have been a huge amount of momentum gained by both Tomo and Diamond to the spot lane. While you're not really losing out too drastically, it's always a feels bad, isn't it?
It's divine intervention. Every time I don't get a kill by a sliver of health or I live, I just say, it was foretold. Divine intervention was on my side.
So my answer when I'm the one who lives with that little of health, I go, all right, time to go back in and still fight. And then my teammates are like, you're crazy. I'm like, yeah, I know that. And then when the enemy lives that way, I go, oh, it's rigged. It's something else. But right now, NXI and Diamond, all right, they're trying to invade Keel, but it's a level discrepancy between the two. Keel has that advantage as well as having the reinforcements.
And they don't have that much vision to actually see where Hooks is coming from. And because Katsuri has the way of pushing away from him, he can just chill back there and help his team out as well. But they're going to go onto this Ashe.
Ooh, I like that knock-up, and look at this. They're trying to get the damage onto Katsuri, but Hooks was amazing in that play to make sure FlyQuest Academy couldn't go any further.
They kept the Ashe alive. We knew they were going to... Whoa, Katsuri, get out of there. Oh my God.
Katsuri, what are you doing there, mate? You gotta bail.
You told them magically. You said, when I get away with 6 HP, you know what I do? I go back in. That's what he did. That's exactly what he did.
All right. Look, if I'm saying this and you're listening, I got some bad news for you, my friend. I'm not that good at the game. I'm much better at yelling at the game than anything else.
Oh, man. Hey, like... How do you feel as Hooks? You just put your life on the line to bail him out. All right, man, let's go back to base. And then you just see him there. You just see him go back in. It hurts, and it hurts the CS department. You're already 20 CS down. You're going to catch up some more, but you're going to be stuck in that tower all day long while Diamond and Tomo get to roam around and make plays.
Yeah, that's going to be nice for the side of FlyQuest Academy, being able to unlock that playmaker in Diamond to try to see what he can do in order to help out, especially NXI. That's really what you need to be able to get, is get more of these stacks into your Kindred.
He ended up getting a stack from that Ashe kill, actually. I see him now with the assist on it, and the mark, he only got the first one. So the fact that Katsuri went in was a double dangerous for that.
It looked like there was going to be a play, but, backing out of there. Still, NXI, I got to go back to this one. Now he's starting to fall a little bit further behind. And it's expected that with your Kindred matchup, you're expecting that to be what takes place between the two of them. But sooner or later, you're falling too far behind. You're not really going to be that useful in these team fights.
That's where you rely on the Lulu, right? You want the Lulu to bust you up, to make sure that when you fall in behind, she can make it up for you with the items. But that doesn't really get you far ahead, and it concedes a lot of the pressure that you can apply on the map, because Keel can do whatever he wants. He can do no wrong. He already has his plated steel cap, so he's going to be really difficult to take down, since all of your DPS is really coming down from auto attacks. You can fully itemize armor and Tavis here, and there's not much to threaten you except the crowd control on the side of FlyQuest. So they're now at least posing for a dive against this Ashe, this poor unsuspecting creature. But at least the Alistar is right there, and the heal is back up though, so Doesn't seem as easy as it was last time.
And also with this Ashe, you're more wanting to be able to get these arrows out. That's your whole idea with grabbing an Ashe, is you're about the utility. Sure, you have a little bit of crit to help out beyond that, but you want to be able to get these arrows, so it's okay if you lose Ketsuri a couple times. What they need to start doing on CLG side is trying to see if they can help out RJS on the Syndra, because that is where you're going to be able to really help out in these fights, especially if you can blow up NXI before Lamb's Respite can come out.
The Syndra is going to be a nasty pick later into the game. She is just going to be so good at keeping their distance from Tomo and NXI. It's going to force Lulu ultimates. It's going to force so much defensive tools without much commitment. That's going to be the key. Making sure that you can force the critical spells out of FlyQuest without having to put anybody in harm's way. And just like that, right? You just stun somebody out. We know the Syndra play pattern too well, and she's farming fine, and so is Lulu, but one is building defensive items to boost up her AD, while the other one is building a Luden's Tempest, making sure she's maximizing her DPS.
And if she's able to get that DPS out in these fights, blow up NXI, blow up Tomo, it's going to help out a lot, because that's where all the damage is really going to be for this FlyQuest Academy's composition. Since Triple has gotten Battle Song, this Lulu isn't really going to be able to provide that AP burst damage they need. As you can see, even though the play is happening top lane, Kumo trying to be able to get away. You get a lot of damage in from that help out. Oh, but the flash away. NXI has to burn the ult to be able to survive, but same with Tion. He's still alive. Going to be able to get the heal, and they burst it down NXI for Keel to take his first kill.
Their 2v2 is so strong. They both have a stun. They can just chain it onto each other. NXI just pops his ultimate to delay his death, and this is going to be paid for dearly. It might be 2 plates in this top side, as he has to base and walk all the way back. There's no teleport on this Lee Sin. Keel can also steal camps on this side of the map. It is a huge advantage on the top side for CLG. And without the Kindred ultimate, now she's going to be in even more danger and falling further behind the Udyr. So that is a huge win out of this side that can be exactly what they needed to ease up some pressure on the bot side, because they are losing relentlessly down here with Tomo and Diamond being consistently far up.
They're allowed to at the moment. They're allowed to be able to be this far up because there hasn't been that punish just yet. You can tell that Keel wants to be able to make this play bot lane, be able to help out Ketsuri, help out Hooks. But until you at least have a little bit more from RJS, who's now rotating down, you're not going to be able to do too much. You can see how Ketsuri and Hooks have to take this long path to be able to get back. Nice shield coming in from Dime to keep NXI alive.
Yeah, okay. Got the Syndra ultimate, but it wasn't a scary one, right? She only had Scatter the Weak. There wasn't many Dark Spheres on the ground, so she gets away without having to force a Lulu ultimate. But they steal the crab, which was a big deal, because that's what they were fighting for in the first place.
Ooh, Keel? Okay, he's going to be spotted out. Jumped on top of getting a lot of damage. The arrow is going to connect onto Triple, but look at the damage coming in from NXI. It's going to be Diamond who takes the kill credit in this one. Would have loved to have gifted that over to NXI, but at least you got the kill.
But why? Why, Keel? What is the point of being down there? Because he is looking for a play by himself, and the rest of the team has an easy time collapsing onto that. You know, the red smite from Kindred, he's going to diminish that damage. RJS,
nice scatter the weak, trying to get the quickness, but flashed away to be able to survive.
Yeah, okay, just forces that, but that can only happen because the Udyr is dead. So important was he to keeping the rest of FlyQuest at bay from looking for all these plays across the map, and him going down there so seamlessly just put a big wrench in CLG's plan to continue to steamroll through this game. Now, the Kindred's going to be fine. She got another stack off that because Udyr was the one that is marked. She's now at 4 stacks, 14 minutes into the game. It's not the earliest time, but the fact that she's transformed is a big deal. It's usually the thing that keeps her from being relevant inside the game. It's not being able to get those stacks. And now that she's already at that stage, her ability to deal with Udyr and the long range of Ashe and Syndra just goes up exponentially.
Being able to kite back so much easier as well, plus them having that Lulu, Rakan, the double support for the team to help them out. The only one really going to be the question on what they're going to be able to do is going to be Kumo on this Lee Sin and how he's going to be able to help out in these team fights. Really, this is where you can kind of see an idea already of what he has in mind. having built up that Bramble Vest, he is going to be the kick bot, looking to find the place, looking to find out RJS, and maybe be able to help the team. As Hooks looks like he's caught out for now, taking a lot of damage, but it will be safe with the Blast Cone utilized by Keel to scare away FlyQuest.
It's a big ultimate there, taking out the Alistar, since now they're not able to contest this dragon. Nobody can really face check this anymore, and so now they get to start these objectives seamlessly, and they're slowly building up to a death ball comp. That's what they really want to do.
Okay.
Going after Ashe.
Looking for the quickness, but that was a quick arrow and flash from Katsuri to be able to keep that fight disengaged and not have to worry about being picked. As Diamond now wants to be able to see if he can get rid of that ward, but he might have overextended. They've got a lot of damage, even with the blade call coming in from Tomo, and force a lot out of Diamond to stay safe, with a heal on the other side from Katsuri to get away from Tomo.
All of these members just take so much damage from the DPS of either side. They have to respect each other, and that's what's often happening. The Udyr is just not able to go straight up to Tomo or even NXI anymore. He's just getting mauled down. There's so much DPS between these two, so he needs to make sure that if he's going to run at these members, the rest of the crowd control can follow up quickly, or else he will get cut down in a matter of seconds.
Now, yeah, and it looked like he wanted to set up a dive with Keel nearby, but a good, quick wave clear from Kumo is going to at least disengage for now. In the meanwhile, we look at how things have kind of boiled down for both sides. This has been some great ward coverage out of CLG Academy, forcing further and further into enemy territory of FlyQuest to try to see if they can gain control around these objectives. Unfortunately for them thus far, they haven't been able to maintain those. They've lost the 2 dragons over to FlyQuest Academy, and now they want to be able to get this Rift Herald. If they can get this pick on the Diamond, that's going to be huge, but he's still going to be safe and away from the entire fight for now.
They got his flash, so he wanted to turn on that. Thought about maybe baiting in RJS because he has no flash. He's a sitting duck. Tomo looking to be aggressive.
They want these fights. They want these skirmishes so damn bad out of FlyQuest Academy. They need to be able to get these tanks, as you talk about, for NXI, but they've already got the 4. They shouldn't feel like they're forced to look for these plays over and over again. They've got a great scaling composition, so long as they make sure they're playing safe and they're not getting too overly aggressive.
Their itemization tells you everything of how badly they want these fights. It's the double Shirelius. They want speed. They want to get into the mix. They want to be able to catch out the individual members that have no mobility. Notice how much they're picking on RJS and Katsuri. That's really the only members they want to go after.
If they can find them, I mean, that's a lot taken away from CLG, especially if they can get RJS. Katsuri is going to have a good amount of damage as this Ashe, but you really want to make sure you're killing RJS before he's able to get an Unleashed Power Scatter the week off. Because without that Syndra, that bursts potential onto someone like Tomo, someone like NXI, is completely eliminated.
Syndra, any game she's played is a priority target. Doesn't matter if it's bot lane Syndra, support Syndra, top lane Syndra, you always have to deal with her. But here we're going to have a 5v5 around Dragon.
Looking for the arrow onto Diamond, but Diamond's got the quickness and double knockup. Has still alive on the other side to be able to get away. And look at NXI chasing down RJS. There goes that burst potential. The re-engage from Kumo, looking for Hooks with a nice kill and knock over the wall. Looking for Katsuri as well. And you got the Sonic Wave. You got the double kill in Kumo. Tien trying to be able to heal up with the Call of the Meek, but it's going to be Lance Respite denying the kill onto NXI. Tien should be easy pick'ems in for Kindred.
Oh, now this is getting out of hand. FlyQuest picked CLG apart. CLG's trying to take a fight on 2 different fronts, but they left RJS on the top side. He is 1v2ing against Triple and NXI, doesn't even force the ultimate out of Kindred. So watch what happens with Triple and NXI on the top side, because when Alistar engages down here, Kindred just goes in, she gets stunned, but there's nobody here to follow up. And while Tomo and Diamond get to disengage, you've already lost the Syndra in the top side. So the fight is already over. They're not going to be able to continue to fight because Kindred still has her own ultimate. And they don't have a problem to just continue to flash in and use everything, because their defensive spells had never been spent, as they never actually had to deal with a concentrated burst on a single member.
And with this is a massive amount of momentum for FlyQuest. Katsuri thought he was safe between the towers and gets blown up with a nice use of the Feather Storm and the Rift Herald in tandem mid lane. FlyQuest continue to bulldoze down anything that CLG Academy have left.
Once they smell blood, they really have never stopped being aggressive here. CLG, okay, you're going in, but there's no damage to really follow this up. Like, the Alistar is not going to be enough. Diamond can always disengage onto you, and Ashe and Syndra are so far behind, especially the Ashe. Looking after Kumo here is heal, but this just won't do anything. The Lee Sin is the safest member of them all. While the Dragon is being taken, FlyQuest advanced that much closer to their victory as they're just rolling away with this game.
They're getting everything that they possibly could need. Now within Soul Point, a Mountain Soul as well. If you had a difficult time bursting down FlyQuest already, well, it's not going to get any easier. Not for some time, at least, unless, of course, CLG can find that miracle. They still have good bursts out of RJS. They can still utilize this Syndra to find these plays, but at the moment, they just haven't been able to get enough. NXI has been able to kite around so well. Same with Tomo. The double threat. Who do you focus first?
You focus whoever is closest and you kite back as best as possible. There's really no way to commit now. There's just too much damage, so you have to make sure that you're not trading damage for damage because your carries are gonna get out DPS by NXI and Tomo at the moment. The double marksman combination is so much stronger in sustained fights than is the burst of the Renekton and Syndra, who are burst champions. They need to get in range, they use their spell rotation, and they just have to wait. And even that is getting out DPS by just sustained damage from the AD carry. So that's when you know you're in some trouble. And he's dead again.
Oh, no, RJS. You don't have a jungle anymore. I'm sorry. Keel lost all rights to that when you lost the last fight. And with that, that's the burst, that's the wave clear gone for CLG Academy. Even if the Baron's up, they're not going to go for it because all they have to do is wait it out. Keep pushing in the double marksman comp with the double support. Such an easy thing, and now hooks. Did you not learn the lesson of RJS? you got learn people.
Oh, RJS wrote down the lesson, but then the booklet was lost. They didn't place it anywhere. He's dead.
Tomo! 1v1 now. Tian trying to see if he can at least get something back for the team, but the Lambs are spiked just in time to be able to save the life of the ADC with a kick away and a killing spree for Kumo. While Keel fights against Triple in the jungle. FlyQuest now completely in control of this game.
All the pings are on Baron. Double marksman. You've got the Kraken Slayer already. Easy Baron to take. Keel doesn't even have flash, and there is no blast cone. A steal should not be possible here. Diamond is just playing bodyguard. He won't die to the Udyr. So they just have to burst this one down and bring themselves that much closer to now they killed Udyr. They just keep dying.
Might help if you kill the jungler, if you can't flash over the wall. He's still alive, somehow still alive, but the Baron's been taken by FlyQuest this entire time. All the while, you see that Diamond and Kumo are able to scare away the remaining members of CLG Academy from even trying to put up a fight. Looking to see if he can pick up that kill. Kumo, do you do it? Yeah, he does! Let's go, baby! Gets the kill, gets her flashing away, trying to be able to get away, but he cannot do so. And now Kumo takes down the cow underneath the dirt, and is still alive! Kumo, how are you doing it?
This should just end the game right here. CLG, if the coach on the sideline needs to tap out, this is getting out of hand. FlyQuest is just destroying them. That greedy base just snowballed so much more. That should have just been, you got picked, you lost the Baron, and then you backed off. But CLG continued to march onwards into the red side and just got obliterated. Kept sending more and more kills for no reason. There was no attempt at getting any kills. They were just getting routed from the moment they entered their jungle.
I'm just proud of Kumo. I'm proud of my boy over there. Another one of the players I worked with back in the day of Cloud9 Academy, back when we were in the house. Just seeing him go for that aggressive dive there, the Lee Syndrome, of saying, all right, I landed the Q, must follow up, and then somehow living. It's beautiful.
That's the beauty. All the Lee Sins gaze inside their inner eye. Of course, not their regular eye, since it is a blind champion. But when they land that Q, they envision exactly what Kumo just did. To be able to go in and be as quickly as Diamond is right now.
Oh, look at this. They thought they had to pick on Atomo because he used so much trying to be able to engage, but now Hooks is the one caught out, made into hamburgers, with everyone pushing mid lane. Baron buff helping out the members of FlyQuest. They even got the buffed up cannon minion. CLG Academy, they're all the way back in their base because they know it's so easy for Diamond to look for a dive.
Look at how much respect they have to pay to the engage of FlyQuest right now. And Lee Sin isn't even there. They don't have hooks. Great scatter of the week, but no one dares get even close to this. They'll just back off.
Like,
they got the Ocean Soul.
Why would you try it? You can see they're trying now, saying, oh, maybe we can make this play, but they gotta be so fearful of FlyQuest Academy. The only reason I think they're even trying this desperately now to make any fight happen is because if they don't, it's going to be an easy Mountain Soul picked up by FlyQuest.
And that would be the end, for sure. Oh, Ash, you gotta let the Alistar face check. Here's Tomo on the side, though. Great angle for the Kaisa.
Look at Kumo. He's looking for the kick onto RJS, into the knock-up, and into the kills. Easy cleanup coming in from FlyQuest Academy. They've got 3 picks. Dan tries to flash in, wants to be able to get anything back for the team, but he dies to the double kill carry of Support Diamond.
They don't need the soul. They can just end it right here. They're all dead. Udyr is not even going to respond to this one. He's got no chance. FlyQuest obliterates CLG in the first game of the best of 2.
They are looking strong. They are looking like they have fixed any mistakes coming in from the spring because this game was so clean out of FlyQuest. It was a little slow out of NXI on that Kindred, but that is expected. Into Udyr. Once they were able to find those proper fights, FlyQuest never relented.
CLG was in a good position. I thought that Udyr was doing fine. You got a gank on Syndra. It looked like it would go well, but then when they found the gank on the Ashe, right, when Ashe lived and then came back, and then the snowball began, and then Udyr with the 2v2 top looked so good, but then suddenly gave the kill back to Kindred. That was, I think, the moment that it all fell apart. From that point forward, CLG just could not do much more because the Kindred got 4 stacks. You gave her so much, and you gave her the reward that she needed to make up for the CS deficit, and, well, now she was even with Hyper Carry, Lulu Booster behind her, and never looked back.
That's what we said. Once you get 4 stacks as Kindred, you feel like a champion again.
It's a champion that I think is very fun to see in the meta right now because we now just have Kindred, but we're going to have Kindred with Sylas, both in the meta. So you're going to have a lot of Lamb's Respites, and it's one of those ultimates that can make or break a team fight out of nowhere. So you as the jungle player have a big responsibility on your shoulders to press that button. You press it wrong, you might have just cost your team the fight or won them the game.
That's
Who knows?
That's going to be so confusing for me when it comes to team fights if that happens. Just double Lamb's Respites. I'm not going to know what to do with myself. I'm going to be like, who's Lamb's Respite? I don't know. It's somebody's Lamb's Respite. But in this game, we didn't have to worry about that. We just had good gameplay out of FlyQuest Academy to take game 1 of the best of 2. We're going to toss it to a break. When we come back, we're going to dissect that game with some replays, so stick around. Hello, welcome back, one and all, for the final time of the day. We have one more game. We've got a lot of best of twos that we've had taken place here on the Academy stream, as well as over on Nerd Street LOL, where we had two other ones casted by the wonderful Kangas and Cubby. But here we have our final game of the evening, and it is between FlyQuest Academy, who took a convincing game one over Counter Logic Academy. So let's break down that game a little bit more, Crumbs, before we hop into our second one.
All right, if we break it down from the start, it looked like CLG was going to have the Renekton and the Udyr as some of the picks that have been mostly banned. And so we thought, oh, well, everybody's been prioritizing these picks. What could they possibly do with them? They got ahead, out to a hot start, but then it all collapsed when the Kindred started to get kills across the map. She was behind in farm, but then once she got ahead, you had the Lulu back her up, and then it just took off from there. It was not close at all. It ended up being 18-3, the final score from FlyQuest taking down CLG, which just goes to show you that that was a well-executed snowball.
I think one of those 3 kills was when Kumo dived the fountain as well. So it just shows you how convincing that game was out of FlyQuest Academy. Like you said, once they were able to get that Kindred online, the 4 stacks onto her passive, that's when she became a champion. That's when they were able to completely run rampant with the double support to double 80 carry composition out of FlyQuest. It seemed like CLG just didn't have the answers necessary. So when we look at these replays, you can see early on, CLG were doing fine. It's just once the team fight started, especially when they started in full earnest, that they just didn't know what to do.
Yeah, this is where it was going really well for CLG, when it looked like they knew what to do, where they were winning a strong 2v2 in the top side. Love this, right? Just keep the Kindred stunned, deny the camps, shut down Kumo by a little bit, but then in this big fight, this was what blew the game wide open. It already is a 4v3 or 4v5 on the side of CLG, but because RJS is split off, he just gets picked off, and the Kindred and Lulu just took him apart. Syndra is so integral to the composition. Everyone else just dogpiled onto the rest of the team, and they could not do anything about it. This was just too much for CLG to handle, because once the Kindred and the Lulu got too strong to burst down, it just became way too difficult for them to finally engage. And they're so confident in how easily they were to win these fights that Tomo just kept looking for these opportunities. The Ashe got picked on time and time again, could find nothing to do on the map, and then just, I hope we get the sequence actually. I hope we see just how hypey Kumo went here.
Oh, I do. I hope so too, because this is one of those plays I love to see where you're just like, all right, like there it is, boom, got it. Do I do it? Yeah, I do it.
I like how Katsuri's like, I am not blocking that. If I get hit by that, I die too. Threads the needle for the Alistar 2. Heals from the Gore Drinker. Just a really nice play out of Kumo there. And this was the last fight, I believe. No, we actually got more. We need to die a few more times, because it was 18, the final score.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I think it's here where they just kind of like play it passively, wait it out, and then boom, right after that, they're able to explode, win this game, and only Keel was alive, since he's like, I don't know what you want me to do here. There's very little I can do in this fight.
Yeah, and, well, that's what happens when Udyr doesn't really get to do much in the game. He's not an engager. He's not the main engager. He needs a team to follow up, and when everybody else fell behind, it wasn't close. There were some glimmers of hope, but maybe we're going to see the trend develop over the course of the best of just the 2-game stumps. We don't know, at least I don't know how the other matches in the other stream have been going, if they have been these 2-0 shutouts. But thus far, that's been the trend. So I'm putting my eggs on the FlyQuest basket for now, because they came out swinging in this first series.
And they look so clean.
I'm looking it up too now.
Yeah, I like how we both have our other monitor. We're like, oh, what is it? I don't see it yet. Maybe it's in Discord. Anyway,
we're both 1-1s.
Hey, Kangas and Cubby, maybe they have a little bit of an aura.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, no.
Never mind. I got confused. They're all 2-0s.
Oh, okay. So we've only had 2-0s thus far in Academy. But, maybe we'll see a change coming in from CLG. Maybe they're going to be able to figure out what went wrong in that last game. I feel like when we look at Renekton as a champion, and usually as a pick, what is he normally paired off with? Is it Udyr?
Now, no,
Oh.
it's the Nidalee. It's the
Right. Where
Nidalee.
was that? Where was it?
I don't know. They didn't want to give up the Udyr Lee Sin. That's what they're afraid of, right? They didn't want to give that up. But you got to count on your own strategy. You got to know what's good for you. So if you don't want to play that combination, if you're afraid of it, you don't give it up. You ban it. Maybe that's why Renekton's been banned so much. But even at MSI, the Renekton was paired with the Nidalee. You got to have an AP combo for him. Otherwise, he just looks goofy because he has these gap closers that go really well with mages that have longer engages and different kinds of mixed damage. But when you have Udyr who's just trying to run at somebody, when it comes to a team fighting stage, they're no longer giga buffed and not nerfed to the point where they can actually just run past the damage and tank you and still kill you. They require much more finesse. That's where the fine tuning in the composition must be considered before you draft them again.
And it feels like they thought maybe the Syndra would be able to fill that gap left by not getting the Nidalee, but unfortunately RJS just wasn't able to do as much as he would have liked to. In the laning phase, he was able to fully triple, but that only lasted so long until finally at NXI being able to show up into these fights, and you didn't have the proper burst necessary to take down Kindred before they were able to use Lamb's Respite and be able to then throw that damage right back in your face.
The closest attempt to play around RJS was that first gank. Udyr flashing over the wall, but barely missed it. Didn't have the Phoenix Dance instantly available to actually kill the Lulu, and that could have maybe swung the game entirely if RJS could have bullied his way to more gold on the Syndra. Who knows? But that's only for a review. For now, though, I think that they can just think, hey, let's make sure that we play around the champions that not only are best at setting us up, but are actually going to be the most relevant to winning against the enemy's composition. Notice in the previous games how much the teams played around the Nautilus. Nautilus is always finding you fights, so it's so easy to play around him. So because the Syndra is going to be what allows you to win against these range compositions, you play around her, you make sure she's strong. I want to see CLG implement that.
Well, I was about to say, who was missing in the last draft? It was Nautilus. Nautilus was completely overlooked in both pick and ban, and we had been seeing all throughout the day that Nautilus has this high priority placed upon his head. Well, CLG could have grabbed that. They grabbed Alistar instead. I feel like the Nautilus might have been a bit better just to help out with the fight. Maybe not necessarily for the laning phase, but you're using it to be able to find those picks.
I think they might have thought too much about the draft and try to big brain it by taking the Alistar, because the Alistar can punt people out of the Kindred ultimate. But when you watch Alistar versus Kindred, how many times does that actually happen? Right? Half the time when the Kindred is getting punted out or anybody's getting punted out, it's because the fight is already so one-sided that the Alistar can make that combo happen. If you actually watch the Kindred versus Alistar interaction, by the time you're comboed and you're dropped down, he doesn't have that headbutt available again to knock you out of the ultimate. So you're sacrificing the entire early lane for the off chance of having an interaction that is rare. So I think they need to put a bigger priority on making sure that they just have a good laning phase, which they didn't have, and then a good way to start the fight versus getting cute with the Kindred ultimate.
See, I would even make the argument, if you're that focused on to be able to pump people out, get Gragas support at that rate. That way you can actually use the explosive cast to knock everyone out of Lamb's Respite as opposed to just one person. But we'll have to see how this draft is going to go. Of course, Diamond never allowed a Thresh. Anyone who lets him have Thresh is a fool and thinks that they can beat him. You can't. I've seen it many times. It's not going to work. And so going into this one, Lee Sin finally getting banned by FlyQuest. They just don't want that to be first pick.
Yeah, they recognize how valuable it was that game. Kumo showed proficiency at it. They don't want to see if RJS or TN can actually do the same on it. And frankly, I'm glad of it. I know that the meme was for Udyr, that he had low skill expression and that people got tired of seeing him. But even the pick like Lee Sin, at this point, I'm tired of seeing the kicks. I'm not here watching kickboxing. I want to see the full spectrum of combat. So get rid of it. Great. Kindred also getting banned.
Alberto, are you going to tell me you didn't like seeing Kumo use that Sonic Wave when he had no right to go in, goes in, gets the 2 kills, and somehow survives?
Oh, I do. But that's That's a fraction in the moment of glory for Lee Sin. I don't want to watch him wave clear anymore. That's my problem. He's just sitting there tempesting away, shielding nonstop and sustaining himself. Tired of it. Give us something more. Fatal sticks. We want more of what Schernfire was up to. And no more Kindred for NXI either. So at least we're getting some variety.
Well, with the Udyr being the final ban by FlyQuest Academy, we still get that Renekton locked in immediately by Tien into that top lane. But look at that. Nocturne Rumble going to be the answer on the other side. I was expecting to be that Rumble and Nautilus. Pretty much the staples that we've seen throughout the day. But here, they just get themselves the Rumble and that Nocturne to be able to go in with it. That is a lot of aggressive tendencies that are now being flexed here by FlyQuest Academy.
All right, CLG, you've seen this story a million times. You need to deny the Nautilus. It is coming out 100% from FlyQuest, all right?
You got
right?
Kaisa?
Take a combo. Come on.
Come on. Come on. We're not gonna give any commentary until we see what this is. Come on, Nautilus. Nautilus. No! That's not Nautilus!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I'm waiting.
They're really giving this up again.
I'm waiting. That's not Nautilus!
No! Oh, okay. All right. Insta-lock right now. Nautilus, FlyQuest.
Yeah, that's like it should be at least if they've been paying attention to what the meta on 11-11 is and how powerful the combination of both Rumble and Nautilus is in tandem with one another. I'd expect to see that locked in for Diamond. Diamond does like Thresh a bit more than he likes that Nautilus, but just the fact that that combination works so damn well is what I'd expect. But, hey, you know what? They're not going for it. They're locking in Xayah.
Maybe they really like the Rakan instead. He had a good game on it. He did.
Well, I
have a
do
good
know
game
Diamond
on it.
likes his aggressive supports. He loves Rakan because it's something that can really easily engage into the back line and be able to set up a lot of the fights. But Nautilus does that as well, and that's the only reason why I'm a little iffy on what we are seeing thus far. Not saying the Nautilus grabbed in by hooks, even though his namesake would lead you to think otherwise. And then also not seeing that out of Diamond here when it's a perfect angle to do so. Instead, they grab Xayah, trying to see if maybe they can force out that ban of the Rakan here from CLG, since that you have to at least take that away, right?
Well, they're banning away other supports, so it's curious, right? Because he's going to have, at the very least, Rakan or Nautilus. So he's going to have his pick of whatever support he wants. So it's not like there's going to be much, not a lot of value out of this. So I think that right now the CLG angle should be a Fiddlesticks again. A Fiddlesticks in the jungle. It's going to be good into a lot of what FlyQuest has already. The atomization works against the Nocturne with your stopwatch.
Brums,
What's up?
you just want to see Fiddlesticks again.
I do.
Is that the real? I think that's the real thing here. It's not about whether it's good or not. You just want to see it again, and that's fine. I respect that because I'm the same.
Yes, he's fun. He's a fun champion.
Yes, he's a lot of fun.
When he succeeds, it's exciting, and when he fails, you kind of laugh. It's like, oh, I guess it kind of failed, but it was fun to watch him try to go in and have ultimates that work or not. But the CLG bans are just cornering Diamond into Braum.
Not Nautilus. There it is. Okay, thank you.
There it is.
Oh,
No!
whoa! The last minute swapperino onto Serafino. That's an interesting pick, and it makes me wonder whether or not that's going to be for Diamond or whether that's going to be for Triple instead.
Right? It could be for Triple,
Oh,
for sure.
oh, they're giving you what you want. Look at that. They're
It's
hovering
what
it.
we want. We asked for it.
Oh, baby! They did it!
It's gonna be good. It's exactly what they needed to start the fight. Now, okay, yes, yes. Now we're talking.
Well, I think we're just having more fun with this. We're not even like giving commentary and like trying to break down what's happening. We're just enjoying. Oh, okay.
I'll take the Jace.
I'll take the Jace. But the Fiddlesticks, I like this pick here with this composition. The Nidalee's banned away. Morgana's taken away. You need AP threat from your jungle, especially if you're trying to look for RJS on to either Renekton or Jace here. You need to make sure you're getting something that's going to be able to do a lot. And like you said before, Fiddlesticks is able to enact a lot of his pressure on his own. He's not like Rumble, who's reliant on his team.
Not at all. Fiddlesticks can be the party, the guests, and the desserts. He's got everything all in one. And the fact that you have all this physical damage just makes him that much stronger, because the atomization will really be difficult for FlyQuest, who have come up with a hodgepodge of a composition that just wants to dive in, do a ton of damage. It's not the Nautilus, but it's the Seraphine, which has been away from the meta for quite some time. I don't think anyone was looking forward to bringing her back, but it seems like Diamond has just never put her away.
Then again, you also have to remember that it works really well with what they have. They need something that's going to be able to give them a lot of long-range engage with the help of Encore, but then the shields and the heals that she provides for the team, especially once you get that Moonstone Renewer, you get the Staff of Flowing Water, you're going to be able to buff these members that are trying to dive deep into the enemy territory. Wukong, Nocturne, even the Rumble needs something to help them out a little bit more when you have to deal with the high threat damage that is being laid out upon you by CLG Academy.
And you can also be healing from that high damage, right? RJS's poke can be fed off by the Seraphine, so it does make Jace's job a little bit harder when his poke just doesn't stick. It has to be combined with Keel's engage. You have to just go all in right there and take them out, or else, well, they're just going to stay at full HP, and then you're not going to be able to deal with it, because we know what happens when Seraphine gets off and just becomes an absolute menace. But we're going to go in game and see exactly what happens when Jace meets his nightmares of Nocturne in the mid lane.
Yeah, but what about the Nightmare's nightmare in Fiddlesticks? Aha, see what I did there. But anyways, it's looking at this, I already am rooting for CLG just on the merits of picking Fiddlesticks. But also, I look at these compositions and what they have, and I talked about how the Seraphine is going to help a lot when it comes to these skirmishes and these team fights out of FlyQuest. But on the other side, CLG Academy, you talked about the poke that they can provide, that they're going to have pretty good siege. And then when you add in the threat of a Fiddlesticks and how he's going to be able to find these creative angles to be able to jump into the back line, it's not like previously when we saw the Twisted Fate try to be the answer to be able to spot him out. There is going to be little answer unless you're immaculate with your warding to find his position.
Yeah, and the answer they can have at the very least is that some of these members are going to be kind of tanky. They're not the squishy mid laners that can just be instantly popped. The Nocturne and the Wukong can survive a bit longer, and that can be the difference between actually living through a Fiddlesticks ultimate long enough to turn things around and just dying. Just having that little bit of extra health can make all the difference. Or even that spell shield, so you don't get instantly feared.
In the bot lane, we are getting a little bit of traded blows. Expected from the double range and a melee support. Always usually happens. But top lane, Gumo, Tian, getting a good trade of damage. Gumo actually winning out a little bit more handedly there with the help of that Conqueror. Tian was a bit too threatened by Wukong and how much damage he took early on.
The level 1 Wukong is one of the more annoying champions for melees, because not only does he have the gap closer, but the auto attack reset is really nasty. And then the attack speed. He's really quick at charging up those Conqueror stacks. And so oftentimes people just have to respect him so much, even if they are a Renekton, especially going with that Doran's Blade. So looks like he's looking for it again, but Renekton's no slouch to getting harassed early and sustaining in the lane. He's already having his Fury charge and will be looking to turn things around.
Getting a lot of damage there, but like you said, also Wukong getting a good trade of damage back. The help of the Doran shield, Makin's not too threatened. You can always reset, wait it out a little bit, to heal back up to not full, but near full. And maybe be able to contend a little bit more. Oh, okay. Tomo had to flash it a little bit early there to be able to stay alive. Didn't have to use the heal, but that is big out of Hooks to already get a flash out of the ADC.
I think he thought that Tomo had used feathers to aggro the turret, but here the junglers just cross paths.
Yeah, gonna be fear, and that's a Hex Flash in from Hooks, looking to see if he can get the knockup onto Diamond, but Diamond not too threatened. Throws it right back in the face of Hooks with the Flame Spitter First Blood for FlyQuest.
Just not respecting that Tomo and Diamond were going to be able to lock him down. Just staying too far up, not realizing that NXI would just be able to walk up. Yeah, he was a level down over Keel, but Keel is not a big threat at this stage in the game. And so FlyQuest get a nice and easy kill from the bot lane, and they're already dominating the CS department. This is all too similar to last game, yet it's happening sooner than it did before.
It's going to be tricky now for CLG Academy. They need to make sure that they're not falling too far behind, because this is going to be one of the snowball compositions out of FlyQuest, trying to see if they can utilize this Wukong and Nocturne, how great they are at skirmishing. And this is why you see Hooks rotating elsewhere, trying to see if maybe they can hit the source of a global or semi-global in this Nocturne, but unfortunately just falling short and not able to find much.
Yeah, so I don't know what just happened, but Keel, I think, just flashed in the brush. His flash is down.
Oh, that's a little awkward. And now RJS, feared, flashed away. The flash coming in from Diamond. Flame Spitter takes another kill, this time mid lane. Keel trying to get away with the help of Hooks. But like you said, that I don't know where the flash went for Keel, but we know what happened to RJS. His flash did nothing.
So I think that what happened was, because Alistar and Fiddlesticks were gathering behind Triple, Keel was supposed to flash behind Triple over the Raptor Wall, fear him, and then that would move Triple closer to the lane so that Hooks can Hex Flash over and headbutt combo him. But because he failed the flash, then the Alistar Hex Flash looked silly.
If we get to see that replay, I would love to see if we can see that angle in from Keel, because I think you're right. That sounds about accurate. We're seeing where Keel was, where Hooks was, could have been the reasoning behind it all. Because right now, Yan and Keel, they were threatening a dive onto Kumo into the top lane, but the fact that NXI was nearby, it is going to make it so the dive isn't going to happen just yet. Keel's still only level 4. He needs to be able to get that Crow Storm when he's really going to feel his most powerful.
A good communication out of Kumo to call for help there, because that really would have been dangerous if he went down this early on to the Renekton, who's already winning his lane, having a grand old time, as he should be, as Renekton's laning phase is one of his most feared stages in the game. Still a wave, though, but I think Tomo's
familiar.
dead.
Yeah, this feels a little familiar with the heals and shields coming in from Diamond, trying to keep Tomo alive. The flash in from Katsuri to be able to take a kill this time. They're able to find Tomo.
Neither of these AD carries seem like they respect each other or their supports. They just keep going in and getting comboed down. Let's see, Keel. Oh, thank you so much, observers.
Let's see. Oh, no. It's exact. You know, he gave the thumbs up, okay. But it's exactly as he said. It's just the fail flash, unfortunately. That's exactly what they were angling for.
Ah, the thumbs up. All right. Good self-awareness out of Keel. I respect that.
It's just unfortunate because without that flash, that fear, that would have worked out. Like you said, Hooks was channeling the Hex Flash. That was what they were hoping for. They lose RJS in that mid lane. They lose a lot in momentum across the map. And here, with every lane pretty much now pushing back in except for bot lane, CLG, they don't really have much that they can fight for. I'm trying to think where they might be able to utilize what's level 6, that Crow Storm. But if you lose RJS like this, well, I don't know where anywhere you're going to be able to show up.
Kill stealing Diamond, but the Seraphine is always going to be a menace. Happy to take that gold and start building up towards her Moonstone. So this pick is just, or maybe the build has changed, but no matter what, she's still going to be hyper relevant in keeping the team alive. And what CLG can fight for is kind of what Keel just did, or pardon, what they just did to RJS, which is having level 6 and just ganking anyone who doesn't have flash. That ought to work. You can tower dive many of these picks as you have so much crowd control, but he just now hit level 6, so he has been a little bit slower, despite actually having been first to level 4 as they first met in the bot lane.
It's that play where they weren't able to make it work mid lane. He's been struggling to be able to clear as fast as NXI, who's just been having a little bit of a faster pace across the map, but better on the dives too, where level 6 immediately mid lane to kill RJS. Now you see that Keel's trying to make a play like that happen again, trying to see if they are going to be able to get something as they look for Kumo. Easy dive this time around, but NXI in the wings getting a lot of having to back out. It's going to be a nice play coming in from CLG, unless Triple is able to get a solo kill onto RJS mid lane.
Ooh, lots of damage on this Nocturne already. The Jace does not build any defense just yet, so he's in trouble of a dive if anybody wants to show up into his lane. But I like what we're seeing already out of CLG. So easy it is for them to dive. Finally playing around the Renekton. It's just that with the Fiddlesticks, you kind of tend to wait until level 6. It's not like the Nidalee. You can just crash a wave at level 3 and then deny the enemy top laner from the very beginning he touches the lane.
And with the nice kill for Keel, as well as that assist to Fortien in the top lane, it is going to make it so this Wukong is not going to be able to find his place on the map for quite some time. No TP to speak of. In fact, I want to see CLG now utilize this lead that they have carved for themselves out in this top lane. TP advantage for Tien. I want to see if they're going to be able to punish Tomo and Diamond in the lane, translate that immediately into Dragon.
I think that they'll be able to fight around Dragon because both teams are so invested in going after this objective. You've got giant AoE spells. They're gonna want to fight for them and use them if they're off cooldown, though. That'll be the critical thing. They have to be available, or else they'll probably just back off and not want to contest each other. Here, the Rift Herald, you just sent too many members out there. Nobody's in place, and they could be a trade. The controller at River will see them.
They might be able to rotate immediately down towards that bottom half of the map, but instead they keep Diamond nearby Kumo just in case. With the fact that they've spotted out the bot side, I'm surprised it isn't that immediate call. Not trying to see if they can contend that, because it's taken a while for Keel to actually start up the Dragon, to be able to actually look for the objective, since nobody was in the yet for CLG.
Well, I think that at least they get the Dragon, though.
Yes,
it is going to be some value for it, but I think this Rift Herald, it's often just a stronger objective, because how many of the games have we seen today? They don't come down to the soul. Some teams get it, but really it's been decided so much earlier, and part of it is because of the gold value. Here he's trying to clear the minion wave.
Gonna be able to have at all the ults on the poor Tien. Man, they made sure to pile everything on top of the Croc and kill him, as RJS losing the 1v1 fight to Kumo.
That is giant. They commit 4 members top. Didn't even need the Nocturne ultimate. Got no assist from that. And then you get a freebie onto the Jays on the mid lane. That's just everything for FlyQuest and nothing for CLG. Kumo is not going to be scared of this one. Fiddlesticks is just not even close to comboing onto this. He had flash if it was necessary. That is a big advantage on the side of FlyQuest that CLG just struggling to answer, because they need to make plays around Fiddlesticks. Nobody else on the team can really combo, and they're not doing that.
And you look at this, and it's just so mean. 14. How many ults is that? We already saw there's Encore, there's the Equalizer, and there's the Paranoia.
He knew he had a choice. He could either back off and concede the wave, or clear it and die. And, well, he valued the gold, so I like a man who knows his priorities, and so he went in there, knew what he was getting into, and didn't get out alive.
Well, there was no way to get out of that one, unfortunately. And then, like you mentioned, the mid lane play is the icing on the cake for CLG Academy, where it all goes so poorly, losing out on everything across the map and not getting a single thing. Now, the Dragon was long since taken. They got a couple plates in the bot lane, but that's consolation prize at this moment, because you lost the full turret top lane. There's now the plates mid lane that were lost out to Kumo when he was able to push, and now you have wards deep inside of your jungle, so Keel's not going to find those creative flanks.
And poor Keel, that is who needs to be escorted around, and it's these killing of turrets that make it so much easier for FlyQuest to know where the Fiddlesticks is coming from. The top side angles have diminished. There's less map for him to play through, and so his ulti position becomes that much more obvious, and an obvious Fiddlesticks is one that doesn't work. Fright is so reliant on the element of surprise, and if you just see him coming the whole way through, then, well, you just back off, just flash away. Don't give him the distance to gap close.
Currently, FlyQuest Academy playing this one pretty safe, even with a lot of those early plays where they're able to find these massive advantages. they don't need to really press any issues. They've gotten it where they're forcing back CLG. They're starving them from being able to take many of their own jungle camps, pushing mid lane, trying to funnel as much gold as humanly possible into Diamond, because that's the actual carry, not Tomo. We see the 3-0. That's how support works, right?
At least this support, for sure. The Seraphine can be the carry.
What about last game? Diamond got a lot of kills last game, too. I feel like Diamond's the real carry.
Well, you know, if you can have a support that your team plays around, that actually can revolutionize the meta and maybe can incentivize us to see more of these carry supports, because we have those days of the Tahm Kench and Senna that really puts the whole dynamic into question. So yeah, Diamond can be the carry on whatever he's picking.
I'm not I'm talking like Vigar support. Brand support. I get the kills. That's what I want to see if we're talking revolutionary. I don't see boring Senna Tahm Kench. Unless it's attack speed Tahm Kench. Then maybe I want to see that.
Attack speed Halo Blades got nerfed. I think if it didn't get nerfed, we could have seen it. Right now, it's too big of a nerf to justify, sadly.
You're right. Well, maybe soon. We'll have to petition Riot for a buff on the Halo Blades just so we can get attack speed. Right now, Ian's going to be able to get himself a little bit of gold back. Try to see if they can at least have this Croc be in a better position. He's already got the Core Drinker completed. And when he joins in these team fights, it's going to be a lot much more difficult to actually burst him until we see some of these grievous wounds picked up by members of FlyQuest. I'd imagine probably soon you'll see Tomo grab onto that Executioner's Calling just to make it that much easier to be able to kill both Keel and Tian.
And the beautiful thing about these healing reduction items is that, well, you actually have a great member that can take all of these, and it is the super carry of Seraphine, because she can just get a Chemtech Putrefier, and that would just do the job. Nobody else actually needs to get one.
That is fair. Chemtech Putrefier is one of those items that I liked at first, and then they changed to be more supportive, and then it became busted. And then it was like Imperial Mandate, where I loved it when it first came out. Then it got a little bit of a buff, then it became way too strong, and then they nerfed it, and now it's useless.
Well, it had a cool name. That's what we can count on. Because half the time, we play, we buy it, we build things out of habit, and the habit here is going to be see if we can catch Kumo. He's got Flash.
He's trying to get over. Uses the Cyclone, but doesn't have very much mana with the Flash. Will be able to at least dodge away from RJS and survive, but that is Flash and Cyclone, both pure Crowstorm.
Yeah, not a big deal, though, because he's not going to need that flash up. The dragon hasn't been fought for. It's already been taken, so he doesn't need to use this spell anytime soon. He can just hold it, and he'll have it available for this next fight. So here comes Seraphine, huge ult.
Double encore on to Katsuri. Barely alive on the other side as Hook's now taking the brunt of the damage. Chased down by Tomo and Diamond underneath the turret, but it's going to be the Killer Instinct looking for the kill on Diamond. Still alive, barely hanging on with the help of the heal from Tomo.
Very close there from CLG to maybe get something back with the exhaust. Okay.
I saw the mini-map. RJS was on the other side. I thought he was going to be able to get the snipe, but now he has to flash away with the Equalizer, doing so much damage onto the poor man. Keel as well was able to get the fear, but followed up by his own fear as he's golden, and then killed off with at least a trade. He took one down in the grave with him.
They got one kill, and here comes Thien to answer back. It's an angry crocodile. The Fury will fade, though, so he does have flash.
Wukong's nearby.
I don't know if he can do this.
Trying to jump on top of Diamond, will be able to get the shutdown at least, but now that Kumo's here, the damage back will be able to take the kill onto Mr. Crocodile Man with some beef on the side. Flashed away, flash reciprocated by two members to get a killing spree out of Triple.
He wanted the shutdown. That's what he set his eyes on, and he got it. Burned the flash for it, but at least he gets some gold in his pocket. Yet still, FlyQuest get the advantage and the objectives out of this fight. And I want to highlight what Triple just did in that fight, because that was a pretty cool way to teleport. He pressed the ultimate, the Paranoia, and then teleported. But because Paranoia's cooldown, the time that it gives you for choosing your targets is longer than the teleport channel, he now appears, right? Paranoia goes down, then the TP, and then he appears, doesn't have to cast it, and instantly jump onto the target and get even more kills. The fear from the Fiddlesticks at the end is enough to actually take down the Rumble with the powered up turret shots, but the Renekton is really the one who's looking to avenge his fallen comrades here.
He wants it so bad, but it's one of those things. It's like, yeah, I respect that you're trying to at least get a kill back, but at that point, you're just sacrificing yourself. You're throwing your body at them. Like here, where we see a nice throwing of your own body by Keel to be able to pick up the kill onto Diamond.
That's the kind of play we want to see from the Fiddlesticks. Over-the-wall ultimates that just catch unsuspecting members off. Looking for the Nocturne, but he's got Spell Shield. Just burned it. I think he'll be fine.
Should be fine, and it is going to be the Rift Herald taken down mid lane. Not quite enough to be able to crack that tier 1, but that is still a good amount of pressure picked back up by CLG, isn't it? Getting more kills onto this Fiddlesticks and also taking down the support so you can maybe next time rinse and repeat and take that structure down.
They needed that. They needed to catch a break because it was getting out of hand. FlyQuest continues to dictate the pace of the game, and CLG is just responding. They are not leading this dance, so FlyQuest is more than happy to do so because it hasn't even gotten to that critical stage where the Seraphine just keeps everybody alive through the fight. We've only just seen the beginning of the Seraphine story, and it only gets more dire for the opposition the later the game goes.
As at the moment, at least FlyQuest are starting to put more pressure back on it to the vision inside of CLG. I've been waiting to see what the side of CLG is going to do to answer besides getting this gold back onto Keel, because you look at RJS, just has not been able to do too much. He's sitting 0-4 at the moment. There's so much that had been placed to make sure they can put him behind early, and usually after that you want a team to try to see if they can help pick him up, help get him a little bit more gold. But at the moment, RGS just hasn't been able to get anything from his team.
It's really part of the problem in the build, too, because you're building a champion that relies on lethality. So the lethality relies on you having low armor, but because you're falling behind, you're now behind in levels, and so the enemies with having higher levels have higher armor, as that is a defensive stat that scales, and suddenly you're actually dealing much less damage than if you were to be building something that relies on armor penetration. So this is going to put RJS really deep in the tank, and his poke is going to be pretty negligible unless he can find it onto Tomo in combination with somebody else. The rest of the squad is going to have an easy time surviving it.
I was really hoping CLG Academy were going to try to bum rush that Baron. Look at all the vision control they have around it. They knew the dragon was being taken. They had all the members here on the top side of the map, and I felt like maybe they could have bursted it down quickly enough, but they felt a little unconfident in that fight, and they decided to back off of that one instead.
They maybe had some time, but when you're dealing with the Nocturne, with the Rumble, even the Seraphine and Wukong in the pit, pretty much everybody, there's so much AoE. If you get caught in that pit, you're dead. You're just not going to make it out, and a big problem of it is that you're going to need Keel to actually be attacking the Baron to beat that. But here comes another fight. This looks good. This looks good.
I like this. They have no idea. Heal. Okay, Heal don't get spotted. Oh, they don't have... Tien doesn't have TP. He didn't have TP for that one. It looked like a good pixel brush setup by CLG, but only now is Tien going to be able to have that. So now they're trying to see if they can make the fight happen with... Huge amount of burst takes him down, and then they immediately get the Cyclone onto RJS. 5th of the game, Tien trying to stand this to be able to survive with the Gore Drinker, but he's only slicing and dicing with the shields to be able to get a little bit of distance away from FlyQuest. Feared up and killed off. Again, triple on a rampage. 2 surviving members of CLG Academy. Can't do much because you know where the Baron is going to be in the minds of FlyQuest. It's at the top.
That was the last stand for CLG. They tried to make a fight. They had everybody grouped up, but FlyQuest sniffed it out. They saw what was happening. They suspected, hey, we just saw them at Baron. It looks like a bait. We see a few members. We don't know where the Alistar is. Just back off. Don't clump up. And so when CLG engages, it's not going to be coordinated. They didn't have multiple targets to go after. The Alistar punts a few members here. Keel has the Proto Belt, Flash, and ult with the Predator boots in, and it's still not in range. They have to go in so deep that the FlyQuest dive comp can then have such an easy time taking down RJS for the 5th time. The Kaisa just has to put tail between her legs, run away with the Alistar. It was not close because the setup was not ideal for CLG.
and that free Baron for all 5 members of FlyQuest Academy. After that, they are in a prime position to keep pushing back in CLG towards their base, make it so that they're going to get nothing on this map. It's still 2.5 minutes until the dragon spawns. That's why FlyQuest are waiting for the minions, trying to see if they can set up each of these lanes in a spot where they're going to be able to take and crack down a lot of these turrets to get the gold necessary to really end the game.
Yeah, I think they have it now already too. Even though it's 6,000 gold, with how decisive they can win these fights, as long as Keel doesn't get a fat ultimate, it really should just be 1-1 team fight, and if it's close to the base, they will win the game. The sustain from the Seraphine will be enough to allow them to go for these dives if they play around the turret damage carefully. It looks like so far the poke just is not doing anything. Let's see that Seraphine heal.
There it is. Looking for Diamond, looking to kill him immediately. No more Seraphine, but they've now got one to go golden. That's Keel, but the hooks dives first, and then Keel follows up with Tien, trying in the middle of everyone, trying to take Tomo with them into the grave. Still alive the entire time. RJS trying to see if they can help out Ketsuri, but could not do it. The Bash Quartet in the top lane, going to be able to take down another fight. Might not have been clean, but it's still an ace from FlyQuest.
FlyQuest is just too strong right now, and look at the death timers. 18 seconds on Keel. He won't have ultimate, but they could try to go for more. I don't think they can get the game here. Doesn't really look like it, but maybe 2 inhibitors. Yep, they're pathing to the top side. This should be a very big value from the Baron on the side of FlyQuest, and it was CLG who started that fight. They thought they'd be able to get them. They killed Seraphine instantly, yet still they weren't able to come up with the win.
Just not enough just yet, though. If they can get this pick onto triple with the equalizer disengaging them, that would have been huge. Taking out the Nocturne, getting the shutdown gold, but they fall just shy of being able to do so. So now their base completely in ruin. CLG Academy. We take a look at this replay, and like you said, it was them who started it all.
Good exhaust there from Diamond to stop down the Fiddlesticks from immediately bursting them down, but then when they have to flash away, it gets so difficult for the rest of the team to follow up onto the end. You almost wish they were there a little bit sooner. They get a little bit too close to these melee champions, but they have gap closers. It wasn't going to be that easy, and it's not like it was very close. Wukong and Nocturne were very healthy towards the end of that fight, so I think they still would have managed to come out victorious on that fight, even if Katsuri and RJS played it perfectly.
I think you're right. I think it's just too much of a lead now for FlyQuest, for CLG to overcome and to be able to pass it over. With how far behind so many of their members are, even Katsuri sitting 2-1, it's just not enough compared to all the assist gold that has been put into Tomo, plus the plate gold that we saw from the Rift Heralds, that's keeping the Xayah so far ahead and in a great position to be able to help carry with the rest of the members, because on FlyQuest, who do you really focus? Seraphine? You saw what happened last time.
Yeah, you peel. You don't focus anyone. You don't have the luxury of picking your targets. You pick whoever on FlyQuest has given themselves to you. Oh, he popped ultimate already. They are going in.
And Predator has been popped as well. They look like they found Tomo, but he's got the Feather Storm and the Encore with the backline dive, trying to get the killer instinct to take down Tomo. Katsuri is still kiting it back, going to be able to get a double kill for the team. All the while, RJS still not a part of it. Katsuri trying to be able to get away. Still, he keeps kiting back the flash in from Triple to take him down. The fear on Akumo. He dives back in. Cyclone damage. It's going to be able to get a 4-man knockup, but now he's rooted in place, shut down by RJS.
That was the fight that CLG needed. They found it. The TP from Tien in the backside was huge. They had 3 people corralled. They had everything they wanted for it. And they immediately got Tomo to ult. They saved the Nexus turret. That's big.
Oh, barely. 24 health. They got down to 24 health there, Crumbs.
That bad boy is going to regen back up. They're going to be able to protect themselves. And with Baron up in 1 minute, they're slowly putting some more money in their pockets. And this matters. This really does matter, because this Kai'Sa is already at 3 items. That's the same damage that Tomo's pumping out.
That is huge to be able to get that, to be able to get those kills onto Katsuri, be able to get, I think it was 1 shutdown at least picked up by this Kai'Sa, now sitting on that Infinity Edge, having the exact same items as Tomo across the map, who has funneled a lot of that plate gold that we had just talked about, but also the fact that RJS was able to get a kill in this one, I think is big for CLG as they were the ones to start off the fight yet again.
The Wukong and the Nocturne a bit too late on this one, and so when they jump the Kai'Sa, this is why she's so good against dive and with dive compositions. Can escape the Nocturne very quickly, force him to burn his flash at the very end, and then CLG, yeah, they're able to kill out the Wukong, but they just didn't want to risk anything more. Maybe they could have gone for NXI if they checked every single brush, but they were happy with that fight. They're glad that they're still in this game and have another chance at winning this game, but Baron is up in the tables. They have no vision around it. FlyQuest could just start this. They're going to go for it now. Get spotted.
There's the TP for Triple. He can always join in and utilize that comp. It is going to be the peel back coming in from FlyQuest. CLG might be able to find a great fight if they can corral all the members of FlyQuest into a tight corridor, have that huge Crow Storm. Now that he's got Oblivion Orb built up as well, Heal is going to make sure that nobody is going to be able to survive the help of, with the help of Diamond in these fights.
Yeah, the Fiddlesticks is going to be incredibly important. Even though in that last fight, he didn't seem to be that valuable, they had a big numbers advantage. Here, where FlyQuest will expect it, he needs to just find the ultimate. It's just, it has to be the way that you play the Fiddles. You need to get a good engage off. Nocturne, though, is unsuspecting on the side. Here we go.
Huge equalizer and the paranoia with Kumo on the other side. That was a massive engage coming in from FlyQuest. Kumo still barely alive, being healed up. Same with Triple, but he's burning to the Ignite. Still does not lose the Guardian's Angel. The fight continues. Tomo trying to be able to kite back with Tien right on top of him with a huge shield double kill for the Croc. Looking for more onto FlyQuest, who are completely forced away from the river.
That's a win for CLG. RJS is 1-7. Like, this doesn't matter that you keep killing the Jace if it makes you lose the other members of your squad that are more important. Tomo, Kumo, these are really valuable picks for FlyQuest. Them being traded over for RJS is not good. This Baron is going to be started. Fiddles doesn't have the ultimate backup, but they will regenerate off this Baron.
They will, but they got to be careful. It's a 3v3 fight. Here's the TP in from RJS, trying to be able to join the rest of the members of CLG, keeping FlyQuest at bay because it is still some time until Kumo is going to be back up. By the time he's up, he might be able to have that TP and be able to join in if anything were to break out.
They're choosing not to go for any Baron anymore because the soul is up, but they have not a lot of vision. It's only double control worth on the side of Hooks, so they have to march him first.
They got the TP in from Tien. He wants to be able to engage this. Tomo is still not there. Neither is Kumo. They're still pathing the entire way down. CLG Academy don't want to let them have the Cloud Soul with ease. Even if it's only the Cloud Soul, it is still a big thing for FlyQuest to be able to completely run them around the map.
They've won 2 fights, so they feel confident that they can continue to stand up to FlyQuest. Here we go.
Kumo looks like he's caught out, but there's going to be the paranoia and a huge Crow Storm into the back line, but they've got him dead in the dirt, and now they're trying to see what else they can get. Tien's still in the thick of it. Tomo now taken down by Katsuri. Same with Diamond, barely hanging on. Finally, he sliced away. Katsuri still kiting back. Katsuri's still alive. Katsuri is the one to keep the fight going. Even with Triple responding with the help of the Guardian's Angel, he cannot fight against Tien. This man is huge at the moment. Will be able to get the fear. Katsuri on the other side is still alive. And again, CLG Academy win another fight.
That was a clutch. That's 3 in a row. They're going to get this dragon for sure. Kumo might be thinking about flashing in. Oh, he got him.
He wants it, yes. He needs to make sure they get Katsuri. That man was alive for way too damn long. He might be able to 1v3. Double kill coming in from Kumo. Tien trying to be able to get away, but Wukong, he's the Monkey King, my man. He is on the hunt. He is on the chase. You're burning. You're still alive. And the TP in the base. Kumo, you just going to go for the end?
He's got a Nexus turret at least. Oh my, wait, okay, no, they can't end it here. Jace is up.
Kumo wants it though. He's got Triple in the wings just in case with the paranoia shock blast and in an engage onto RJS. They sure as hell can end this game, Crumbs. Look at that engage coming in from them. They're diving kill. Fear or not, double kill goes over to Triple and FlyQuest. Finally now, with the minions in tow, they should be able to end this game. It was a lot of chaotic fighting here in the later stages of the game. Wait, they're not done? They're not done?
They're waiting for the team. They're waiting for the team. They want to be all in the picture.
It's a family picture here. They all want to be together. They're getting healed up. They've got another engage coming in from Kumo. Huge heal as well. Hooks is going to be silenced by Tomo. Katsuri tries to get the killer instinct away. He's barely alive underneath with an equalizer to burst out the Guardian's Angels. Minions not going to let them get the kill, I don't think, because it's game over, 2-0 for FlyQuest.
Kumo is my MVP. This man had a phenomenal 2 games. The Lee Sin was on point, and the Wukong at the end, that just saved the game. He clutched it so hard. Solo kills, lane kills, team fighting, TPs, backdoor, shot calls. He had it all this series.
It was wild out of Kumo in this series. Honestly, putting on a showcase in the top lane. And like you said, that game was starting to fall out of their control. They were starting to lose a lot of these fights. Had it not been for Kumo 1v3 at the end there, CLG might have been able to claw back a victory.
Yeah, it was really close because they wanted that dragon so badly. They wanted to deny it. They're gonna look at that tape and just think of so many different ways to have played that one out. But FlyQuest recognized that it was slipping away and doubled down on their grip. Clutch players are so important. The fact that we're seeing clutchness already shine at the beginning of the split is so critical for the development of that skill towards playoffs. Just to know where everything falls on you. You need to make the play. Nobody else is telling you how to do it. Kumo's found it 2 games in a row, and we're going to start this off with the Baron fight that CLG kind of fumbled because it was not as coordinated as it should have between Alistar and Fiddlesticks.
Right, it was so much that Keel had to do to try to be able to engage that, and by the time he got near the team, he was nearly dead.
Yeah, by the time he got there, the Fiddlesticks ultimate was pretty much half out of the duration. And he's not strong enough that he can actually kill them with just half of it. You need the full channel for the most part to do all the work when you're this far behind it. This is where it looked like it was even better than the last time, a bit more coordinated. You take down the Seraphine, the Alistar dies in exchange, but the Renekton is in the backline, who, by the way, was very strong this game. TN was so close. If the team was maybe a little bit less behind, he would have been able to just be 1v3ing just like Kumo did this whole time. But at the end of the day, that's not how the cards played out. The Wukong was just so much stronger.
This is the big fight where it seemed like CLG got so much. Katsuri getting the 2 kills in this one, it being a 2-for-3 when they're down as much gold as they were. And this is where it started to seem like maybe FlyQuest had fumbled the ball. They were the ones now losing on all these fights.
This was the one play, like you said, right? This is where it looked like FlyQuest had fumbled because CLG found the avenue with the teleport. And I think this is where it started to look even better, where Kumo and Triple committed for RJS, who's already killed so many times, not worth much gold. Trading 1-for-1 this late in the game was just not worth it. And even though Renekton does get the kill at the very end here, that is just a big win for CLG that unfortunately was not able to be converted into an objective. And I think this is going to be the final fight that actually ended up in being a ginormous chain of events that led to the game ending.
And keep an eye on Katsuri and how he positions in this fight, because it seems like there's so much thrown to try to be able to get these carries, try to see if pick him like Katsuri, but he kites back so amazingly well.
Diamond's ultimate is just nuts. How many times has he hit somebody and it ends up just threading the needle and hitting the Kaisa? We're not gonna get to see it. It was too long. That fight started and ended here, right? That was a minute or two of just team fighting around an objective that finally ended in the game ending for the side of FlyQuest. And oddly enough, for how action-packed this was, it's only 3 minutes longer than our average games of the day that have been 30 minutes.
It felt so much more, like, it felt so much longer just because the first 20 minutes was, it was good gameplay, or a little bit more passive. But then once we hit like 27 minutes, it was non-stop fight, over and over again. Throw your face and your body at the enemy and see what happens.
Just see what sticks. A true artist galore there. Just, we don't know what we're making today. Just keep throwing out there. We still haven't lost. We don't know what to do, but sometimes that worked because it caught FlyQuest off guard. They were just too strong at the very end, right? Just a little bit too strong and a bit too clutch on the side of Kumo.
Kumo, God, this is definitely his series today, wasn't it? And it's not like Tien played poorly. Tien was doing great throughout the series as well. Just Kumo was one step better.
Yeah, he was a bit better. You know, some would say the team diff, but the rest of the team did struggle. Made it a lot easier for the Wukong to shine. But Tien had some very strong Renekton. I think towards the end, he really saw how powerful he was. If he just had somebody else that could combine with him, the Renekton with the Fiddlesticks together really would have made a solid team fight. But they just were never quite able to get that combo as crisp as you would have liked to see it.
I think that was the big problem for CLG throughout that series. It just felt like they weren't on the same wavelength. They weren't really having the perfect communication that you'd want to see out of them, especially after Proving Grounds, when it seemed like at the beginning of the spring split, they had these similar communication errors. It took them some time to be able to get through the growing pains, but once it came to Proving Grounds, it seemed like they were all with one another. They all had this great communication. We're all working so well off of the other. But here it feels like it's all fallen apart yet again.
And you know, on the one hand, you could say, oh, was it the paranoia? Is Nocturne that strong? Is that why he's getting banned so much, where the ultimate makes it so difficult to coordinate your engages? Well, on the other hand, it's actually just difficult to coordinate abilities that aren't so easy to have a Q for. That's why Rumble Nautilus are so easy and look so good and so coordinated, because, all right, when they get knocked up, you press ultimate and that's it. Versus when does the Fiddlesticks find the avenue for the Alistar? It's not as obvious. You have to be looking at multiple things. There's not a single cue that tells you when to go in. You have to time it better with your own abilities than their own. And it's those little things that then add up to maybe a second difference in the engage. And when your spell lasts just a few seconds of damage and you need all of it, that little bit of extra hiccup can make all the difference between the engage that wins you the fight and the one that loses you multiple members and the objective.
We also got to see with this one. So not only, Fiddlesticks is it hard when you're not able to get the full brunt of damage, but when a Fiddlesticks is behind, it's harder to find those creative angles, isn't it? To be able to get that ult to really work out. You saw how far away Keel had to be if you wanted to be slightly creative at all, and by doing so, it just made it, like you said, you lost so much damage on the way there.
Is he's not scary. He's just not scary at all when you're so
I wasn't
weak.
Surprised.
Right?
Yeah, it's one of those like surprise parties that you see coming a mile away, and so you get there and everyone's surprised. And you're like, oh yeah, oh I'm terrible. You got me, guys.
Yes, that's exactly it. I was not surprised. We saw it coming. Someone spoiled it along the way. We knew what would happen.
Yeah, but you know what? We got Diamond here for our Verizon post-game interview. Diamond, my boy, it is good to see you and get to talk to you once again. Congratulations on the victory. And I'm going to say this because I always say this to you when I first talk to you. Unfortunately, no Thresh games, was there?
Yeah, they paid the tax for once. There has to be like one team at least that pays the tax. But I'm looking forward to one team to fire their coach because they didn't ban Thresh.
Now, what do you make of the support meta, dude? You are playing something that nobody else has busted out. The Seraphine, is she still? She's still a really good support, or what? Because Nautilus was dominating all day long, and then you just didn't want to play that.
Honestly, I cannot run my champ. I didn't play built on my champs in so long in scrims, so I first time built on my champs today. It was a great time.
Okay.
You know what? Respect, Diamond. Respect. Though I will say, your Rakan, it maybe seemed like you had a little bit of rest at the beginning, but towards the end of that game, you were on point with those engages. I gotta say, it was great to see from you, and you kind of already answered one question. It's like not getting as much practice on some of these champions, but I want to know about practice with the team and how things have been going this way, because you guys all seem like you're all through so many of these fights.
Bro, I haven't scrim. I don't know what happened, but we were trying to scrim some amateur team and some academy team, but everyone canceled on us. I don't know what happened, but we got monster griefed in the schedule, and I think we had 2 days of scrims total in 2 weeks. We were just playing solo queue because every single team was just canceling. Amateur teams and some academy teams were just running it down. It was completely merciless. and that's why we kind of had to like play some new champs. You know, like guys, I don't know what to pick in the draft. I was like, yeah, Seraphine. She's fun. I'll play some Seraphine. You know, I was like Rakan. Yeah, I played that before. Play some Rakan. Just chilling.
So you're telling me you guys just had minimal practice before today and still showed up?
Yeah,
That
well,
good.
if anyone read my Twitter, like recently, I had an incident yesterday of a player clogging the toilet and kept flushing his toilet over and over until he flooded his apartment, and then we lost a scrim off of that. So I won't name the player, but that's impressive to say the least.
All
Someone
right,
gets-
hang on. Can you name the league? Is it LCS Amateur Academy? I think
It's
that's enough. Right?
Academy, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, okay. But you know what? It doesn't matter without practice, without practice. You guys definitely seemed on point with this one. And I can only imagine with more practice, you guys are going to be easily at the top of the academy. So looking at the rest of the split and how, so you and I haven't really gotten to talk about the changes that came in the past. But what are your thoughts on how they've changed academy with Proving Grounds added in?
I'm not sure honestly. I think like the level in academy like went down a lot compared to when I was playing academy. It's like for the 6 months period I wasn't playing, obviously, but like I think the level went down because I think most of the really good talent went to LCS teams. So like I think it's expected that some amateur teams would take over and beat teams, but I've never lost academy the past year, so I don't plan to lose
This is true.
to anyone. So it's just the way it is, you know. So
I
I
like
don't really
that.
care. I just show up and I play, and it is what it is. I didn't have like the best of games today, but once I get I play champions that I played before, we'll be good. And some scrims as well.
All right.
That'd be great too.
Right. This is the uncharged, unpracticed Diamond.
Yeah.
What do you make about best of two? Best of twos, right? I mean, it's only one game, right? We don't really know, but did you like it? Does it feel better than just showing up
Yeah.
and playing a single game?
Yeah. I think it's better, but I mean, it felt bad like some days. Like, for example, like if we had the same schedule where we're like last game right at 5 p.m., we're just like oinking for the entire day, and then we play one game, and that's just your day, you know. Like we have a match, we play one game, and like we wake up at like 11, and then we play a game at like 5, and that's your day. Like this is competition for you. Like but like now we had 2 games. Like it feels like a bit more like an actual like competition more than anything. Because I remember like we just get up and the academy is like, yeah, we're just gonna go to the day of scrims today. We're gonna have a warm up and play one game, and that's it. It's like, sheesh, that's a great time. But now it feels like more like actual practice, you know.
Well, it's what clearly don't need scrims. You obviously are just on point. Today was great, and just looking at like you said, you're expecting to like in your mind, you're here to dominate. You're here to win academy, full stop. And I, having casted you before and working with you, I know that you have dominated academy for quite some time. How does it feel with this roster, with this team and FlyQuest to try to see if you can regain that title?
Well, people might not know, but when I played academy the first year, I had like a roster full of veterans, and I lost actually. And we had like an insane roster where we ended scrims at 3 p.m. every day. So like we played like we 15-minute every team that we played against for a full year, and we managed to lose in playoffs. And then the second year, we actually had a roster with a bunch of like rookies or like untested players. I think me and Powerfox were actually the only players that were like tested into the academy kind of. So like last year, we took a roster that many people like didn't like rank that high, right? And I was one of the pieces in that roster that kept it together. So I tend to do the same thing with just like transcend my philosophy of playing. We usually like C9 is known as like a team that like likes to fight a lot, C9 Academy. So I'm trying to transcend that into all the teams that I play on, and I have my C9 boys over. So I got Kumo and I got Tomo. So we're looking to be the same dominant team that we were before, and I'm just trying to help my players around, you know. So that's my job. I'm kind of a raid leader. I just give +1 attack into my boys, and we try to fight some people. That's how it goes.
I feel like you're a bit more than that. You that today. Congratulations on your
Maybe I'm a Stormwind
0
champion.
victory. Hey, you know what? One day you'll be able to play Thresh. One day you'll be able to get it. We'll see. Foolish enough to let that through. But thank you so much for joining us for the interview today. It was great talking to you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sheesh.
There he goes on the way out, Diamond. It was great to talk with him, and it was a great day of games today, Crumbs, wasn't it? We had, even if I think every single series was 2-0 victories for whoever were the winners of them. It was awesome to be back here for Academy, to be able to experience the first day with you. And on our way out, any wrapping up thoughts that you want to throw out to everyone while we still got them?
It was awesome. I think I really enjoy the player interviews that we have at the end. Just such a relaxed environment. Just talk to them about it, and Diamond's response. Oh, I just spent the day oinking. I had not heard that before. That I'm gonna use that one from now on.
I love working with Diamond and Kumo back in the day was always a blast. They were always great lads to be a part of, and looking at today, I had a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, League of Legends, even if I had some unfortunate audio issues on my end. Apologies on that. Hopefully be able to get them fixed for tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, we'll have more Academy action here on this channel, as well as on the secondary channel at Nerd Street LOL. I believe tomorrow on this one, it's going to be both Kangas and Cubby. They've got Cloud9 Academy, 100 Thieves Academy, Dignitas Academy versus FlyQuest Academy, and then Immortals Academy versus Golden Guardians Academy. That's a lot of, it's a great way to start off a season, isn't it? We got a lot of awesome teams playing already.
I just love the best of twos. I think that the change is going to be very exciting. It's going to improve the league. I know it's just more games. It's just more reps. You put the reps in, you get the results.
I agree. It's a lot more to be able to enjoy here on Academy. But that's going to do it for us tonight. Make sure you tune in back tomorrow for some more Academy action. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.